humanitarian pauses?
What we are doing every day in the neighborhoods of Gaza City is to allow civilians to go out of the combat area and move towards the south. As far as I'm aware, we have not made any demands and not made any conditions. We're trying to facilitate the movement of people. And I don't think that we have made any demands in return. What we have said clearly is that yes, we're not going to. There's not going to be any significant ceasefire without return of hostages. That, of course, is happening. I think a bit beyond the level of the military, but it is happening, and those are ongoing discussions that are happening all the time. I've approved others to speak. Go ahead.
I was done with my question, but thank you. I just wanted to say that there are a lot of people fighting the misinformation war here, even people outside of Israel. And though the world might seem like they're against you, we are not against you. We are with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's we?
Socialism, you wanna ask?
Yes, sir. Jonathan, my question is for you. Obviously, you must have many friends who are in harm's way right now. I see you all over the media. You're clearly working very long hours. I just want to check and see how you're doing and how you're holding up.
Thank you. I appreciate the concern. And, the troops on the ground are really what matter. They are very brave. They're fighting hard in tough conditions, under a lot of stress with the heavy burden on their shoulders. And I am very proud of the men and women who are now fighting in the field, supporting in the air, supporting from the sea, supporting on the ground with logistics, all of the brave men and women of the IDF who are now doing what needs to be done. And we in the spokesperson unit are doing our part, at least trying, in supporting them, speaking with Israelis, the domestic audience, speaking with the Arabic audience, and what we're doing now, speaking with the international audience, trying to share our perspective. And thankful for your support. I think we're well in Hebrew. I mean, we usually say everything's okay, nobody's shooting at me. So that's usually how I measure things, having been raised as an infantry soldier and commander. This isn't as bad.
Glad to hear it. Take care of yourself, sir.
Thank you. George?
Yes, thanks. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for letting me speak. I would have liked to know whether those big amounts of people that can pass from the north to the south, whether they're being checked, because it's a question that I've heard, that I've gotten from my friends a lot. I live in Israel, actually. Whether Hatufim, hostages, could be hidden behind the dresses of some of the men or women that go along the Salah al-Din road. Is there any checkpoint in order to see whether some of our hostages could be hidden there? Thanks a lot.
Yeah, so I can't go into many of the details because they are related to operational matters. I can only say that we are aware of that being an issue. In addition to that, you may have seen, I think it was on one of the American networks, maybe it was Newsmax, they embedded with our troops. I may not be accurate, but one of the media outlets that embedded with our troops, they were with a squad that was overseeing and securing the movement of civilians from the north to the south, and they were calling out in Hebrew towards the column of moving civilians that if there's anybody who's a hostage, run, you can run safely towards us. and that's of course related to that issue. And I cannot go into additional detail because I cannot expose what we're doing and what we're not doing. No physical roadblocks, but many other efforts are being done in order to monitor and make sure that that of course doesn't happen.
Thanks.
Thaddeus?
Thanks for your answer.
Thank you, George. Thaddeus? Russell? Okay. Okay, Sina?
Jonathan, thank you so much for all your hard work and being out there, being the voice of many. A couple of things. Do you know, like, are there any other external things are being done to free hostages in terms of getting any kind of negotiations going on via other countries being involved, such as, I don't know, Qatar, European countries, and other countries who have hostages there? And the other thing is that, is there an apparatus that we could aid IDF families, specifically the families for loss of income, loss of life, that are either governmental or non-governmental agencies that that we could be directed to send aid, financial aid to those families? Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of the hostage situation, it is a top priority at the national level. And everything that entails being a top priority is done. No venue is left unexplored, including the ones that you referred to, including many more than that. And we're basically trying to use each and every tool that we can in order to bring our people home. If it means intelligence, kinetics, cyber, diplomacy, anything that can be done is done. A lot, almost all of it is, behind the scenes and very sensitive. But I can say that I personally know many of the people who are involved in it behind the scenes, and they are some of the best and the brightest and most committed people in Israel. So I have faith that they will succeed, hopefully with all of the hostages, all of the 239. By the way, quite a few are not Israeli. There's Thai workers and people from other countries that are not even Israeli. I cannot understand the logic of Hamas, why they would take people that aren't even Israeli. Of course, there's no logic in the carnage and the massacre of October the 7th when they executed even Muslims who were speaking Arabic and pleading to them, reciting verses from the Quran that they shouldn't kill them, but they were killed nevertheless by Hamas. So all efforts are being explored, and I won't be able to go into more detail than that. It is a very, very challenging situation. I think it's the type of challenge that we have never faced as a country in terms of a complex scenario. But we have been successful in getting one hostage out, and we continue to operate in order to get all of them out. Regarding your second part, the second part of your question, so there's a lot of organizations. I suggest you look online. You can write in Hebrew or in English, and then depending on the area or the people that you want to contribute to, there's many organizations who do wonderful things. I'd say that the people that are perhaps suffering the most are 250, of course, families of bereaved families that have had loved ones murdered by Hamas or suffering. And then there are the families who part of their family members are hostages. And then there are displaced Israeli people who are now for more than a month not in their homes, with all of the financial and emotional stress included. So those are three groups that maybe should be relevant. And I don't want to recommend a specific organization. There are many beautiful organizations that really do great things. Yuda, did you have another question?
Sir, I did. Colonel Conricos, thanks so much for taking my question. We've been speaking about disinformation for almost 2 years on the Russia-Ukraine front, and with Israel's 7-10, it's been an emotional, difficult time for many of our followers and listeners. I wanted to point out, and a question to you is, we often have John Spencer, Colonel John Spencer. He's the world's foremost urban warfare expert, and he speaks a lot about Israel. He's been there many times. Full disclosure, I'm a veteran of the IDF as well, and so I'm a little biased perhaps, but I would love for you to speak to the lengths at which the IDF goes to mitigate the deaths and the loss of civilian life, not just through flyers, leaflets, pamphlets, text messages, phone calls. Colonel Spencer says that in the history of modern warfare, from any modern and civilized military, that the Israelis go far well above and beyond what any other military, including his own, the United States military, has done in Iraq to preserve human life. We mention it ad nauseum in our space. Colonel Spencer is up daily talking about it, but I would really love to hear from the horse's mouth, sir. I'd really love to hear you elucidate just how far the IDF goes to preserve human life and to preserve the lives of ordinary Gazans who want no part in this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's definitely a very important topic, and as you said, we did a podcast with the extremely knowledgeable Spencer, Mr. Spencer, Major Spencer.
He's a colonel now.
Oh, he's a colonel. He was
Yeah.
he was presented as a major on CNN. He didn't correct him.
He
But
didn't correct him.
okay, well, maybe because he's a humble man. Anyhow, yes, very, very important. I think first, bottom line up front, I think that we are doing a lot. I don't want to say that we're doing more than other militaries because I don't know all of the militaries and I haven't seen all of the battles. Of course, nobody has, but I can say that we are doing a lot in order to apply the laws of armed conflict and to minimize the effect on civilians. I think that we are taking risks. We are exposing our troops to more threat in order to minimize the risk for non-combatants. I'll give a few examples of the things we do. We still, in the first and second and third weeks, continued practices like roof knocking in order to warn non-combatants in a building that the building was going to be struck before we struck it. We continue to make warning phone calls to houses, to people in houses, which we knew that we were going to strike. Let's say that in a certain building with many stories, there's Hamas, there were Hamas facilities inside, and the only way of taking them out would be to basically drop the building. We would then call ahead of time and speak with the landlord or people who live there and make sure that all of the people evacuate before we strike it. Even if that means that there's less of a military achievement, because then Hamas also has the time, Hamas or Islamic Jihad or the others, has the time to perhaps evacuate and take sensitive things with them. So we do that. We, as I said, warning calls. We try to use the smallest amount of weapons or explosives or firepower in order to strike or achieve a military goal. So to attack with proportionality and only to use the amount of weapons needed. I'll give a difficult example, which has been discussed a lot, and we got a lot of criticism. Was regarding the assassination or the killing of a battalion commander, a Hamas battalion commander in Jabalia, together with dozens of enemy combatants, which we struck. Yes, it was in a populated area, and yes, there were civilian casualties, but it was a decision that was made according to the laws of armed conflict in order to achieve a significant military goal. There was a military necessity there, and the importance of taking out a combatant, an important combatant from the battlefield. He was leading combat operations against our troops at the time, outweighed, in that case, the civilian casualties. I give a difficult example and not a cherry picking the easy ones because it is always front and center of our considerations when we decide to strike at the location. So advanced warnings, the application of distinction, proportionality, only using force when there is necessity to use force and there's a military aim to be achieved. Um, and to apply it in such a level, only the amount of firepower that it is necessary in order to achieve the goal. And for those of you who are interested to hear more about it, you can listen to the podcast. I can say that this is perhaps the topic which our adversaries, enemies, and criticizers around the world are trying to undermine the legitimacy of our combat. It must be said that this is an extremely challenging combat environment. Hamas has prepared this combat environment for many years and relies on the civilians as their human shields at every level. They abuse everything that is supposed to be off limits in fighting. Schools, hospitals, mosques, UN facilities, UN schools, and other humanitarian locations. Some of them have special protection, some of them are just considered sensitive areas and are not supposed to be used for fighting. Ambulances, for instance. And Hamas systematically abuses all of them. And what I think is very regrettable is that in so many cases, Hamas gets a free pass and isn't criticized by the plethora of UN organizations and NGOs and so-called humanitarian organizations that are either present in Gaza or tweeting out of Geneva and criticizing Israel. But I hear all too little or hardly any criticism and stating of the fact that Hamas is responsible for the situation in Gaza. It's not the IDF who decided to place Hamas bunkers and combat positions underneath the civilian population. We didn't decide to have rocket launchers in kindergartens or within schoolyards. And we didn't place our military infrastructure embedded within civilian houses and the civilian population. All of that is Hamas doing, and therefore responsibility for the casualties is Hamas, and there are many, many examples of it. And if you want to see, you can scroll through our feed and see many examples.
May I have one quick follow-up, sir?
Yeah, and after that we'll have Abhay Singh and Visegrad.
Thank you. So John, I'll toot your own horn for you. It's not you that says it, it's John Spencer plus a plethora of other experts who say that Israel has gone well above and beyond. When it comes to Hamas's behavior, and this is more of a disinformation space, obviously many of us are disturbed. As I said, we run a 24/7 space about it. Abu Marzouk, Ismail Haniya, Mashal, these individuals have been on Arabic television in the last month, openly admitting that they either use Palestinians as human shields, or they've said it's not our responsibility. The people above ground, that's on the UN. Everyone below ground, we're doing it to protect ourselves. Do you feel that more can be done in the information space? And what is your recommendation to people who are sympathetic to the cause of really justice and freedom? This is a seminal event in the history of the Middle East and possibly the world. What recommendations could you have for people to try to stay ahead of that and to make sure that we combat disinformation? Because as you know, what they say publicly on one side, vis-a-vis whether it's on Al Jazeera or other mouthpieces for these groups, are there tips that you would give listeners to say, look, you might hear a lot of bad things about Israel. We grew up with this. But there's got to be a light at the end of the tunnel. People like you, obviously the IDF's transparency and sharing this information is a step in the right direction. But do you have any other personal recommendations? And thank you. Yield the mic.
Yeah, thank you. To stay updated, be careful with the information. Not for you, I'm not saying that to you because you sound like an informed person, but to others who may be listening and want that advice, to be selective in the information that you consume, to verify that it comes from a credible source, ask who stands to gain from posting the information, and then check the veracity of it. And be very careful what and whom you trust, and who is behind the information. And I would also say that for those of you who care about what is reflected in international, let's say, mainstream media and legacy media, for instance, I've seen all too few reposts or publications of both statements by Abu Marzouk and by Ghazi Hamed and many others who have said who have made quite telling statements about their state of mind and what they want to do, what the ultimate goal of Hamas is, to destroy or annihilate Israel, and that they have no issues with doing October 7th again and again and again. And I can only regret that editors in newsrooms around the world don't see that fit to broadcast or fit to print and to really put a spotlight on it. But we will continue to push, and anybody who has the ability to do so on any online platform, of course, that's recommended to do so. Abhay, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Singh.
Yes, thank you very much. Shalom, namaste from India. First of all, we feel deeply for the challenges you have faced for, well, actually millennia, but certainly since the founding of your beautiful country. And we wish you all the success in the world, not just for Israel, but for all of humanity. Your success is important for all of us. We feel the pain.
Thank you.
Thank you. We feel the pain that you've been through because, and we've said this many times, you are the most genocided people in history in terms of time. It's been going on for you for 3 millennia. And we in numbers, Hindus from India, have had the largest genocide perpetrated by the same barbaric ideologies against us. So we understand your pain much more than I think many news commentators who try to cover your story. We understand deeply what you're going through. And we also understand how civilized you are and how much you try to save the ordinary person in the midst of your, enemy fighting and making your life very difficult. So it's a very difficult task for you. The one question I would like to ask you is, are there any efforts? I know that you are men of military and kinetic force, but are there any efforts to significantly enhance the information that you purvey to the rest of the world? Because there are so many decent people around the world who are not evil, but they're just they absorb this sort of disinformation about what's really happening in the Middle East and Palestine. They don't understand simple things about why the Nakba happened. They don't put things into context. They don't know any of the details of history. And it's very easy to brainwash these people. One major failure I see is essentially the marshalling of information in such a way that the common person can understand it better. Any efforts to radically enhance that, just so that we have better understanding around the world and less of these, hate marches that we've just had in London and other places?
That's a tough question because we definitely are trying in the IDF, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, other parts of official Israel, and I know that civil society is also quite involved. But today, I think, one reflection that I can make is that despite the fact that we have, phenomenal reach in terms of impact on our social media platforms, as an example, our IDF pages are the fastest growing with tremendous reach every day. Billions of people are exposed to our content. But at the end of the day, quantity, not quality, but quantity has importance here. And there are many who, for various political and religious reasons, do not share our point of view. and are very loud and committed about it, which makes it challenging. Um, we are going to continue to be as transparent, as forthcoming, as honest about our goals, our operations, our shortcomings, and our successes to the world in order to try to state our case and convince those that can be convinced that we are indeed moral and guided by democratic principles, and that we are simply fighting in order to survive here. We are fighting for our homes, for our communities, and we understand that if we don't win, then we have a serious problem. The South will have a serious problem, and so will many other areas. So it's not an option. Um, Unfortunately, I don't have, a good answer other than that we will continue and we will work hard and we will try to be more creative and disseminate information in new ways. I'll share with you that, I see that international media is still broadcasting a lot about what's going on, but they're requesting less and less IDF personnel to speak about it. And the airwaves are dominated by journalists and reporters and other people, not necessarily Israelis, which is unfortunate. But sorry that I don't have a specific answer to you, RBA, but I appreciate you pointing it out, and I appreciate your warm words of concern. Visegrad. Visegrad. Roman Empire, are you ready to speak?
Yes. Shalom, Jonathan. And obviously, how's everything going? I spoke to you, I believe, 3 weeks ago before we went to the ground. And I asked you a question, what we're doing to make sure our Jewish, basically civilians, and obviously our soldiers are not hurt when we go inside. And I have 2 questions about it. Did we change our strategy? And is the strategy is the same thing with everybody right now? In we're gonna finish the job, we're gonna destroy Hamas in the tunnels, and then we can basically leave. Is this the same? Are we all on the same page? That's what I really want to find out.
In short, yes, those are the orders that the IDF has. That is what we're doing. We are approaching that mission systematically, professionally, using the military capabilities that we have, and they are plenty. We are not using all of the force that we have. We are not striking wildly in Gaza, but we are applying force where there is enemy and where the enemy has the capabilities, and we are going stronghold after stronghold, striking Hamas where they are. We are trying to separate and to peel away the layers of human shields that Hamas is using, and we are exposing Hamas in each and every location. We have to be patient, and we know that it will take time. This won't be a quick military operation. We have to remain focused, be patient, be very strong and resolute. And so far, I think that the fighting on the ground is proceeding well according to plan. It is a difficult area and it's a challenging environment, but it is proceeding according to plan, and we are quite happy with it. And yes, to answer your question again, that is the aim, to dismantle Hamas and make sure that there's no military threat emanating from Gaza ever again. Who else do we have? Sina.
Hi, Jonathan. Before I wear out my welcome, there is a rally in DC on, this is a plug, that is a pro-Israeli rally that is organized by the major American Jewish organization. That whoever is in the United States, I really would like to request for everyone to show up in droves with flags and show our support for Israel. And I have a question. What do you think the temperament or the stance is on the Islamic Republic in Tehran? The bird's eye view from say, Israel and the international community? Thank you.
Yeah, I think the Iranians, they are the masterminds behind much of what we're seeing. Their investment in Hamas is what has made all of this possible. Without Iranian money and weapons, training and funding, this wouldn't have happened. I think that they were perhaps happy on the 7th and 8th and 9th and 10th of October, maybe very excited with the achievements, with the horrible achievements of Hamas. I think that they are less excited now. And I think that they are now also in a dilemma what to do and how far should they try to escalate the situation. How many of their pawns or rooks will they use? They understand that Hamas is in a problem, that we are now focused on and are going to dismantle Hamas and take them off the field or the playing board. And their biggest asset, Hezbollah, has to think twice and more than that before it jeopardizes its existence and launches a war with Israel. The Iranians are exceptionally good at using others to do their fighting. They're, I think, best in the world when it comes to founding, funding, guiding, and using proxies. They have been doing this ever since 1979, just a few years after they started using proxies. I don't know how good they are at fighting themselves. And of course, if the situation escalates and Israel perceives that to be a good venue to approach, then maybe we will see how good the Iranians fight for themselves. But the bottom line here is that there's perhaps room for concern for Iran, seeing that the Arabic street in Israel is not joining in. The Palestinians in Judea and Samaria are not rising up. The Lebanese are very careful, not Hezbollah, but the others are careful, understanding that if they go beyond a certain threshold, they will face war. So there's many things for them to consider. It may be started well for Iran. I definitely hope that it will end very, very badly for a very dark and evil regime that is spreading terrorism and violence across the Middle East and has nothing good to show for its investments.
Jonathan, I just want to say that the Iranian people are 100% supportive of Israel and her campaign into this victory. So I want to make a separation between the people of Iran and the Iran regime. So that is very important for us, for our pride. I'm a Persian Jew myself, who was displaced during the 1979 revolution. So I just want that to be emphasized, that the people of Iran are of a totally separated agenda than the Islamic Republic itself. Forgive me for jumping in. Thank you.
All good. Thank you. Thank you. And yes, of course, the issue isn't the oppressed people of Iran, but it is the Islamic regime of Iran. Let's have someone who I haven't seen before, Soup-Centric. Interesting name. I hope you'll behave. I've approved you, and you should be able to speak. وموفيها بطور منشأة. Shab. Yeah. Soup-Centric, do you want to go?
Yes, hi. Thanks for having me. I was wondering if you had, I know you have your hands full, but if you had a dedicated person, I'm not volunteering, but I just thought it was a good idea if you had a dedicated person to convey the messages that you were just saying about how you have outreach to the people who own buildings, the landlords, before you hit and stuff, like, so that on things like TikTok and platforms that most of us don't go on, but a lot of the younger crowd in their 20s and teens do. That may be a good idea. Maybe you already have that.
Thank you. We have released voice recordings of such conversations between Israeli intel officers calling to Gazans, landlords, etc., informing them that they need to leave because we're going to strike the building. But it's never enough. And thank you for your advice. I will push that upwards and make sure that it's done. So just to wrap up here, it's still very much of a touch and go situation when it comes to the north. We are very focused on what Hezbollah is doing. We're analyzing their activities. We are defending vigilantly. I know that according to Hezbollah sources, more than 60 Hezbollah combatants have been killed in attempts to attack Israel, some of them while trying to, some of them after, some of them before, but quite a lot of combat casualties for Hezbollah. Hopefully that sends a message that it wouldn't serve their purposes to attack Israel. And as for the south, we are committed and understanding that this will not be a quick situation, but that we will achieve our goal of dismantling Hamas, and we will do so while continuing to minimize the damage to civilians and the killing of civilians. We understand the importance of it, and it is part of our values, and we can only feel sorry for the civilians who are under this oppressive Hamas regime, who have very little choice. And what we're doing now, in the long run, I think that this military operation will be a turning point for Gaza, for the people who live in Gaza. And at the end of this, perhaps shortly after, once reconstruction efforts will be done, and education and efforts and investments, etc., Gaza will be a much, much better place, free of terrorism and extremism. We will do this again. We will do the spaces again. Maybe we'll notify a little bit longer ahead of time for you to be aware. I wish you all the best, and wish that you stay safe and stay updated, stay smart, and shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Nelson, they need your help, man.
Jonathan. Man, oh man, oh man. I mean, let's talk about it, man. What do you guys think about what you just heard, right? So for everybody in the audience right now, I definitely want to see you guys in the chat first. Hit the chat feature bottom right corner, respond to the chat. Let me know where you stand. Let me know what you think. You know, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys have a bunch of stuff to say. So go ahead and start getting it off your chest. Hit the chat feature bottom right corner.
Jonathan, you...
1 second. Goddamn. 1 second. Jonathan, respond to the tweet of the space with your answer. Let me know what you guys think. But that being said, hit the request button Nelson, if you want to get on stage.
Can I say something real quick about it, about what that speech sounded like?
Let's go to Free Assange real quick, man. Free Assange wants to get it off.
Nelson, the guy sounds real bad, man. They are in a bad shape. The guy is demoralized. You could hear he could not answer any question properly. They need your help. Get enlisted. Jonathan, Tali, Rita from underneath here. You guys need to go by. I mean, $14 billion is not enough. Aircraft carriers are not doing the thing. 50 other countries aligned. They are really not much. Look at these guys, some tunnels, dudes, and then across the border in Lebanon, Hezbollah, they are really rattling them so bad all over the place. I mean, this is a narrative of a loser. If this is the best army in the world, supported by the best and the most powerful countries, these guys are done, man. These guys are cooked. I mean, they need to come back to the table. They need to give all the Palestinians really want. A two-state solution, maybe 67 borders, not one state, but go to 67 borders, man. Nelson, really 67 borders, which you are convinced. But they don't want to give them 67 borders too. I emailed you their Area A, Area B, Area C plan. If you read that, they are only giving 18% of West Bank to Palestinians. 82% they already own it, and they don't want to give an inch of that.
So, Nelson, this guy's looping. He already said this an hour ago. Can we talk about the speech real quick?
Sim, jump
Nelson, I'm pro-Palestinian, and I disagree with him.
One second, 1 second. Let's get Sim in. Sim, what are your thoughts about that press conference, man? IDF. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, actually, I don't think that they are doing a bad job. I think they're accomplishing their exact goal. I think they're very strong, and I think they're going to keep doing the exact same thing they've been doing for the last month. So yeah, their stated goal is to go after Hamas, but I don't think that they are really doing what they could to, get the civilians out of the way. That we've just seen too many, attacks using weapons designed specifically to hurt infantry, meaning weapons that attack flesh. Such as the Hellfire missiles that send out blades, and I could go through them all, but I'm not going to. But the whole point is, I think they're very strong. I think they're accomplishing their goals very much, and I don't think that anyone should have sympathy for such a strong army that is using military-grade weapons against a civilian target. So I'll leave it at that, but I also want to remind everybody that I did put the information we were waiting for up into the nest that does show how children in Israel are indoctrinated to hate Arabs. That's also in the comments section for this space as well. Thank you so much, Nelson.
Sabrina, what are your thoughts about that press conference? Like, are you buying Free Assange's bullshit and Sim's bullshit? What are your thoughts? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so they probably listened to the Hamas press release that said the Hamas killed like 138 tanks, which we all know is absolute bullshit. So that's probably where they get their fake news, and that's why they think that the Hamas people are winning, which is absolutely ridiculous. But I just wanted to give a shout out to our boy Yehuda. I don't know if anyone else picked up on that, but Yehuda was there. He had his question. He mentioned John. I think he meant this space or one of these spaces. I felt
Yeah,
like he
they
was
wouldn't
like
let me
talking
up.
to us.
Spinks was in there too.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I thought that was a nice little representation from our spaces here that we had on there, and I thought
Heck yeah,
that
Sabrina.
it was great, and yeah, I'm thinking like as they've been getting closer to Shifa, we've been seeing more and more videos. I don't know if you guys are seeing the videos of the nurses in the hospital blaming Hamas for all the problems. So I think as the IDF continues to get in there and help the Palestinian people, we're going to hear more and more Palestinian people speaking out against Hamas, speaking up for the IDF. I watched another video today where one of them said that they really thought life was better under the occupation. So I think all these people who are speaking on behalf of Palestinians who've never even been to Gaza have no clue what the fuck they're talking about, and they're all going to look really embarrassed when this is all over. And the actual Palestinians in Gaza have freedom of speech to go out and actually say how they feel and explain what's been happening there since 2006. I think it's going to be a really harsh awakening for a lot of these leftist people who are just jumping on this Free Palestine movement for absolutely no reason other than their superiority and moral justice.
Wow. Are you talking about guys like Free Assange and Sim?
No, I think Free Assange is like actually like an anti-Semitic person. He lives in Pakistan, where they pretty much like wiped out all the Hindu
Washington
Indians.
DC, Washington DC, Washington DC.
I don't think he's like a fair person, but I think for the people who are undecided, they're going to see the truth.
Wow. TLC, what did you pick up from that press conference? What are your thoughts?
Look, there's a couple of points. The first thing is he contradicted himself. He started with saying, we have no war with the civilian population. He ended up saying that we feel sorry for the civilians, but we have little choice. Because in the beginning he also said, oh well, some of them are supporters of Hamas. So he's almost trying to justify, to say, you know what, we're not at war with you, but we know some of you are supporters of Hamas, so we're gonna kill you anyway. And he, interestingly, I'm surprised no one picked up on this. He also said, he mentioned the fact that, yes, we told you to evacuate, to go to the south, but we didn't say we're not going to bomb you in the south. We'll still bomb you in the south. So it's like, he's basically saying, look, we're going to displace you from your homes in the north, go to the south, and we'll
They're
keep
not
bombing you in the
bombing
south.
people in the South, dude. Stop making shit up, bro.
He said it himself, bro. Did you not listen to the conference? He said,
Did you miss that,
we
Mars?
never stated we have bombed in the south. They have bombed in the south. And he also said, by the way, we haven't said we won't bomb in the south. Like, he actually specifically quoted saying, I hope that space is recorded. You can listen to it after. It was right at the beginning. So, I mean, that whole conference was a love-in, an echo chamber of propaganda. He also said, oh, there's not enough IDF spokesmen in Western media. There's quite a lot. I mean, I've listened to mainstream media in CNN, BBC, everything else. And there is there has been a lot of IDF voices, but the problem is they get asked the tough questions in mainstream media, the tough ones about war crimes, human rights violations, which they run away from. They don't have a love fest like the questions they asked them in that one. They would basically say, oh, we love you guys are doing great. There was no tough questions, man. It was an echo chamber of Israeli propaganda. These I'm talking about the type of questions that in independent international organizations, that UN, chiefs in terms of human rights have seen on the ground. Those kind of questions, not Hamas propaganda, not anything else, but independent organizations around the world, countries who are coming out. Last night, the president of France came out and said they needed to do a ceasefire because there could be violations of human rights. That's the head of state of France, which they're changing the tune now. Okay, so loads of countries around the world can see it, and that was just propaganda, man. Like, seriously.
Man, I definitely want to hear from my guy Yehuda, man. Yehuda, we were live streaming the press conference over here. We definitely heard you on stage as well. Definitely want to get your thoughts, man. I mean, what so up top, I just pinned to the top of the space my notes from what he had to say, but I definitely want to get your perspective as well. Let's talk about it. Yehuda. Is Yehuda on the stage? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, he's here. He's here.
Yo, Yehuda, your microphone, man. Your microphone.
Okay, he's still making the matzah. Leave him alone.
It seems like the IDF kidnapped that boy. Okay. Let's go to I want to go to Tyrone real quick. Tyrone, what are your thoughts, man? What are your thoughts? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, spent like probably a couple of 100 hours in your guys' space. So if I could just take this opportunity to ask Free Assange a couple of questions.
I mean, relating to the press conference. If not, let me circle back to it. Okay, I'm going to circle back to it. All right, let's go to Tuesday. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty typical of what his press conferences has been. I know Free Assange over here saying he tired and like worn out from the war. The dude's admitted that he's not front lines. He sits at a desk and does conferences. He's tired because it's midnight over there. Maybe he's tired from instructing everybody on those TikTok dances that everyone was making fun of IDF about. And like, oh, they won't enter Gaza because all they can do is TikTok dances. Shit, them dances be working over there. They whooping ass. But yeah, no, I mean, I think it was a normal press conference meeting with him.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Let's keep it moving. So certain things he said, right? And you can see from my notes up top, he said some really interesting things, right? And I know some of these things have been on people's minds, but they definitely, create room for a debate. So, well, actually, before I even get there, he said something I found very interesting. Apparently, over 250,000 Israelis have been displaced due to this conflict, right? From the south and from, Ashkelon and about 25 communities in the north. That was one thing he said that caught me, unawares. I didn't know, a lot of Israelis were displaced, to that amount, 250,000. That's a lot of people, and I wasn't expecting to hear that, but I just found that very interesting. But again, just going to, again, something that's probably going to trigger some of you guys. He's attributing responsibility to Hamas for the casualties in Gaza. Hamas is responsible for all the innocent civilians dying in Gaza. I definitely want to get your perspective. Matter of fact, if you're in the audience right now, you're not on stage, I need you to hit the chat feature at the bottom right corner of the space and respond to the tweet of this space with what you think about that comment. That comment that Hamas is responsible for all the casualties, all the innocent civilians dying in Gaza. Let me know exactly what you think. If you think it's on point, if you think it's bullshit, if you're in the middle about it, whatever. Put it in the chat right now. Respond to the tweet of this space, and let's talk about it. But that being said, Free Assange, I mean, do your thing, bro. Let's get it off, man. Get it off. Free Assange going once, going twice. All right, let me go to Sim. Sim, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nelson. I heard all that in there, and I was very concerned about the Israelis that were displaced for their homes. That can't be fun, and I'm sure it took them some time to get out of there. But at the same time, they had a chance to leave. And as far as whose fault it is, for the civilians in Gaza dying, Hamas isn't pulling the trigger. And it does take time for a poor community to gather their belongings and decide where to go and organize that and get out. And I'm sure it's very difficult to do that when the logistics for vehicles and buses and transportation and fuel is not just limited but scarce in Gaza right now. So for me, I'm going to have to put a large portion of the blame on the ones who are pushing the buttons and pulling the triggers, because if someone came into my home and shot my family, and then I picked up a gun and went into their home and shot their family, well, I'd be responsible for the trigger that I pulled. And that's just my innocent way of looking at it. I'm sure there's more minutia to it, but for me, when children die because of a military weapon, it's the fault of those who pull the trigger.
Okay, but if that's what you're saying, then I mean, you're essentially saying October 7th is the reason why we're in this situation, right? Somebody grabbed a weapon, somebody pulled a trigger, and now people are paying the consequences.
I could agree with you
right?
on that one, right? But I think that the reason why Hamas was in the situation to do October 7th was all of the atrocities that have happened due to the actions of the Israeli Defense Force in
Atrocity
Palestine
justification,
from
guys. Are we doing this for
2023
reals?
and before. So from the beginning of 2023 and before, there have been lots of actions on the part of the Israeli Defense Force that are not justified and that are considered atrocities. So if you really want to be like who threw the first punch, we would probably keep going back in history, just so far to become nauseating. But if we want to look at 2023,
Nelson?
Yeah, it's convenient
if
this
we want
guy
to look at
can't
just
remember 10-7,
2023,
guys.
sure. So if we want to look at just 2023, and we will look at, hey, look, this is what Israel did before the 7th.
He can't recall what happened a month ago, but he
I'm
wants to go
almost
back in
landing. It really
75
just takes
years.
20
Okay, got it,
seconds
buddy.
to just, yeah. So if we look at what happened during 2023, we can go, okay, well, there may have been a position that Hamas took based upon, some events that have happened, but we need to look at those. And I will not discount the fact that Iran may have pushed Hamas to do something like this.
All right,
Who broke the ceasefire, Sim?
Yehuda, I was trying to toss
My
some light to
brother.
you when you jumped in, man. Let's talk about it, bro.
My AirPods were not connecting, man, so I couldn't
God
speak
damn.
up. $463. What am I buying? Stuff made in what?
They have
More
Epega
like
listing all
463 yuan, man. Don't buy Chinese shit, bro. Come on, man.
You need
It's
to buy your
Apple.
earbuds from
It's
Israel,
Canadian
Yehuda.
dollars, bro. It's Canadian
Come on,
dollars, so
bro.
it's like 17 cents on the dollar. Look, listen. I've heard Sim came on MySpace and tried to pull that nonsense, and I shut him down. He shut up real quick. It's funny. He keeps repeating the same stuff. It's like you don't learn. It's very simple. Hamas.
You didn't shut me down, Yehuda. I was giving you respect. That was very disrespectful, what you just said.
No, I shut you down. I called you out for the same statement you made in MySpace. You justified the murder and the chopping up of friggin' 1,500 men, women, and children, the kidnapping of 9-month-old babies, and you did so under the guise of, what did Israel do before? You know what? Israel never marched into...
That's not true. Why don't you tell them what I did say, Yehuda?
One mic, talk.
Well, tell them what I did say, because what you're saying is putting words...
Would you stop? Nelson, please. I'm used to dealing with children. I got a lot of children, and he ain't one of mine. Thank God. I gotta say that. I gotta say this. I called
I'm just
you out
not used to
on it.
dealing with liars.
1 second, Sim. God damn it. 1 second.
Give this guy a pacifier. Listen, people who try to pontificate and make up stuff. It's very simple. Never once have you heard of the Israeli army marching into a Palestinian town, putting kids in ovens, butchering them, chopping them up, raping them, taking GoPro video cameras of them, putting them on
None
the
of that
internet.
happened.
None of that happened. Okay. All right. Well, listen, you could live in La La Land. I'll live over here in reality. Bottom line is you can't justify psychotic, unbridled terror. I'm glad you said that none of it happened because it shows that you're delusional. Listen, Nelson, I tried to bring you up. I contacted my peeps in the, that other room. You should have stayed, by the way. Conricus had a great talk with him.
Oh, you mean the IDF room?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, I was live streaming it. That was my computer, so I wasn't really using that.
Oh shit!
Because I was feeding the audio into this space, and everybody in here was listening. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So sorry, I'm too old, Nelson, to computers.
Come on, man.
Bring me out of the home. Just wheel me out of the home.
By the way, you were doxing yourself on that stage, man. So you said you're an IDF vet. You used to be in the IDF.
I did. I was. But those were many years ago. I was
before. Well, we respect Joseph enough not to dox him, so I keep all of his private information to myself because I wouldn't want to do that to anybody.
I've already been doxed, brother. Don't care. Long hair. But
what I'm saying is I give you respect and you don't return the same respect.
I don't need your respect.
I can't believe you would lie about me in front of a space.
Don't need it. Don't want it. Thanks, buddy.
I thought that you and I had some common.
Stop talking over me, man. Jesus Murphy.
If I want to talk Sim, I was in that space and he did shut you down.
Stop muting me so I can mute myself, please.
I'm not. This isn't.
All right, let me get one mic on Yehuda real quick. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Jesus,
Let's
I
go.
just want to say this ain't Grindr. I don't want to talk to you, bud. Look, at the end of the day, it's very simple. The Israelis have gone well out of their way to protect innocent lives. We discussed it. It's been there. Is it a horrible situation that innocent people have to die? Yes. And the normal response from people on my side of the equation is it's Hamas's responsibility. You know what, Nelson, please tell me how you say it in the United States. If you don't want, what is it? Nothing. Don't what? Don't bring it. Don't bring nothing.
Answer it yourself.
If you don't want none,
don't say
that's
nothing.
how it starts.
That's it. So this is kind of like that old thing of, you know what? Don't start something you can't finish, and then don't cry about it later because you sound like a BIT. Anyway, Nelson.
It sounds like you're asking for Israel to get their ass kicked.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like you're telling me violence is the only option.
Are you just stop it, dude? Wake up. Last time I checked, it's Israel.
Do you really want Israel to get nuked?
It's the Israel on the outskirts of Shifa Hospital. It's not Hamas on the outskirts of Tel Aviv Hospital, bro. I don't know what planet you live on, but I'd love to know how to get there because it seems like a wild ride.
God damn. Yo, Sim, are you going to let him do you like that, bro? For everyone in here that's pro-Palestinian, you going to let Yehuda do you guys like that? Come on, man.
Yehuda doesn't like strong
they
opposition,
have to, Nelson,
so I don't want to hurt his feelings.
Yehuda's right. They have to let him do it.
Yo, Mars, you're trying to dick ride Sim. Like, if you want to attack Sim, attack him on your own ones. Why are you trying to use?
Hey, Ashley, nobody cares what you think,
ma'am.
Exactly.
Stop trying to use Yehuda to attack
you
Sim.
You poor little indoctrinated child. Please go back to school. Go back to your college professor's room.
School, but you're autistic as hell.
You're not good at this stuff here.
Wow. Shut up.
You're poorly equipped. Trust me.
We're throwing.
You're poorly equipped for the truth now.
You're stupid.
You're a child who gets a lot of money from other people to get indoctrinated at schools.
And I use common sense.
Yeah.
You have
apparently not.
Just gave you $14 billion.
Apparently not. You're
fatality. All right, got the microphone back. Ladies and gentlemen, hit the request button if you want to get on the stage right now. So pretty much about 20-30 minutes ago, of course, the IDF spokesperson, he's a colonel, I just don't remember his name, Jonathan. He had a space where he was basically just giving an update, an operational update in regards to, the Israeli military and everything that's going on, both in the south and in the north, right? And of course, a number of things were said. Yehuda happened to be there actually, and he was asking some questions, what actually did get answered. And I put together my notes that I remembered. I'm pretty sure it's probably some more stuff that I'm missing. So if you guys can do me a favor, just scroll all the way to the top of the space, and that tweet up there, just add your notes to it regarding anything that I may have missed, in my notes. But essentially, again, the most surprising thing that I heard, in that press conference was pretty much, hey, 250,000 Israelis are displaced, both from the south and the north, and all the way in areas like Ascalon, et cetera, et cetera. I was very, very, I was shocked because I hadn't heard that before. I've heard about the millions of Palestinians in Gaza being displaced. I've heard about the tens of thousands of people who died in Gaza, but I haven't. I mean, it's either people know about this and aren't talking about it, or just don't know about it at all. But I mean, clearly the war is affecting Israel as well, right? I mean, 250,000 people displaced. I mean, he said certain people have, moved away to, stay with their friends and family, sleeping on couches, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's kind of a big deal as well to throw in this conversation, right? So that being
Nelson, can I
said,
tell you something? Can I tell you something?
let's do it.
My cousin, he's got 6 kids. One of them is handicapped in a wheelchair. And because of that, they couldn't keep going back and forth to the bomb shelter in northern Israel. So they actually went back. They're actually staying at friends in Los Angeles, right? So he had to take 5 children, abled, 1 disabled child with one of those funky wheelchairs. You know what I'm saying? This is just me, right? That's just one of my family. There are hundreds of thousands, 250,000 Israelis that they're not in their homes. There's 60,000 of them living in Eilat, in hotel rooms. So when people pretend, so the Israelis maybe they don't talk enough about it. They don't want your sympathy. They don't cry about it. They don't whine, too much wine, too many grapes, and they're under a lot of pressure. But you know what? They're saying we're going to do what we need to do. We're going to protect our civilians. We're going to move them out of harm's way, and we're going to go eradicate Hamas. What does Hamas say? Whoa, 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 whoa! Where are our people? Put them in front of us because we don't want to die. Even though we say we're brave, we're not brave.
The Israelis are flying to Los Angeles. The Israelis are staying in hotel rooms. They're not sitting on the side of the road going, I don't have any clothes left. I don't have anything left at all because my home is destroyed. Right? Like, what is this? Is this sympathy? Heck no. I'm not going to give you sympathy for people who live in hotel rooms now because they have the money to do that. And you don't even look at what's going on to the Gazans who are literally no food, no water for days, weeks, right? It's almost a month now, right? Oh, go to the south. We won't bomb you there. And then the IDF admits that they're still going to bomb the crap out of them in the south. Don't give me this hotel room flying to LA.
That is
Crap,
just not
Yoda.
true.
What are you talking about?
All right, thanks, Great White
No
Savior.
one's going to have sympathy
Thanks.
for
Great
that
White
kind of
Savior.
crap.
Thanks. No one cares what you're saying.
No, I keep asking you the same question. What is your plan for peace? What does peace look like to you? And you know what? After 5 days, you still
Dude,
can't
you
give me a
just make
direct
stuff
answer.
up. You haven't
You
you
are an
actually are not messaging
IDF
me.
shill who just
Yeah,
wants
I am.
violence and war. And I
Yep,
thought
you
you
got
had a
it.
common ground.
You
I
got it.
thought you wanted peace, but
You
instead
got
what
it.
you want is violence
You
and war
got
so
it.
you can
Oh,
have a
you got it.
sacrifice, a
Thank you.
blood sacrifice to that
Thank
God
you.
that you
Yeah,
still hold
to
on to,
Moloch.
this
Yeah.
mythology where you worship
Oh
El,
my
and you need to
God.
let go of this stupid mythology
Oh my
and start to
God.
get onto
Thank
the
you.
page of humanity like the rest of the world.
All right. Okay, thanks.
All right, ladies and
We're
gentlemen, let me grab the mic. Okay. There we go. Round 1.
You gotta get me in.
Sim, I'm not gonna lie, bro. It seems like Sim knocked you the fuck out.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying, bro? I mean, shit. I mean,
No, you
that
know
boy's
what?
coming with the fire.
No, they're coming with the fire, but based in mental illness. Look,
God
Sim.
damn.
The only thing that Sim is good at or real at is Sim City. It's like, it's a fantasy creation land for nerds to sit on the internet and make up cities.
That was a bad one.
Nothing he said makes even any sense. You know what? When something is so dumb and your brain is trying to function and say, what is this guy saying? Well, the poor. Listen, if you're a terrorist group in a poor area, guess what you don't do? You don't go and murder 1,500 people in a country that could kick your butt from here to Sunday and then cry and get your white knight savior from Oklahoma, wherever you're
But
from,
15,
SimCity, and
yeah,
you go and you make up
1,500
this stuff.
people weren't
I'm not
killed,
even listening. You're not on my radar. I don't even know
but
what you're
they're not even
saying.
killed. They're not even killed. You're talking about 1,500.
One second. One
Ashley's a
mic on Yehuda.
15-year-old high school student.
Let me get one mic on Yehuda, goddammit. One mic on
Listen,
Yehuda.
honestly, I feel, you know what? My role is coming out, Nelson. It's called the professor. I'm here to teach some lessons, and I just don't know if they're ready. And Sim and this,
Go
what is
ahead.
ASL, age, sex, location. I don't care about
I keep
what you're
asking
saying.
you, Yoda,
You
what
don't
is your
listen.
plan for
Hey, can you get off of me? I'm not interested. I don't
what
want to
does
be
it
your
look like
friend. I don't want
to
to
get
talk
to
to you.
peace?
Hey, Sim, let me get one mic on Yehuda, my brother. One mic on Yehuda. God damn. Bro, why do you trigger these people so much, Yehuda? I mean,
It's
Jesus
my
Christ.
super good
Nelson, can
looks
you
and my
get him to answer
Jewishness.
my question?
Let him finish though. I'll ask him myself. Let him finish though. Appreciate you. Yehuda, go ahead, brother. Let's talk about it.
Woo, I don't know. Perform the surgery. Listen, it's very simple. I hear a lot of people whining about terrorists who want to do murdering, and when they get smacked the F out, they send their clowns online to cry about it. Listen, I'm not a Kleenex salesman. Tell someone else, bro. That's it. Just take a walk. Like, what you say doesn't make sense. Between the two of these guys, there's another guy. They go on Chat GPT X Element Q, and they're telling me stuff, and they're reading scripts. You're not even from the region. You got no skin in the game. You've literally nothing to say. You know, you say stuff.
You're still
I
eating your
confront
Jewish
you.
Canadian bacon.
My Jewish Canadian bacon. Okay. You just say words. It's like verbal diarrhea. That's all I hear out of your mouth, man.
God damn.
It's the craziest. I never heard this stuff before. I never met people in person this crazy. It's time to stop. You have no skin in the game. You have no idea what you're talking about. I shut you down in my space every
You're in
day. You come up.
Toronto.
You come up.
Look
I don't
at
come
you.
up to your Sim City space. You come up to
Thank
my
you.
space. I
Thank
say, hey,
you.
shut it down. This isn't Nelson's space. I'm not as nice as Nelson. I don't sound as good as Nelson. And then I say, let's talk about it just to piss you off. Thanks, Nelson.
Let's talk about it, though. So
You guys can see he's a beautiful soul. I'm sure you'd want to room with him.
You're the terrorist, racist enabler, dude. You're the one who wants people to die. I'm the one who wants one love. Check it out.
I won't go take your land, that's for sure.
We see the delivery of love with bombs, right? Bombs.
Man, free his size, man.
Can I
Yeah, that's my brother. But let me go to Adam. Adam, let's talk about it, brother. Let's go.
Yeah, I just want to say to everyone, to all sides, like, dudes, what the fuck? Like, I don't know how we got to this point that we are just unable to hear each other's side. Like, obviously, in every conflict, in every argument, there are both sides, and both of them to some extent are wrong. Both of them to some extent are right, and this dialogue doesn't promote any sort of peace or betterment of people. This is just like social media nonsense. Like, I just want to say, I just saw that Sim went away. He said that um, rich people living in hotels like they went out and broke out. They fled to hotels. All refugees in Israel. Those people have no dime on their ass, right? They're being, like, Israel is paying for all of the, like, the government is paying for everyone anywhere that is currently displaced, like, and I know, and sadly, Hamas never, gave that opportunity for the Palestinian people. They didn't build tunnels for them. They didn't build shelters for them. So yeah, so that there is also misinformation. There's also misinformation on both sides. I gotta say it. That's for a fact. Right?
Hey, bro, real quick. Just want to ask you questions pertaining specifically to what the IDF spokesperson had to say. Were you in this space? Did you listen to the press
Yeah,
conference, brother?
yeah, I listened to it. Yeah.
Okay, what are your thoughts, man? What are your thoughts? Are you calling cap? Are you calling bullshit? Or do you agree with most of the stuff he's saying? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I gotta say that I didn't listen to all of it, but I did listen to most of it, and I think that there is a lot of credibility in it. I know I may be biased. I'm Israeli. You can say it whatever you want. Like, I would argue with you on that. That's okay. It's okay to argue. But I think that one of the key points that went unnoticed is that the IDF is trying to make as much as possible to reduce. Um, I know that it sounds crazy, but they do as much as possible to reduce, uh, 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 casualties on the Palestinian side, and that has a cost on the Israeli troops, right? And the IDF knows that. They knows that many civil, like, you can say, like public opinion, some public opinion. I wouldn't say that all of it, but some public opinion in Israel would say that this is an abomination, that they are risking the lives of our troops, like the Israeli soldiers, on the cost of other lives. But this, you can say whatever you want. There are so many sides to the argument, but it's for a fact that the IDF does make efforts to minimize casualties. You can argue that it doesn't do enough. You can argue that it doesn't do much, or does too much. As some people say, it might be. But you
Right.
cannot say that it doesn't do it all, because it does.
Right. Right. No, 100%, my brother. Appreciate you for your perspective. Let's go to Ali. Ali, spice this thing up, man. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate you letting me speak. I just came up here and I'm going to be short. I'm going to be concise to the point. My position on this whole genocide is that Zionists are terrorists, and the world is waking up and they're seeing it. That's why
You know what? Let me get you right there. Let me get you right there. What is a Zionist?
a Zionist is a person who believes that they have like a birthright to land. They're
I mean,
basically they're different
if
than
that's if that's your
Orthodox Jews.
definition,
Yeah.
yeah. But if that's your definition, wouldn't that be the Palestinians too?
No, the Palestinians are not the ones who have stolen land, bro. They're the indigenous people to that land, actually.
Yeah, but your explanation was it's people that have a birthright that think they have a birthright to land, right? So that's got to be the Jews and the Palestinians, correct?
Well, no, because Zionists not only want to take over the land of the Palestinians, they want to go beyond that and take over the whole Middle East, and they're waiting for their Meshuch, which we know as
Okay, so
Dajjal.
so 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 Zionist is somebody that believes the land that they're on is their birthright, but also wants to expand and take over additional land.
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, what my definition of Zionist, and I think a lot of people who are on the pro-Palestine side will agree with this, is straight up terrorism. And even there's Jews that'll agree with me, and everybody
Okay,
else that
so
has
so
that
would you
opinion.
call so let me ask you a question. Al Qaeda, are they Zionists?
Al Qaeda, no, they're not Zionists.
You said it's straight up terrorism, right?
Well, I'm not here talking about Al Qaeda. I'm here talking about Palestine and IDF. So, what do you want to do,
Yeah,
Nelson?
but I asked you for a definition of a word.
Yeah, and I told you what my answer is. I think
You
Zionists are
said
terrorists, straight
terrorism,
up.
right? Yeah, terrorism, right?
Yeah, because terrorists are people who harm civilians, and they're killing like
Okay,
20
so basically,
people.
are you saying any terrorist is a Zionist?
No, I said Zionists are terrorists. That's my definition. Because they're
That
killing
doesn't make
innocent
any
people.
fucking sense.
No sense.
I do make sense. What I'm
Let, let, let,
what
let,
what
let
I'm
me
telling
let me
you is
understand.
that the whole
No, no, no.
Zionist movement is
I'm gonna
terrorism.
Nelson,
speak right.
Nelson, what he is saying
Wait,
is
wait,
that
no, no,
somebody from
don't
Brooklyn
speak
can
for him.
go
Don't
to.
speak for him, bro. Don't speak for him. Don't speak for him. I'm doing
Okay,
this
okay.
intentionally, bro. Don't speak for him. Okay? It's like, and I'm gonna toss you the mic to get so you can get back to your point. By the way, this has nothing to do with your beliefs, whether you're pro-Palestinian, pro-Israeli, whatever the fuck. I just feel like the word Zionist has become the buzzword of the past 30 days or the past 40 days or however long since this fucking war started. That's like the new cool word. You know, when you were in high school, you had little cool words, you know what I'm saying? You say to the girls, everybody go. It's like Zionist is that new buzzword. And the crazy thing about that word is none of you motherfuckers can give me a straight up definition as to what the fuck it means. And
Nelson,
then
it's the
each
new N
Do you
person,
word.
want the Google definition,
bro,
bro, or do you
and check
want the
this out.
definition
Check
that
this
Nelson,
out,
I've
we've
bro.
been
been
learning
waiting for
right
a
Check this
now?
out.
while. I could
And
define
It's
then
one.
the
each
new
person,
N word, Nelson.
yo, dude, each person that gives me a definition to that word, it's a definition from the next person. But they both support the same cause. Right? Like literally go on my Twitter profile. I tweeted this question out last night, right? What is the Zionist? I probably got, I don't know, 50, 60, 70,000 views on that and a bunch of comments. Just go through the comments. Just scroll through. It's like 100 different definitions. Like, yo, if you're gonna use the fucking word, at least know the motherfucking meaning. What the fuck is a Zionist?
Okay, Nelson, I'm going to give you the Google definition. Do you want that?
Let's talk about it.
Okay, cool. So let me first read you the Google definition, and then let me tell you my opinion on it. So if you Google Zionism, it says a movement for, in parentheses, originally the reestablishment, keyword reestablishment, right? And now the development and protection of a Jewish nation in what is now Israel. It was established as a political organization in 1897 under Theodore Herzl and was later led by Chaim Weizmann. So if
Chaim.
Jews, yeah, well, whatever. I don't give a shit about their pronunciation. So, if Jews want to claim to be Zionists, that means Jews were basically invented in 1897. No, the Zionist Congress was invented by Theodore Herzl for a reason. Is because Zionists wanted to take control over all the land. They wanted to steal it from the Palestinians, and that's what the 1917 Balfour Declaration. The British pretty much gave the Zionists Palestine, who belonged to the Ottoman Empire, on a platter, and they said you can just have it because the Zionists aided them in military money because the British were in war, right? So I'm going to continue with my opinion, and my opinion is that what I see Zionists doing, not only murdering women, children, and innocent people, they're justifying it. And the IDF marketing team is so embarrassing. They got caught with 20 lies. The myth of the 40 babies, which don't even exist. Nobody has provided any sources, no evidence. There's investigative and independent journalists that are there debunking these clowns over and over and over again. And then you have people like Tali and Yehuda coming up on this and basically playing the role of, hey, I'm a wolf in sheep clothing. I'm gonna sound like I'm nice and I'm gonna try to be on both sides, but I'm really on the Zionist payroll. So I'm basically on a mission to light a fire under Zionist ass because we're trying to expose these people. They're hypocrites, they're terrorists, and the world will soon see that that's the truth. And
As
that's
long as
why
you're not firing a
I'm
bomb.
gonna land my plane right now, bro. And the reason right now why less and less countries are starting to support Israel is because they themselves are embarrassed for supporting a genocide. That's why you see Israeli ambassadors pulling out of countries because you guys are embarrassment. And if you look at my profile, right, there's verses in the Quran. The one pinned, it says they seek to deceive Allah and the believers, yet they only deceive themselves, but they fail to perceive it. That's talking about deviants like the Zionists. And my
Thank
second
you.
quote I'm going to say is when they are told, do not spread corruption in the land, they reply, we are only peacemakers. So this is why the Quran is also the truth, because it predicts cowards and Zionists that are terrorists. I rest my case. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. All
Could
right,
I
Nelson,
respond,
please do me a favor.
Nelson?
No, hey,
Yeah,
I'm
let's
the
get.
resident Jew here. Please.
Man, we got a lot of resident Jews, Yehuda, man. But I
Whoa,
mean, you got to
that's
go
right. Your
ladies
space,
first,
bro.
man. That's that IDF shit you bringing
Ladies
over here, man.
first. Let's talk.
Come
Can I
on,
do it?
bro.
Let's talk about it.
Tara, let's talk about it, man. Come on.
Sure. I mean, that was a really interesting diatribe, but it really lacked internal consistency. So everyone who kills civilians is a terrorist. Well, that means that Russia's a terrorist, United States is a terrorist. Pretty much every country in the world has killed innocent civilians at one point or another. That is an interesting definition, but it's not the definition readily accepted. Okay. Number two, Zionism, which you have, of course, misdefined because you keep adding things to it. Zionism is not terrorism per se. What Zionism,
I read the Google definition and then
excuse
I
me,
gave
am
my
I
opinion.
talking?
And you're a
Am
Zionist
I
lawyer, so
talking?
I don't
Am
trust
I,
anything that you say.
listen, I'm talking. You really should be, go on mute, please. Okay, so Zionism basically is the desire of the Jewish people for a Jewish homeland. As it happened under Herzl, it was in Palestine ultimately. Now, as to whether that itself is terrorist, etc., I would beg to differ. I don't think that definition really means that it's terrorism. What I think is that there have been actions taken by different governments that you are upset with, for example, Netanyahu. But this concept that somehow the Jews want to take over all of the Middle East, there's nothing in Zionism that suggests that. Zero, zero, zero. Israel is a small sort of pimple in the middle of a series of hostile nations. There is no evidence that Israel is trying to take over what? Syria, Jordan, Egypt. I mean, what are you talking about? That is nonsensical. So what you have is you have a hatred. And I get that. I understand that. But maybe you could start by at least sort of acknowledging that some of your definitions seem to me to be completely biased and not based on truth. As finally, I want to say this thing of Zionist lawyer, you're being paid. This is sort of nonsense. Nobody's paying me. I'm not a Zionist lawyer. I don't really understand. If anybody who supports Israel is a Zionist, is that what you're trying to say? We are all Zionists. This Nelson, when he
Yeah.
says something in support of Zionism, Nelson is a Zionist shill. I mean, stop. You really should stop this because these sort of name.
Then why do you have rabbis protesting against
Excuse
Zionism?
me.
Yeah, you have
Excuse me.
5 of them. Good for
Yeah,
you.
I mean you know, we have rabbis who do all sorts of things. The Orthodox rabbi, they're small sects, as I'm sure there are in
I don't see Palestinians
as I'm
protesting against
sure there
Palestine.
are, as I'm sure there are
No, what are you
everywhere.
talking
And
about? The Imam of
and
Peace. The
finally,
Imam of Peace.
let me
Hold on. The
just let
Shiite
me
Imam
just
of
let me
Peace.
just say two more things. First, the idea that Israelis are being flown around the world to, the only person I know who's staying in a huge luxury hotel is actually the head of Hamas. right? Who basically seems to have an awful nice life while everybody is dying for him. Okay. And finally,
What do you mean? He's worth
and
$5 billion. He's poor.
right. And finally, I wanted to say something. I know Sim is not on stage, but I don't think Sim can possibly be debated with it because this person denied the Holocaust, completely denied it the other night. And I find that reprehensible. Thank you.
Tira,
Let
he
me
did
jump
not.
in,
Tira, he
please.
did not deny it.
Palestinians are experiencing the new Holocaust. Thank you.
Yeah, sure they are. That's why they're growing at a population rate of God knows what, 8 kids a person. Come on, dude. It's got the
Are you mad
biggest.
because Muslims know how to have kids, bro?
So
Then
you
have more
just
kids.
said they're having a genocide. Now you're saying they have lots of kids, bro. Make it up.
No,
Make
it's
up
your
your
claim.
mind,
All I'm saying is that you're mad about the fact that Muslims like
bro.
to have
You
kids.
know what
Yeah,
you're
we
mad
like to
about.
get married
You
and
know
have
what you're
sex and
mad
have a lot of
about.
kids.
You know
Alhamdulillah,
what you're
nothing
mad.
bad with it, bro.
Alhamdulillah, Israel exists and Palestine doesn't. You know why? Because of people like you.
Stolen
You're too
land,
dumb.
Yehuda. Stolen
You're too
land.
dumb.
Prove stolen land, brother.
You're too dumb to fucking figure it out, man. Jesus Christ.
Yo,
Wake up and
Yehuda,
smell the
you are
coffee.
Ali,
viral,
hold on,
bro.
man. Ali,
God
hold on.
damn.
I'm
Ali,
on
hold on.
fire.
Tira, you
Ketchup.
said,
Oh shit.
Tira, you said because they hate you.
It's getting
In
ridiculous
Johannesburg
now because it's
today,
like these
there was a
guys are
sea of
telling,
humanity
they're at
on
the
the
same
streets.
time
All
holy
the people
warriors
in
of God.
Johannesburg hate you.
They're indestructible,
And there's no hate.
undefeated,
I love Jews. I hate
undefeatable.
Zionists.
Yeah,
Big
yeah, yeah,
difference.
yeah, yeah. I only hate
So
90% of
let,
Jews,
let, let
but
me
I'm
have
not
a
a
I
conversation.
love
racist.
Jews.
Let me
I
have a
hate
conversation.
Zionists. I love Christians. I hate
Hold
Zionists.
up,
It's very
hold up,
clear.
bro. Hold up, buddy. Hold up 1 second. Let me have a conversation with Ali real quick. Ali, are you in America, my brother?
Yeah, I am.
You in America?
Yeah, 100%. I got dual citizenship.
My guy. Okay. Where are you from out there in the Middle East?
My original country is Pakistan, but right now I'm in the U.S. I got dual citizenship. Yep. Why? What's up?
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Are you first generation or second?
I'll be probably third.
Oh,
Oh,
Lord.
so your granddad came over here back in the day.
No, actually, I would say second. Yeah.
He didn't even know what third generation meant. I love
What's
it.
up, man? You didn't get your GED, bro. You forgot how to do math.
No, I got confused by the question. I have a bachelor's degree actually. Thanks.
Okay, great,
Not
great,
in
great.
counting.
All right,
Yeah,
my brother.
Nelson.
So,
But what was your point for your question,
so
though?
tell me this. Nah, I'm just like, dude, dude. I'm a real friendly guy, bro. Like, don't get all this shit twisted. All the let's talk about it. Like, dude, I'm a super chill dude. Like, I have no issues with anybody at all, except fucking idiots that be fucking talking shit, calling me Zionist chill and all that bullshit. I just don't fuck with it. But dude, I'm super chill, right? So, when you see me fuck around in these spaces with either side, it's just how I conduct the show. It's just literally what I've been doing for 3 years at night. Like, dude, so think about this, right? I'm a real estate developer, right? Like, I got my own office, got my own operation, got employees, whole shebang. I leave work at about 5:30. I go pick up my kids from school, take them back home. I get back to the office at 7:30. Now I've started doing it earlier, if you notice with the spaces, and I'm in the office all fucking night, rocking out with you guys. Like, whenever you hear me on that microphone, I'm literally in my office, and I do not get paid for this shit. I've been doing this shit for 3 years because I literally just love communicating with people. But most importantly, I love entertaining the fuck out of people, right? So, like, dude, forget all that Zionist, this, ba, ba, ba. When this story is done, there's a new hot topic. Boom, we're on that shit. Trump and Biden is gonna come in 2024. Boom, I'm on that shit. And it's still the same thing. Laughs, jokes, both sides, talking about it, debating it, rocking and rolling. That's just me, bro. Right? So just want to put that perspective out there for people that think, I'm whatever, Israeli or whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Nelson. If I
Right.
could say something to you, man, I've heard you before, and I do respect the way you host. I just don't respect the way Jonathan and Tali host because they're Islamophobe straight up, and they're
Bro,
ignorant. With all due
that's
respect.
Jonathan's
That's
job,
not
though.
nice.
That's Jonathan's job. Listen, Jonathan's job is to trigger motherfuckers. That's Jonathan's job. It doesn't matter what the topic is, bro. Like, it could be COVID. It could be Republican Democrat. It could be transgenders. It could be whatever the fuck under the sun. Jonathan's job is to trigger the fuck out of you. My job is to calm your ass down and make you laugh so you want to come back here again. You know what I'm
Why do you
saying?
think he sells Xanax?
So I mean, dude, don't get Jonathan misconstrued, bro. But Jonathan's a cool dude. It's literally his job to trigger your ass. That's it. Just
He
want to
does a
put
good
that
job.
out there. But yeah, Ali, man, appreciate you rocking out with us, man. But let's keep the conversation moving.
Yeah,
That was
thanks for having me, man. I
wait for a
appreciate it.
little bit now.
Sammy, what's up, bro?
How are you doing tonight?
Can't
All
hear you,
right.
buddy. Are you
Yeah.
talking?
So the reason I wanted
All
to
right, go
hop
to the
in.
goo. Go
He's
to the
he's
goo. Come back.
talking now.
Okay, well, still got to
Ouch.
go to the goo. Can't hear him. Hit the request button, bro. I'll bring you up. Gabe Rich disease.
My name is Nicholas, actually. It's my surname,
I
Gabrichidze, so
change
you can call me Nick.
your motherfucking name on Twitter, then, bro. What the fuck, nigga?
Nick, you can call me Nick, okay?
How am I
I'm
supposed to
Georgian,
remember
I'm
Nick?
Dutch person of Georgian origin, but name is Nicholas. Oh, you can call me Nick, actually.
Why don't you just put Nick on your profile? Makes it a lot
That's what
easier.
the fuck I'm talking about. Like,
Well, dude, I have like my site, gabrichidze.com. There are my writing and artworks or whatever it is, and like I'm trying to promote it too. But, well, anyway, you call me Nick, okay?
all right, my
All
brother.
right,
No
Nick.
problem. Jump in, bro. Let's talk about it.
Okay, let's talk about it. First of all, Nelson, well, I really like your space. I really had hard efforts to get there, but yeah, and one thing about like Israel Palestine, because this is what we are talking, I really appreciate you picked up the idea which is like circulating. I was promoting it like in with all my heart about two-state solution, which I was getting kicks from both sides. Like I was called Zionist by Palestinian side, I was called whatever bad person for Israeli side. But logically speaking, it's only one way to end this 75 or whatever years old massacre in this place. And like, it's one thing when I discuss this solution, and people arguing with me about stolen land and that Jews lived there, whatever, in 3,000 years ago, and Arabs lived there like maybe a little less, and who stole land from whom, I usually answer, okay, guys, do you have better idea? Like in terms of even military might, we listened for like the press conference. Either side cannot win. Israel cannot, if you take morals out, wipe out Arabs from the land they control, because otherwise, if they don't wipe them out, they will resist. And Hamas or Fatah, who is another side, they're fighting this Hamas, by the way, cannot destroy Israel, which they claim they want. So there's a stalemate. Okay, guys, just come together. I know you hate each other, but you don't make peace with friends. You make peace with enemies. So that's one thing. About Zionism, if you guys want, well, there was a good definition given, but it's a political movement, but there is a real danger in current day Israel. I have a lot of friends there, because it's one of the Israeli, like, whatever, political parties of ideologies, if you want. It's not only one. And currently, the Netanyahu, who is Zionist himself, it's like Republicans, let's say, is claiming that all Jews are supposed to be Zionist. Everybody who doesn't like Zionism is anti-Semitism. It's like if Republicans would win an election, it would say that everybody who doesn't like the Republicans, let's say everybody who doesn't like Donald Trump maybe, is anti-American. That's how it sounds. Because Zionism is just one of the political ideologies which exists. So generally, this is like my input to the discussion. If you want to ask me questions, go ahead. I can justify my idea of one two-state solution. I can justify my stand of Zionism, and I can end up also with one thing. There's a lot of talk about terrorism. Nelson possibly saw it in my page. I don't accept the existence of terrorism. Terrorism is basically like label which in a conflict, one side always assigns to another. There is no such thing as terrorism in the world. You can actually attack me on that, and I will justify that. There are war crimes, like, for example, the Hamas attacking by whatever, 7th of October committed. There are war crimes committed by Israel also, by the way. But terrorism doesn't exist. In every conflict which existed in human history, another side was saying it's terrorism. Do you know that Hitler was saying that French resistance are terrorism, for example? That's what I'm going to say, Nelson. I wouldn't hijack the show. Go ahead.
Hitler. We know to believe Hitler. Good job. Until your plane's flying into a building, I don't know if you're going to say there's no terrorism, bro.
Yeah, what was 9/11? What's your
Okay,
opinion on
I can
9/11?
tell you. 9/11 was committed by Al Qaeda. What is Al Qaeda? I don't know, by the way. I wouldn't go into conspiracy theory.
Well, if you don't know, how
What are
you
you
can
even
say there's no
saying?
terrorism?
Bro, I have no idea about anything but terrorism.
Okay, let me talk. Let me talk. Answer. Al Qaeda is in any way, it's established fact, a wealthy organization based on Saudi money and some sort of connections in the world who had unclear goals. Until today, we don't know what they wanted.
Who cares if they're unclear goals? They
Well, no,
bombed
we care.
towers.
You know, if I'm a Scrum Master and agile manager, and if I solve a problem in a team, I go to the root cause. What Al Qaeda wanted. We know what Hamas wants. He fights Israel.
Of course, they blew up buildings, killed thousands of people. What do you call that? Was that war crime? You want to say that?
Nick,
Yes,
Al Qaeda
it's a
was
crime. It's a
was
mass murder.
supported by the
Hold on a
US,
second.
man.
No, it's a
Keep
mass
quiet. Let him
murder. It's a
answer.
crime.
Let
It's
him
a
answer.
mass murder. It should be investigated by the New York Police Department. That's it.
There is a definition of terror that exists.
No, there
Please,
is
for the
none.
love. Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
Nelson,
at
can
that point,
someone
why
buy
not?
this man
Why don't
Why
you
not
Google?
just
Google it?
call
Buy this man
9/11
Google.
freedom fighters if that's how loose we're gonna be?
No,
Why
who
don't you
calls
Google? Do you have
what?
a computer, dude? Do you have a computer? Go
No, he
Google what
doesn't.
terrorism.
I know. Everybody's silent. I was muted.
Yeah, bro. So I was gonna give you a minute or a couple minutes to talk and see if you were gonna come back to some degree of common sense. But I'm like, dude, I can't save you from that dumb shit, bro. I can't save you, bro.
Dumbass!
I mean, what the God?
Dumbass!
One more time.
Dumbass!
Maybe two more fucking times.
Dumbass! 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 Dumbass!
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, do you even understand what you're talking about right now, bro? Like Al Qaeda, you don't know what they are, but they're not a terrorist. What the, bro?
Well,
Did you wake
they're
up on the
criminals.
wrong side of the bed this morning, man? Are you?
No, they're
Are
criminals.
you having an episode? That's what I want to know.
No.
Have you ever heard of
Bin Laden is a criminal.
Let me ask you a question. Grab your phone right now. Okay, I want you to search something. You ready?
Okay.
Okay. Are you on Safari? Go on Safari.
No.
Go on Safari. I want you to search something real quick.
I'm on. Well, okay.
Go on your browser.
Do you hear me?
Go on your browser. Go on your browser on your phone.
He's on Netscape.
Okay, yeah, I'm listening for you. I'm
Are you ready for the website?
For debate.
Are you ready for the website?
I'm okay.
All right, go to betterhelp.com. You fucking need that shit.
Okay, well, go ahead.
That's the fuck you need right now, my bro.
Can I jump in?
Let's talk about it, yo. Who to jump in?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Listen, I was a little harsh to Ali. What I was trying to really say is that he was talking about, like, look, I feel bad because for me, a real talk here. If there's going to be peace in the Middle East, there's got to be a Palestinian state alongside Israel. There's got to be people that respect one another. There's got to be people that grow up and they're taught in school not to friggin' vilify and demonize others. That's the only way there's going to be real peace, because we could talk about it all we want. We all got kids, most of us, and we know we don't want our kids to go to school and be taught that the other person is a devil or a demon or a piece of garbage, because that's gonna make them effed up, jaded, screwed up, right? That's how we got to move forward. And I was kind of being mean, but I was kind of being truthful. I said to the Ally guy, your attitudes like yours are why you don't have a Palestinian state, because you're living in a fantasy land that magically you could hate Israel all you want. You could even accuse Israel of all the things you accuse it of, which aren't even true. But let's just say they were true. Doesn't help your people, bro. Telling your kids that Jews are from friggin' like northern Poland and they eat friggin' cabbages and stuff and they like, I don't know, weird stuff, and they're not from here. Guess what? They're there. And they got 8 million people. 2 million of them are Arabs. They live happy. They're good to go. So you could live in the past. You could dream of a world that'll never happen. You could go to Lord of the Rings and watch that movie 8 times in a row. Ain't no elves going to come up to your house. It's over. So start accepting reality. Accept that other people exist. I do. Lev does. We're all Jews. We know that they're Palestinian Arab Muslims. They're going to do their thing. They're going to wave their flags. They're going to do their Quran readings. They're going to go to mosque. God bless them. Keep doing it. How's this? Don't blow people up. Don't kill people. And you will have everything you want. It's so simple, yet so hard to achieve, Nelson. Help me out.
Can I speak or you?
I hear it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, hell no, bro. Shit.
Okay.
Go to that website I give you, bro. You'll be Go to that
Dude,
website.
Nelson, I give you a layup. I give you an amazing layup, bro.
Listen, man. I want to toss the mic to people on the stage. Let them jump in. By the way, guys, hit the request button if you want to get on stage. I know we've got 16 requests right now. Samuel, brother, if you're on stage and you want to speak, you got to raise your hand, bro. Do the hand emoji thing, or else I'm going to have to move you down to the audience. There's a lot of people that want to come up. So if you're on stage, make sure you have the hand emoji thing on your avatar. Let me go to Sammy. Sammy, my brother. Let's talk about it, man.
How we doing? Yeah, so I just wanted to respond to the IDF spokesperson's, what his press conference kind of thing was, since that was kind of the main discussion that we started out with. And I'm tired of the framing of this whole war as a war between Israel and Hamas. It is not a war between Israel and Hamas. It's a war between Israel and all Palestinian political parties and their military wings, the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, the Fatah Party, which is a secular democratic party, the PFLP and DFLP's military wings, which are Marxist parties, and it is full of Christian Palestinian soldiers who have taken up arms to against the fascist Israeli state. So what is going on right now is a war where Palestinians are fighting for the heritage and to protect the honor and culture and history of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, which Israel has been spitting upon and desecrating for its entire existence. Israel has been done nothing but completely been an insult and been oppressive to Muslims, Christians, and even Jews in their own land. And what's going to happen is actually they're going to lose this war. So we should really talk about what's going to happen after Israel loses this war, because what's going to happen is there's going to be a single state of Palestine for the river to the sea. And I would love to hear, where, if an Israeli is in the audience.
Make it make sense. Tell me how that's going to happen in your head right now. Tell me how you're breaking it down in your head right now. How's that going to happen?
How are they going to win the war?
Absolutely. Break it down for us.
How are they going to win the war? All right. So what's going to happen? Well, so far, Israel has not even put a dent in the Palestinian army. They've killed 10,000 civilians and maybe killed a couple hundred Palestinian soldiers. Meanwhile, there's still 50 to 70,000 Palestinian soldiers still in the army that are still fighting. If Israel continues to escalate, then Hezbollah and Lebanon will join in Syria and from the northern front, and they will win. Already, Nelson, that 250,000 Israelis have been displaced. The goal and the way this war is won is by making Israelis realize that they cannot exist in a way where they are a separate nationality from Palestinians. Everyone has to have equal citizenship, and everyone has to have the right to vote. And otherwise, it's not safe for anyone. And the more they realize this, the more they'll realize that the 14 million Palestinians worldwide will have a right to return to their homeland and live in their country of origin. And then they will be a demographic majority in the single democratic state of Palestine.
Oh boy.
Yo, Sammy. Yo. So you don't want peace, right? I mean, you don't want a ceasefire, right? You're not for ceasefire, correct?
Actually, no, I'm not for a ceasefire. It's unrealistic that a ceasefire.
Because you're winning, right? You're winning.
You're winning.
Israelis are all over the Gaza Strip, and you're like, we're gonna win this one, dude. This is why you don't have a state. You're delusional, dude. Wake up. Wake up. The Israelis will destroy Hamas in less than a month. We'll come back in a month. I'm gonna ask Nelson.
You haven't put a dent in their army. You have not touched their army.
Put a dent in their army. They're friggin' dancing on top of you. What army? The underground army? What is it, the army ants? You're running around like little, come on, man. Wake up. You don't help Palestinians. You hurt them. You hurt them with your stupid delusion. The difference is this. Israel lives in a reality. You live underground with your Hamas friends. At the end of the day, we are the Israelis are literally outside of Hamas headquarters, bro. They are outside of Al-Shifa hospital. They're going to go room to room, tunnel to tunnel. They're going to find your Yahya Sinjar, your cowardly terrorist Yahya Sinjar. And you know what Hezbollah is going to do? They're going to give speeches. Boy, does that Nasrallah love to give speeches. Blah, 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 blah. You know where he is?
That boy loves to talk.
He is giving speeches, Nelson, in a hole in the ground. That's how brave they are. That's how strong they are. They're so strong, they're afraid to see the goddamn sunlight. And you want to tell this room that you're going to win this one? Come back in a month, please. Please come back in a month, because I need some comic relief. Thanks.
Sammy,
jump in?
No, just 1 second. Sammy, you still here, brother?
Yes, sir.
In
Do
spirit.
you really believe the shit coming out of your mouth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay. Have you
I'll have some of that.
do you have
Nelson,
a
give me some.
do you have a history of mental issues?
No, not that I know of.
You
Not
sure
yet.
you sure?
He doesn't know, guys. Leave him alone.
Maybe
He
some
doesn't know.
slight
He needs to go get
PTSD from
checked out.
living in
Okay.
Palestine
Okay.
because
All
of
right.
how
So
difficult it was.
just break it down for me, right? I want to hear it again in under 30 seconds or less. How the fuck is Israel going to lose this war? And how will there be one state from the river to the sea known as Palestine? How does that break down a step by step play in under 30 seconds? How is that going to happen?
All right. So first of all, Israel has killed 10,000 people in Gaza. 4,000 are children, 3,000 are women, and then 3,000 are men. Maybe less than half of those are Palestinian soldiers. So there's still 50 to 70,000 Palestinian soldiers in the resistance. Christian, Muslim, Marxist, secularists, all of the above. And so the Palestinian resistance is still strong. Hezbollah and Lebanon have not joined the war yet because they know that the Palestinian resistance is still strong, and they will join on their own terms, not on Israel's terms. When Lebanon joins the war, that is when Israelis will realize, what, we actually have to see to our
Bro, did you
reputation
forget
as a
about the
country.
United States at all? Like, I mean, does the United
You
States?
No,
don't need the
wait.
United
No,
States.
let's hear him. I want to hear him break it down. Let's hear it. Go ahead, Sammy. Go ahead.
When Lebanon joins the war, which they most likely will, I hope that they do, what will happen is that Israelis will realize, you know what, we don't have a choice but to bring down the walls, give everyone equal citizenship, and to allow the 14 million Palestinian refugees around the world to return to their homeland. That in that world, in that reality, which will happen within my lifetime, those 14 million Palestinians around the world, Palestinians are a majority population and a demographic majority, and they want to live in a single state with equal rights for Muslims, Christians, and Jews. But Palestinians will be the majority, and they will decide that their country will be called Palestine. It is pretty simple.
Wow.
Okay. Very interesting. Who taught you that, by the way?
Who taught me that?
Yeah.
Well, my degree, I studied it and did my
What was your
thesis in
degree?
college on the Palestinian struggle.
What was your degree? What was your degree?
My degree was international foreign policy and economics with a focus on Middle Eastern
It's a
policy.
long.
Wait. Where was your degree from?
Reserve University, one of the top universities in the country.
Can you get your money back
Okay.
for tuition? Nelson, can he get his money back?
Nah, I mean that boy got an online degree, bro. It's all good. It's not a
Case
big deal.
Western is not an online school. It's
That's
one
light
of the
work.
top schools in the country. I don't know what you're talking
Get your
about.
money back. Get your money back, bro.
Okay.
I had a great scholarship. I don't need my money back. I don't have any debt.
You got a scholarship for bullshit. That's crazy, man.
Funded by Hamas.
Whoever gave you a scholarship should end up in jail immediately.
Funded by Iran.
They were washing money for sure. Oh my God!
Sorry,
Let me go to
Nelson, but what I'm saying is the truth. Palestine will be liberated in my lifetime from the river to the sea.
I mean, bro, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my goddamn life. Bro, that's the dumbest. You know what? I'm not even gonna say that's dumb. Fuck it. Let me see what the audience think. So everybody in the space right now, you're all listening to this, right? Every single one of you have heard this. I want you to hit that chat feed. Everybody do this. Everybody do it. Hit the chat feature bottom right corner right now. If you agree with what Sammy had to say, just type hell yeah. If you disagree, type BS in capital letters. Hit the chat feature at the bottom right corner of your screens. Respond to the tweet of this space with your answer right now. Right now. BS if you call BS. Hell yeah if you agree with it. Drop it in the chat right now, bottom right corner. And I'm gonna go through it. I'm gonna call some names and I'm gonna say the goddamn, man, I already seen Free Assange, man. Lord have mercy. Okay, let's go to Mariah.
Can I say one thing to this person? Just
let's do it.
From the river to the sea, you've wasted your tuition fee.
God damn! Oh.
That was corny. I don't.
It was a scholarship. It was a scholarship.
the no, no, no. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Hell no, no.
God damn, why you do it to him like that? Shit. Okay. Moriah. Hit the chat
Hi.
feature right now. BS or hell yeah. Drop it in there. Mariah, what's going on, man? How you doing
Thanks
today?
God, I'm fine. I just finished our Shabbat, our Shabbos, and I opened my phone and I saw your amazing space. So I say,
Shabbat shalom.
thank you, thank you. So yeah, I heard the guy from the BDS, and thank you so much for asking him where did he study and etc. etc. So basically, it's like I'm a Israeli Jew that live right now in America. Is gonna go to the same university to study about China and all the problem in China, and I'm gonna make a decision what to do with the Chinese. Really, today it was. A gathering of all the Arab leaders. None of them was talking about the right to return. You know why? Because they understand suddenly that it's not going to happen and we need to move forward. And they're smart and they understand. Um, I'm very, very disappointed from them that none of them offered any help for the Palestinian, for the right now. I mean, to take a little bit kids from here and there, to take women. I'm not talking about just men. You know, just until everything is going to be better, they can help a little bit.
Nelson, can I ask her a question? A short question.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. She's talking
Moria,
about the
you want
Arab
Arabs
leaders.
to?
But I
Yeah,
mean,
you.
something interesting happened,
No, no,
in
no.
Saudi. I think it was
Yeah,
yesterday or today. But I mean, all the leaders met up in
yeah.
Saudi with the prince.
No, my
So they're
question.
definitely this is definitely an important thing for them right now.
Yeah, my
And
question for her
we
is.
don't know what's going to come out of that meeting. We know Kuwait has openly condemned what's going on right now in Gaza, and we just got to wait and see what the Arab League do about this, right? So it's still left to be. It's still left to. It's still left in any unknown for now, right? We just have to see what happens. But so far, they haven't done a goddamn thing. That's a fact. Okay, so let me go in the chat right now. I'm gonna read. I'm basically gonna read what the people are saying about Sammy. So Lulu says BS. Okay. Regina says BS. PL says BS. Mimi says BS. Lori says BS. C says BS. Fibonacci says game over, bro. Bodied. Goddamn. Okay. Salty Patriot says hell to the motherfucking no. Philip says BS. Kathy Crow says BS. Adedayo says BS. Slim Jim says 100% BS. Jawoon Morel, she says hell yeah. Okay. Woman says BS. Will says BS. Violet says it's possible. Heba says hell yeah. Okay. Dude, you have like freaking a handful of people in here that agree with the dumb shit that you just said right now. And I really do hope you guys do come on stage. Maybe you guys can break it down better than Sammy. From the river to the sea, Palestine would be free. Definitely come
Yeah,
up on stage
amen.
and break it down.
Amen.
Well, go to the goo for now. Appreciate you, my brother. Make sure you fucking get a refund for those school fees, but it's all good. Let me go to
I
Samuel.
haven't finished. I haven't finished. Please, may I say
Oh,
a
you
couple
didn't
of things?
finish?
Sorry. Yeah, I have something to
Oh,
say about the
okay.
Arab leaders.
I
They
have.
didn't really care about the Afghans. 1.7 million. Don't come and let me tell me what to do. So I was very disappointed that it was a big gathering and none of them that was really talking about the problem in Sudan and the problem between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And they really let Assad, that he killed like millions of people, and he came to say that we are making a genocide. So I have a lot of respect to the good people of the leaders. Um, like the people that really move forward and looking for a better life for all of us in the Middle East. And I have really bad things to say about all these leaders that come in and blame Israel and not really finding a good solution. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely, Mariah, 100%. Let's go to
I have a question.
Free Assange.
Yeah,
Free Assange. Let's
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about
I
it.
have a question for Moraya. Is what she's saying is that no Arab country has offered help to Palestinians, Gazans. My question for her is that do you want them to offer them a place to live and they leave Gaza, their homeland, they go live there just like refugees,
No,
so that
no, no, no,
hold on. Let me
no.
finish the question. So that later on you don't give them right of return because they have abandoned their homes and they have left. I mean, this is the game which basically you want Arabs to facilitate for you. Prince Mohammed bin Salman, your agent, should really play good for you. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Okay, the only one that were absent today from the Arab League was Mohammed bin Zayed, that he offered for 10 for wait a second, a thousand kids to come to United Arab Emirates, and it's really nice of him. So each one of them is going to take only a couple children. It's going to be so much better for the kids in Gaza, and I'm talking because my heart is broken for them, and it doesn't mean that they're not going to come back to Gaza. I wish to Gaza to have
Yeah,
a
I see. I
15
see,
a
Mariah. Your heart,
20.
you're really broken heart. I see it. I feel it. Okay, Nelson. On
Yeah,
Sammy's
because you know
point,
why? You know why? Because
I see.
I have friends in Gaza.
Yeah, yeah. I see.
Yeah.
I see it. I
And
see.
yet they used to come and to work in our houses,
Mm.
and we built a good relationship with the
Yeah, they
Gazan
used to
people
clean your houses, right? They used to.
Until Hamas came and destroyed
So they cleaned
everything.
your houses. They cooked for you.
No,
Okay.
some of them are
Okay.
lawyers, some of them are doctors that used to come to Israel
All right.
to study with
Okay.
us.
All right.
Yeah,
All right. Fine.
some of them
Okay.
are
Okay.
dentists.
On Sammy's point, Nelson, what Sammy is intending to say is that any nation which has a resolve to stand for the liberty and freedom, nobody can defeat them. It's not about weapons, it's not about number of men you have, it's the resolve of people. You take South Africans, Nelson Mandela, he had everything against him. His enemies were more powerful. Even in India, British Empire ruling, United States, it was being ruled by the British also. So any example you take, the ruler has bigger guns, more power, more resources, but it's the resolve of the people which gives them freedom. So that enables. So that's the Palestinian people have shown so far to the world for 75 years, being the weakest on the planet, really the weakest, and in very small number. No resources to fight back with the enemy, which is armed to the teeth and supported by all the biggest, most powerful countries on the planet, supplied dollars, I mean, US taxpayer dollars, I mean, unlimited money. But they cannot really subjugate them. Palestinians are standing back up, they fall, they stand up, they fall, they stand up, but they are not giving up the idea of their sovereignty, their freedom, their liberty. And I think probably they are taking it from US Constitution, because US Constitution also gives people right to freedom, right? So that's the idea of the US. And it's very sad when some US Zionist slaves like Biden or Clintons or anybody like those, they really abandon the US Constitution's idea of liberty and freedom and sell it the Palestinians for really a dime. I mean, that's disgrace, man. Nelson, you should stand for liberty and freedom for all oppressed people around the world. Again,
Okay, first, I hope you're going to talk about the Afghans like
of
you're
course,
talking
I
about the
am,
Palestinians. Wait
I
just a
am.
second.
Pe-
In Israel, by the way,
mhm.
we took a lot of refugees from Sudan and from Eritrea and even from other countries that have some
Ma'am,
problem in the
you need to
area.
run your
So
research. We
we
had
took,
far many
no, no,
refugees
no,
in
no, no,
Pakistan
no.
than any country on the planet. You can run your research, okay? So you are talking to the wrong guy here. We had 4.5 million Afghan refugees in our country, created by the American war, okay? Created by the American interest fighting with the USSR, which we had no animosity with, and they dumped upon us this many millions of refugees, drugs, Kalashnikov culture, destroyed peace and stability of the region, and dumped us into destabilization. And then Al Qaeda. Al Qaeda, by the way, who asked Al Qaeda? United States created Al Qaeda, and Bin Laden was brought by American CIA along with Pakistani and Saudi Arabian agencies to fight against the USSR. USSR, the Mujahideen, they were called. Ronald Reagan called them into the White
That's
House.
old news, Assad. Old news.
Ronald
Everybody
Reagan
knows
had a
old news.
meeting with these guys and called them, they are personification of our forefathers. Ronald Reagan called these terrorists as personification of American founding fathers. Do your research and prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. So
Okay, maybe you are not wrong. Okay, so why does Hamas is not a terrorist organization and all the rest are?
ma'am,
Tell
every
me.
Palestinian is a freedom fighter, okay? Every
Oh
subjugated,
yeah,
occupied
to
people
kill
have
kids and to burn houses and to come to
every Palestinian
civilians
is a freedom fighter by
and to
American Constitution says that if occupier comes to your land, you have a duty to defend your
Dude,
land over anybody because they
okay.
are
So
the
what are
hegemony.
you doing in America? What are you doing in
We are
America?
living in
If you say all
US
these things, that
hegemony.
means that America need to kick you
Hold
out
on,
from the
hold on, Moriah.
country.
I am following the U.S. Constitution. You are not listening. I am obeying the U.S. Constitution.
No, you just say that the American create all these terrorist
They do.
organization.
American
What are
government
you
does.
doing here in
American government
America?
does. American
Go
governments
back to
do. Yes, they do.
Pakistan.
so
Yes, they
why
do.
are you living here? For Assange, why are you living in America?
Because I am following
Answer
the
that
U.S.
question.
laws and Constitution.
Why are you following the U.S. laws and
Oh man,
Constitution if you don't agree
I'm
with them?
criticizing the
You don't.
American
Wait a
government
second.
policy.
Wait a second. You
No,
don't agree with them.
because
You're sitting here talking about saying that
that's
America's
what the
fucked up.
normal
They're
people
starting all
do.
this
They
terror
differ
around
with
the
the
world.
government
They're
policies.
killing all these
No,
people.
no,
What
no.
are you?
I'm not living in a dictatorship. I'm living in a democracy and I disagree with policies of the government. Are you telling me that I am subject over here in America and I have to follow whatever the government says? No.
No,
I
I'm telling
criticize.
you. Why don't
I
you live
do.
somewhere where
No,
you'll be
I am
happy?
very fine in
You're not
America. I
happy.
am
We're
exercising
not
my right
happy.
to free speech.
Afzal,
I,
can you calm down
oh,
because
He's
your
getting
voice
really
is
okay,
upset.
so
okay, okay.
piercing when you
I am
scream.
exercising my right to
It's
free speech.
burning my ear.
Okay,
No,
It
okay.
I
hurts.
think you are a
All right. Okay.
spy. I think you are a Pakistani
I am
spy who came here to.
Yeah, you know the crazy thing about this shit, right? You know the crazy thing. The crazy thing is this, right? So you guys, you basically ask for a U.S. visa, okay? You fight hard to get a goddamn visa, right? And by the way, in your country, you can't open your fucking mouth publicly to say a goddamn thing about your government because they will put you in a goddamn gulag. So you fight for a U.S. visa, takes you a while, you get the goddamn visa, and you come over here and want to criticize our goddamn country, right? I mean, the goddamn yo, I'm saying like really like make it make sense right now, right? So like, and again, me personally, I agree. It's a lot of innocent civilians dying. Completely agree with that, but I got to point this out. All those pro-Palestinian protests, every single one of them happening in the U.S. right now. None of those people will protest against their government in their countries. That's a fact. Their governments don't play those games. And that is part of the reason why they left their countries in the first place, right? They struggle for months, sometimes years, to get a U.S. visa. Then they finally get the goddamn visa. Now they want to come here and protest against our goddamn government. I mean, the entitlement is crazy. I mean, that's some entitled shit, right? Like the U.S., we literally empower. We are the definition of entitlement empowerment. Fuck it.
But Nelson,
Literally.
that's what being US
Literally.
citizen means. You criticize the government policies.
Bro,
That's what
that's some
United States is
crazy
about.
shit,
That's
bro. Like
what civil liberties
it's
are.
like, bro, it's like we give you your goddamn freedom. Okay. Now you want to come here. And by the way, I'm an immigrant too. I wasn't born in the
Nelson, you
US.
are wrongly
Right?
interpreting your
Wait,
stuff.
how am I wrongly? This is exactly what's going
Martin
on.
Luther King did not abide
Bro,
by what
tell me
US
this.
was
Tell
doing.
me this. Tell me this. Is there a pro Palestinian protest going on in Lebanon right now? Absolutely fuck no.
But
right?
Nelson,
Wait, let me finish.
Okay.
Is there a pro Palestinian protest going on in fucking Iran right now? Hell to the motherfuck no. Right? I mean, dude, listen,
you are
man,
proving my point, Nelson. You are proving my point. That's why I'm here.
So basically, you're saying
that's why I'm here.
America
He's
is
here
great
to protect the Palestinian people, right?
So you're saying America is great, but in the same,
of course it is great.
Yeah,
it
but
gave me right to raise the voice of my conscience.
But you go back to that side of the motherfucking world, and it's death to fucking America. I mean, pick one.
No, I'm not saying death to America. Though you are assuming things and putting on me. I'm not.
Not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying in general. out
I am
there in the Middle
here.
East.
People are here, Nelson, because they appreciate American Constitution, civil liberties, and it gives us right to criticize the U.S. government's wrong policies. And it's your duty to criticize the wrong policies. We do not have to. We are not living in North Korea. That's what the difference Pakistan, North Korea, and United States is. In this country, Constitution gives you the right to raise voice of your conscience, just like Martin Luther King did, just like everybody else. That's why we have civil rights to salute to these civil rights leaders, right? If they did not raise the voice of their conscience, we would be subjugated. I would not be here at all.
Yo, by the way, you know what somebody just put in the chat right now? Somebody just said this in the chat. Just put a 100 emoji on your avatar in the space if you agree with this. Put a thumbs down if you disagree with it. But somebody in the chat says, I can't get a U.S. visa and I care about the U.S. and these people who hate it keep getting it. How? Question mark.
No, that is
I'm
wrong.
trying to figure it out too, yo.
That is not criticizing the policies, criticizing the murderous policies of the U.S. government is not hating United States. It's loving the U.S. Constitution. It is loving the United States. You
But you
are
just
wrongly
interpreting.
interpreting.
Why would you want to live for in a
Hold on.
murder?
Some people down, man. I apologize. It's 26 people trying to get on stage, man. Listen, if you're on stage, you got to have that hand. Lev sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But everybody else, respectfully, man, you got to have that hand emoji up, respectfully. So a lot of people don't want to get on stage. Let's go to Ace. Fuck it, I just brought you up on
Hey,
stage. Let's
what's
talk about
up?
it.
I think what is being missed here is some people have left their countries to come to North America, to come to the US, to come to Canada. It's simply because their countries have absolutely nothing left for them. And sometimes that is because of, you guessed it, the USA and British, and these are colonizers. I mean, they did what they did, and this is why they're superpowers. I mean, it sounds disgusting to say. In order for them to have all this power, they had to pretty much step on millions of people, but they did. Now, if people do leave their countries, like, the Middle East, that of course those governments suppress the fuck out of their people. They're leaving because they have to. And half the time people don't want to leave. It's not because they want to. They have no choice. Like, you left Nigeria and you went to the UK. I mean, I've been hearing you on Clubhouse and we've spoken a bunch of times. And you have one of those stories where you had absolutely nothing and you built yourself up. And it's admirable. But that's what a lot of people do. They leave their situation for a better world. But if you go back far enough, including Africa, a lot of the minerals, like you look at Congo, you see all the shit that we have, the iPhones we're talking on, all the electric cars that they're trying to bring in. It's because those people are literally raped of their right to live. So I wouldn't be, mocking people who left. And if they do come here and they decide to exercise the civil liberties that this country's allow, let them. They want to criticize the American government? Fucking let them. I'm someone that will criticize any government, regardless of where I stand or where I'm born or where I'm at. So that's the reason why people move around. And if you go, again, like I said, you go far back enough, Nelson, there's some major powers that have created this situation where people have had to leave, not because they want to, it's because they have to. So I wouldn't be too critical of an immigrant who's in a country and, practicing, like he said, his civil liberties.
Yeah, but those
All
aren't
right,
the
but
people that are leaving
hold
to the
on, Lev.
United States. Those are the people that are moving all over the other place. We're
Listen.
talking about the people like Free Assange that wanted to come here, who applied for a U.S. visa, wanted to come to the state, didn't look at it as a colonizer, didn't hate it, and then comes here and starts talking shit like this is the worst place on the planet Earth. Why come here? There's
Then
a
go
million
back.
other places
Not
all
the
over the
US,
world.
not the
I'm
US,
not
But
saying
not the
go
then
US,
go
back.
only the
back.
I'm
US
not saying
government.
go back. I'm not saying go back. I'm
No,
not saying
I
go
say
back to
that.
your
I
oppressed country.
fucking say
Go
that.
to a different
Dude,
country. Go
I
to
say that. I say that.
Australia. Who do you agree
Bro,
with?
I
That's
say
it. Who
that.
do you
If
agree
you
with?
come into a country and you left your situation because you wanted a better place, and that place doesn't pan out the way you want it to be, no one is jailed. No one, like, we're not in an open air prison here in the US or Canada. We can fucking leave. So whoever doesn't like their situation, I don't think it's racist to say leave. If you don't like it, bounce. You go wherever else you want to go. I don't think it's racist at all. But like that guy was just exercising his thoughts and opinions. Like this is what people are. You can live in the best country in the world. You're going to be critical of it. Nelson, I've heard you criticize the Biden policies. You pay taxes
Oh hell
all the
yeah.
time, and you
You goddamn right.
100%
Fucking Biden.
is a piece of
Shit.
shit. I
Send,
criticize them
I don't
too.
mind you sending that boy to Gaza. Send that boy to Gaza,
We'll
man.
trade. We'll trade.
Shit. I'll trade
But
that motherfucker all
Yeah,
day.
but
that's
hold
what I'm
on, Ace. I'm
saying.
not
It's
gonna.
okay to do
Ace,
that.
I'm not gonna. Ace, I don't want to give you a pass. You started the conversation by saying the reason why all these immigrants came here is because America and
One
the
of the
UK.
reasons. One of the
One of the
reasons.
okay.
Yeah.
What about? I mean, you're kind of forgetting like 80% of the countries, Guatemala, Slovenia, Croatia. People come from all over the world to the USA. People who've never had a relationship with the USA. So to kind of say that you said most people, that's just not
But
true. Yeah,
Yugoslavia isn't I mean, you can't bring Yugoslavia into
Slovenia. So
that.
when a Slovenian
Slovenia. Yeah.
immigrant, like when Trump's wife came over, in 1975, there was nothing going on there. So you can't talk about that stuff. That's kind of making it up,
Yeah, but
right?
listen,
There are
that's not
people.
making it
Oh,
up.
hold on,
Bro,
hold on,
look
hold
at
on, hold
the
on,
no,
hold
look
on,
at the
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let
immigration.
you speak.
What's the
Can I speak,
majority
please?
of immigration? It's not from
May I
Slovenia.
speak?
It's not from Eastern European.
I'm saying the majority of people all over the world who want a better life. I don't know Nelson's history, so I don't know anything about that. But there are people all over the world. I got Nigerian friends. They wanted to come to Canada. They weren't going, oh my God, the British are so bad to me in 1968. They came to Canada because they wanted a better life. They came
100%.
here, established themselves, and made a life.
You're
So
right. But
yeah,
listen,
so blame. You know what? Look, we're not a monolith either. The United States isn't some one organization. Canada ain't one organization. People come here for a better life because they can vote out their leader in 4 years. They can live a good life. If they work hard, they can make something of themselves. There's a minimum wage. There's an average. There's a standard. There's rules of law. There's a reason why people are attracted. There's a reason why there ain't a little New York in Moscow. There's a reason why there's not a little London in Tehran. People come to places where they want to live to make sure that the fruits of their labor bring them something. You can criticize Canada, the United States, a lot of countries. I get it. But at the end of the day, we're kind of at the forefront of humanity. And if you don't see that, I mean, I'm not sure why you want to talk about 1963, 1968, 67. I mean, we are kind of living it up here, don't you think?
I'm not talking about 1963, 67, or 68. All I'm trying to say is people are sometimes forced to leave their countries not because they want to. Would you want to leave a country where you have your ancestors that have walked the land and your culture, your food, your religion is prominent? Who wants to get up and leave? They leave because they don't have a choice. And when you say that the majority, is there some sort of data? Because when I look at immigration, and especially in Canada and the USA, the majority of immigrants are coming from places like India, and there's a huge population that shows up here, and they show up here, and I mean, of course they're not coming here and saying we're here because of the British. No one makes that direct link. But if you look at the years of history, there was a genocide in India. 165 million Indians were killed by the British. So if you take the resources of a country and you strip it dry and you take everything from it, eventually, as time goes on, that country is not going to be able to develop. Look at the Industrial Revolution. The US led it. And when other countries want to go on that same path, like look at China, and they were late to the game, we say, oh my God, you are producing too much pollution. Now we have all these metrics that you need to abide by. If you don't, you're going to get in trouble, da da da. But they started later in the game. So sometimes these things have, no one's going to directly say, oh yeah, I'm here because of the partition and this. But if you start to look at the history, why have some countries who've had so many resources, Why were they not able to flourish and create a land of opportunity? It's because they were
Corruption.
stripped. There's corruption. There's corruption in Canada and the US too. Let's not fuck around with that. Have you seen
Okay,
Nancy
Ace,
Pelosi
I have a
and how
question for
she,
you.
yeah, what's up?
Where are we going with all this?
I mean,
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't
I have a
know.
question. Hold on, hold on. So you said that you criticize all governments, and that's one of the important rights that we have in America. I agree with you. I would like to hear your criticisms of the Palestinian government, be that the PA or Hamas, and commentary on their civil liberties as we've been discussing.
Sure. My criticism with Hamas is they are a terrorist organization. Whenever you go into a country and you brutalize it, there's terrorism that happens. Of course, there's
So it's not their
criticism there.
fault. It's someone else's fault, right?
No,
It's always someone
Hamas.
else's
Okay,
fault.
hold on one second. I'm not saying that. The criticism is when I actually stand here, and if I ever ask someone who is staunchly pro-Palestinian or staunchly pro-Israeli, both those sides start to stutter. They have a hard time saying, yes, this side has also committed mistakes and atrocities because you're blinded. You're blinded by your side. I don't have the side of pro-Palestinian.
Okay, it
Hold
was
on one
okay.
second. Hold on.
Respectfully, no, no,
I'm
we
gonna
don't. But
answer
we
your
don't need an
question.
analysis on
No,
the
I'm just
psychology.
giving you.
So
No, no, I'm giving you
you
an answer.
commented that Hamas. I know you commented that Hamas is a terrorist organization. Can you comment your criticisms of the Palestinian Authority and specifically the limitation of civil liberties?
Man, Tali, your background noise is wild.
Let
It's
me let me.
always fucking wild.
Tali lives in
Sorry,
a tunnel.
listen.
She's with Hamas. She's in
Yeah,
a tunnel. Tali, let
yeah.
me
Well,
ask a better
it
Can,
question.
fucking
Let me ask a
can,
sounds
better
like it.
question.
all right.
Let me ask a better question. Is everything always someone else's fault? Like when in 2005, Israel vacated the Gaza Strip, it was a unilateral withdrawal. They just said, F it, we're done. Later, deuces, make your own country, have a good time. From 2005 to 2007, the Palestinian Authority controlled Gaza. They had a seaport, they had an international airport, they had everything. They screwed it up. And it was so bad that the Palestinians in Gaza said, we don't like you so much, we're going to go with the terrorists to be our leaders. That's how crazy the Gaza Strip was. So the Gazans said, you know what? Palestinian Authority recognized by the world. We're so close. We're inches away from a Palestinian state. We're seconds away for an independent Palestine. We're going to go with the genocidal psychopaths.
Can I ask you
That's
a
how bad
question?
it was.
Who bombed the international airport?
You're not listening. From
No, I'm asking you a
2005.
question.
No,
I'm
you're
asking you a
not.
question.
You're gonna
But
answer this question.
this is a problem. No, no,
You're
I'm
gonna
not gonna. I'm
no.
not.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. We just said for 2 years, from 2005 to 2007, there ain't nothing going on from Israel. Nothing. So how can you justify? So when Hamas, a terrorist organization who said we want to murder all the Jews in the world, and the Israelis said, "Nuh-uh, we're gonna bomb your airport." Yeah, they bombed it because you guys elected terrorists, bro.
Oh,
That's
that's
not
the reason
normal.
why they were bombed. So when
Oh
they,
well,
so
No,
then
they
when,
just you think they just woke up one day and said, I think we should bomb the
no, no,
airport.
but then that's what I'm asking. So when they, so let me ask you. So I'll ask a question. At one point, was Hamas determined to be a terrorist group?
when
At
they were
what point?
formed, when
From
they were
day
Okay,
formed.
one,
so
from the
so
Yeah,
what
inception.
were
they
the
came to
elements?
power.
Guys, hold on. What were the elements in place that made them a terrorist group? What had they done at that point when they had formed
Who cares?
that they were
What since
I'm
when?
asking
Since
a
when? But
question.
why are we
I'll
excluding
answer it.
terrorists?
I'll
I'm
answer.
asking a
Go
Exactly.
on,
What
ask the
does
question.
question,
terrorists
Ace.
mean?
Ask the question.
I'm asking a question. My question is, at one point were they made to be a terrorist group? At one point was it at their
Yeah,
formation, at their
it was at their
inception?
formation,
Okay, and
1984.
what is that criteria that defines someone to be a terrorist? What is that
It's
criteria?
the criteria is when we're like, hi, we're Hamas. We want to murder all the Jews in the world. We're here. So what you're saying doesn't make sense. I don't think
No, I'm
you know
asking a
enough about this.
question.
I don't want to punch down. I don't want to punch down. It's so hard not to punch
It's
down.
harder.
But what
It's
you're saying
harder.
makes no sense. And 1 second. 1 second. I'll tell you why it makes no sense. In 1994, the representatives of the Palestinian people, the Palestinian Authority, under a man named Yasser Arafat, agreed to put down the guns. Okay, he said, you know what? It's been too long. I want to go to Washington. I want to meet Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky. No, he wanted to meet Bill Clinton. He wanted to have a good time. He said, enough's enough. We're going to make peace. We're going to put down the guns. Done. Boom. Some psychopath Jew murders Rabin the next year. Okay? And then all of a sudden, you got Shimon Peres, who's the prime minister of Israel, the premier, and they want to push forward with peace. They said, no, we're going to push forward with peace. Palestinian Authority, super happy. All of a sudden, your terrorist group that you keep asking, why do they want to do it? Who cares?
They're not my terrorist group. Please don't
Hamas
define
isn't a
them to
terrorist
be
group?
my. Don't say they're
Okay.
my terrorist group. Why?
I
When
mean,
the
your
fuck would
favorite.
you?
Sorry. I meant your
Excuse
first
me. Do not.
favorite
No.
terrorist group.
Who the fuck
It's
said they're
not
my favorite terrorist? Do you understand
their
how
second favorite
disrespectful
terrorist
that
group.
is? I don't
Is
have a
it
favorite
second
terrorist group.
favorite terrorist
If you
group?
look at my fucking face and you think that I have pigment to my face, that I happen to be Arab,
Pigment? I'm
that I
darker than you,
actually
lady.
no.
I'm
Hold
darker
on.
than
Okay,
you.
then
I'm
what is
darker
it?
than you.
Why? What makes you think that I support a terrorist group? What you're trying to tell me right now is I support people dying. I have first or
Why
second or
do
third
terrorist
favorite
groups have
terrorist
to have
groups.
pigment?
Why the fuck? No,
Well,
I'm
you are
wondering,
questioning
why
what
would you
makes them
assign?
Hey guys, respectfully, I need one mic on Ace. Okay, this is one of my supporters from Clubhouse. Respectfully, she's on Spaces. I need one mic on Ace. You understand?
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Why would you? Why?
Unmute Ace. Probably a glitch. Let's talk about it.
Okay, why would you go and make this asinine remark? And this is why I really despise these conversations where you're going to come and say, your second favorite terrorist group, your first terrorist group, what is it? What is it about me that makes you think that I'm such a disgusting human being that I would be okay with terrorist group murdering innocent people? I'm not here standing up for Hamas. So get that out of your fucking head and do not disrespect me to think that I'm some low life that would be okay with any group, whether it's a terrorist group that's been brought up in some bunker, or it's an elected government that's given respect on the big platform that we call the world stage. Because remember, there's elected officials who also do terroristic things on this planet. So please do not ever make that assumption, because they're not my favorite. Trust me, I don't give a fuck about terrorist groups. So I like an apology from you, because that was extremely disrespectful.
Absolutely no. You said when I said Hamas, you said it's not a terrorist
I
group.
never
So
said they're a terrorist group. I asked you, what is the criteria? These are on replays. These are on replays. I never said. I asked you, what is the definition of a terrorist group? I want to know.
A terrorist group, a group of people that use violence in order to effect a political change. It's not a controversial subject.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
so governments do that
Hamas is
too.
a terrorist group.
Governments do that too.
You spoke.
I know.
Let me reply.
Okay, go ahead.
If you want to reply, I give you a reply. If
you don't
want
to punch down, so maybe you should just stop talking.
I don't want to punch down. It's
exactly. So stop talking.
It's obvious who's won.
Then let it go. Who's won? Won what? You think this is winning in life? Having a conversation with a stranger,
I don't support
and you thought you won? You thought you won.
Terror.
This is winning
I don't support terror.
I don't either. So we both.
Okay, so Hamas is a terrorist group. You asked a bunch of questions. You got a bunch of answers you didn't like. I didn't say that. I said Gaza Strip was evacuated by Israel in 2005 to 2007, and the Israelis did nothing to them. Then when Hamas took over, the Israelis did attack them, and the Israelis did blockade it. But that was after thousands of terrorist attacks. That was after Israelis were blown up on buses. So the Israelis said enough of that. So you want to justify it. I feel
I'm not justifying it. You're wrong.
Hey, listen to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but the vibe I'm getting, and why don't you click on that chat button on the bottom? Say Yehuda's crazy or Ace is crazy. You made it seem like to me that you think it's okay Hamas did terror because of some other reason. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I am.
You're wrong. You're fucking wrong.
Thank you.
I've never said it was okay.
I'm not cursing at you, eh?
I know, but this just is my. I could just curse all the time. I'm not cursing at you. It's just when I speak sometimes, when I'm passionate, swear words slip out. It's not at you. I am not saying that I support what Hamas has done. Absolutely not. In fact, people are going like, oh, like this is such a crazy thing to say. I have tons of business partners and friends who happen to be Jewish. One of my friends was in Tel Aviv when this happened. On the other side of this, I have friends who are Palestinian too. So when I listen to both sides who actually have had family, in fact, my business partner actually, his name is Benjamin. He's from Israel. He's told me the story of how they got this home, and how he went back. His grandfather got it, but he went back and gave it back to the Palestinians because he didn't like the history of how that home was given to them. So yes, there are some people on both sides who are not liking what is going on. In fact, everyone actually used to live in what I understand harmony during the Ottoman Empire. I don't know what happened when the British, I guess a British mandate of Palestine, whatever came in, the Nakba happened. I wish that when we start, so I also hate this when
All right,
pro-Israeli
Ace, you said a
conversations.
lot. Can we
No,
can
bro,
we
can I
address
just
your
say this?
points?
This
Yeah, can we address your
pro-Israeli
point?
conversation, when this pro-Israeli conversation happens, and people who are from the pro-Palestinian side start to talk about what happened in the past, starting from 1948, everyone's like, let's not talk about the history, let's talk about what happened today. And then when I hear you speak, then you start talking about 2005 history. So okay, let's actually give both sides grace and not talk about anything that happened beyond October 7th. Okay, we agree, October 7th fucked up, that was uncalled for, that was not okay. But at the same time, what's really confusing to me is I really wish maybe you could be like, you know what, Ace, you're right, maybe it's not okay that right now in the West Bank there are some Israeli settlers who've killed 200 Palestinians and stolen their homes and taken their homes.
All right, Ace,
Is that okay?
can we address your
No,
points?
I'm addressing. No, address that for me.
You said a
Address that
lot,
for me.
and I want
I
you come
wanna
to
know that. Can you just
no.
address that part for me? Because I don't really care about anything else.
Listen.
Yehuda,
There's no one.
please address her friend Benjamin who lied to her, because there's no possible way that he went back to Israel and imported some
No,
found the Palestinian
he
family
did.
who used to live in the house
No, he didn't
before
find the
his
family. He
grandfather
didn't
did.
find the
It's not
family.
possible.
He didn't
It's a
find the
complete
family. He
lie.
did not
Ace, your
find the
friend
family.
lied to
I
you.
never
It's
said
not
he
true.
found the
It didn't
family.
happen.
He did not find the family.
He
He
didn't
gave
put
it up
any
to another
Palestinian
family that was in
family.
the
No, he
area.
didn't. It doesn't
What do you
work that
mean?
way. You have
How
no,
do you
you
know that?
clearly have no, because it
So
doesn't
what,
work
this
that
guy
way.
who's a multi-millionaire is just lying, who has businesses around
Yeah,
the
Correct.
world,
thank
Yes.
is
you.
just,
Ace,
Yes.
Ace,
He
why
Ace,
would he
lied.
Ace,
lie to
please,
me now?
Correct.
please,
I
Ace,
don't know, but he lied.
Millionaires lie. Millionaires lie.
No,
No, let's make it a conversation. Ace, you spoke uninterrupted for a long time. One mic policy. I respect Nelson for that. But let me say this. You made a bunch of comments. You didn't address one point I made. One of the points I made is that you said that Israel's attacking the Palestinians. You intimated it. And I just said to you from 2005, 2007, the Israelis gave the people of Gaza and their government a chance to make a Singapore of the Middle East. They screwed up. They instead attacked Israel. Israel responded. Now, we can talk about back and forth all you want. The difference is this: the Israelis, if you're a businesswoman, you know that people want peace. I'll tell you why. When there's peace, you can build houses. Nelson knows that. He's a real estate developer. When there's peace and stability, people can prosper. Okay, so I understand you're very passionate about it, but you made some comments that kind of pissed me off, and I'll tell you why. I'm one of those Jews descended from those people in the Ottoman Empire. And I'll tell you something. We didn't have a good time. It wasn't butterflies and fucking friggin' pancakes, and it wasn't a good time. Okay, so you can speak for what you want to speak for and your friends, but don't speak for Jews because we don't agree with you. And if you don't want to believe me and you just want to talk to yourself, I'm all for it. No problem. I'm here to make peace. I'm here to make progress. Famous French philosopher, check it out, Joubert, Joubert. He said once that the purpose of a discussion or a debate should not be victory. It should be progress. That's
didn't
what I'm
you
talking
say that
about.
you won? Hold on for a second. Didn't you say that you won this argument? So what do you mean? Did you just
I
not
won the
contradict
argument about
yourself?
Hamas.
But you
Yeah,
just said
it's
victory. Victory,
no,
not
no, no, no,
progress.
no.
You just
When
went
you have a
against
debate,
exactly what you said.
I'll tell you why. Because the debate is a debate on the facts. If someone wants to argue with me that the moon is made out of Swiss cheese, I know it's wrong. That's a debate you're going to win.
Yehuda,
But if
can you
you
hear me?
say
Can you hear me?
if you say thanks, if you say like Israelis and Palestinians need to do a lot
Yo,
more to make
yo, yo,
peace.
yo, yo, yo. Can you hear me? Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you,
Oh
Nelson.
shit!
My live.
Oh Nelson, you're here
My
again.
live.
Sorry about that, bro.
Absolutely. I just opened Clubhouse up, man. So we just added a number. So we got 650 on Twitter right now. Let me see how many we got in here right now. We've got 140. So we'll probably be at 1,000 in about 10 minutes. But the most important thing about the Clubhouse end is we've got at least 50 to 60 people on the goddamn stage. So we got multiple perspectives. We got fucking dumbasses and smart people. We got everybody, goddamn it. You understand what I'm saying? So that being said, I don't want to I guess you guys were somewhere before while I was opening up the other end. So Yehuda, I'm gonna toss you the mic so you can finish what you were saying, and I'll just try to pick it up
Yeah,
where
no worries. No, sorry, you threw me for a loop with that other Nelson showing up. Two Nelsons, too many.
you
I
got
only
it
like one.
right.
Pew, pew,
Let's talk about
Listen, look, we can all agree that any kind of murder or death of civilians is not right.
Thank you.
The question is, how do we get there, right? And it's not the same, right? When you cut off someone's head, when 1,000 or 2 or 3,000 Hamas terrorists storm the Israeli border, cut people's heads off, act like lunatics, it's not the same as an Air Force pilot trying to kill 1 or 2 or 10 Hamas commanders and there are 5 other people around them. It's not right. I mean, if there was my kids, I'd be furious. I'd be angry. I'd be a terrorist even. But you can't compare the two, right? The
I know, but I'm
Israelis want.
asking you a question.
What's your question? Sorry.
Man, don't tell me you and Ace have been going back and forth.
No, I just have a question for him. When I spoke about what's happened with currently, like I'm not. Again, you guys may think I'm pro this. I'm actually not. I'm trust me. What I
It's
just like to play devil's advocate.
Listen. Let me give you the scoop. Ace is 100% pro Hamas, without a doubt.
Nice.
100%.
No, I'm not.
It's goddamn pro Palestine. Okay. Every time I've said some shit positive about Israel on Clubhouse, Ace is one of the first people.
Not true.
Jeez, Nelson, are you trying to trigger her?
Yeah, he's trying to.
Goddamn right I am.
He's trying. I know him. I know he's trying to keep it spicy. I know. All I'm trying to say is this: when
Someone call 911. I want to report a murder.
Oh, great.
Lay a dead body down right now.
Well, in this context, not so funny. But what I'm trying to say is, all I'm trying to get from you.
Too soon.
Ace. I need to get some other speakers involved, man. We need to get some other speakers involved.
He didn't answer my question. I just want to ask him one simple question. Simple question.
No, I'm married, Ace. I'm married.
Well, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. That being said, guys, if you're on Twitter, make sure you follow Ace. Get her up to at least 100 followers or something. Show some love. Follow her account right now. Get her all the way up to her.
I was just kidding, Nelson.
But that being said, guys, let's go ahead and talk about it, right? So if you're on Clubhouse right now, scroll all the way to the top of the stage, and you're gonna see a pin link. The pin link is in regards to the IDF press conference that happened probably about an hour and a half ago or so. And those are the notes that I was able to take. Luckily, Yehuda, who's on stage on Twitter, happened to be on a stage there as well. So he's definitely got a lot more information in that regard. But I mean, as you can see from that link at the very top of the page, man, listen, man, Israel is talking from a very strong position right now. I mean, Israel's basically saying, Lebanon, listen, man, you got to get your shit together, like for real, because you do not want us to escalate this situation. I mean, go get your little fucking Hezbollah chatterboxes like fucking Assange on the Twitter stage. Get them in check, man, because you don't want us to put the pause on you, right? And Israel is basically telling Tehran to calm the fuck down, pipe down, relax, calm your goddamn horses. I mean, listen, Israel's talking like a badass. I mean, these guys are talking from a position of strength. That's just the facts. These guys are talking from a position of, hey, you do not want to fuck with us, right? Just straight up. You don't want to fuck with us, right? And I definitely want to hear what you guys think about it, right? So again, just a little heads up for you guys on Twitter and Clubhouse. We are officially simulcasting right now between both platforms, right? We're simulcasting between both platforms. So if you hear any voice that's now on the Twitter stage that's coming from my backup account, that's somebody on the other platform, and vice versa for you guys on Clubhouse, right? So let's go ahead and kick this thing off, man. I want to go to TC. TC, by the way, Yehuda, you need to meet TC, man. That's my one of my guys on Clubhouse, man. And by the way, his name stands for Total Cap, because he's about to say some bullshit. But TC, jump in, man. What's the word? What's going on?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to listen to the press conference by the IDF, but I had a pretty comprehensive review over what's going on in that part of the world. And, it's ridiculous because Israel had a shot to kind of garner the support of the entire world. And really what you're seeing happening is you're seeing the world turn against Israel because they're being irresponsible. They're being irresponsible in how they're prosecuting this war. They're taking casualties, massive casualties. They had the support of the Democratic Party here in the U.S., and they're losing it. They're losing the president of the United States because they're being reckless. They're being negligent. They're mass bombing these areas with dense populations of civilians, and they're blaming it on Hamas. Now, 100%, Hamas is to blame for the conflict that's happening right now and the despair and the destruction that's happening in Gaza. However, that does not absolve Israel of accountability in how they're prosecuting this war. Okay, they don't get to be indifferent to civilian life. They don't get to just bomb ambulances when those medical infrastructure have medical neutrality, right? They're on the borderline of committing war crimes. And I think they would do themselves a service to be careful in how they're prosecuting this war. They need to take advantage of their strength that they have and use some responsibility, use some civility. The United States is calling for a 4-hour humanitarian pause so that you can move in humanitarian assistance to assist those innocent people. But at the same time, Israel having the upper hand is being held to a higher degree of accountability, and they should be, because they're the ones that's creating a lot of casualties of war. And I think that anybody that wants to promote the idea that Israel is having the moral high ground here, they're losing it quickly, and they're losing their popularity with the American people. The Israeli government is shit at this point, and they do themselves a good service if they use caution in how they prosecute this war.
You
Thank
know,
you. Can I address him?
jump in, jump in.
All right, TC. I really appreciate your very, this is some of the best conversation we've had here. Sometimes Nelson forces me to joke around. I can't help it. It's just too, it's fresh. But I gotta be honest with you though. Number one, you said a bunch of things that. Let me tell you the Israeli perspective from the IDF. Number one, you mentioned ambulances. The Israelis have posted. It's not me. The Israelis have posted, and the Israelis have actually long said, not recently, they've said for 15 years, Hamas uses ambulances as cover. They smuggle weapons and terrorists in the ambulances, and they don't always or usually attack them. But after the 7th of October, I think they've considered gloves are off. Now they're like, you know what? Homie, don't play that. They don't care now. So they're going after those ambulances. And they've actually posted intercepted calls. Remember, the Israelis are good. They got a lot of technology. And they've baited their sources. They've actually posted audio tapes of Hamas operatives talking about, don't worry, bro, I got my own ambulance and have it show up at my house. They are moving people through those ambulances. So when you say medical something or other, let me explain something. As someone was in the military, in the laws of armed conflict, this is how it works. If a force uses a civilian structure, whether a residence or a hospital or a Red Cross vehicle, and they use it for military purposes or terrorist purposes, guess what? All of that protection goes away. So there is no protection to an ambulance with a bunch of Hamas fighters in it. Israel has verifiable evidence and proof that Hamas has been doing this, and they've provided it, not to CNN, not to Billy Bob 123 at yahoo.com on Twitter, not to you, not to TC, not to me, not to Nelson. They've provided it to their buddies at the State Department, at the U.S. administration, the French, the British, everyone. And they've said, look, we're not playing this anymore. They're doing this. They're taking advantage of it. We get it. They're the weaker party. It's asymmetrical warfare. They don't have the military we have, so they want to take on and they want to do whatever they can to survive. The terrorists don't want to die. What a shocker. So I want to make it clear. You can criticize the action, but don't ascribe actions to the Israelis that they don't say
But
themselves.
Yehuda, you said they want to go to heaven.
No,
They want to go
no,
die in heaven.
no, stop. Listen, so what I'm saying is the Israelis themselves say that the attacks on ambulances and hospitals are legitimate because Hamas is using them as platforms in which to attack them. So you could argue that it's not true. That's fair. But you can't argue that the Israelis aren't doing it for that reason. That's why they say they're doing it. And when it comes to the American perspective, I actually don't think that the Americans or the allies, the European Union diplomats, that they think Israel is wrong in what they're doing. In fact, the exact opposite is true. They've said the brutality, the evil butchery, the barbaric behavior of Hamas on the 7th of October has now made us not able to support the Palestinian cause at this time. So they have said that. That is why the Israelis are in Gaza. As we speak, the Israelis are no longer bombing Al Shifa Hospital. They're outside it. They're knocking on the door saying, hello, we're coming in. And that is actually the safest thing for civilians because it means there are no trying to conduct surgical attacks to eliminate Hamas. Israel does not want to occupy the Gaza Strip. They've even floated Israeli leaders, even outright, we want, for the first time ever, they've said, you know what? Arab countries, European countries, put your money where your mouth is, get your butts over here, form a peacekeeping force. You, with the big mouths, you protect the border. We don't want to be involved. We want you to step up and say, we will protect the border and make sure Hamas doesn't attack you. So there's a lot of nuance here, TC. I really appreciate it. And I hope whatever I said helped answer some of your questions. Over to you, Nelson.
May I also answer to him, please?
I want somebody on the other side to jump in right now. I definitely want a pro-Palestinian voice in here right now. So let's go to
speak, please?
Wait, what's your name, my brother? What's your name, ma'am? Sorry, what's your name?
It's Iman.
Iman,
It's Iman.
You're pro-Palestinian?
Yeah, pro-Palestinian, but I'm
Where are you from? Where are you from, though?
I'm from Egypt.
Egypt, shout out to Egypt, man. Let's talk about it. Jump in.
Yeah. Actually, I want to start by saying something very important. Humanity is humanity.
Iman, real quick though, could you
yeah.
Are you wearing headphones? Are you wearing earphones?
Let me.
Yeah, just back up a little bit for that microphone. Just take 2 steps back from the microphone. 2 steps.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
That's right.
Well,
that's Nelson's line. You can't steal it.
Let's go, Iman, jump in.
Let's go. Then civilians are civilians. Humanity is humanity. I will never agree on Israeli child get killed. I'll never agree on any Palestinian child get killed. Not only child. Guys, can you imagine somebody open your door and take out your kid, your 11 years kid out, and that's for no reason, for an unknown reason, and you have no right to say why? Not say no. I'm not saying you're not saying no. You're not allowed to ask why. Is agreeable on any person? And after all, let me say this, and this is very important. You guys are paying taxes. You are working so hard. You are honest people. You are honorable people. You are there for good, of course, for good. But unfortunately, you are used. Your money is used to kill other innocent people that they have nothing to do, unless they were born in Palestine. What is the difference between me and you and a Palestinian person? The only reason I'm in Egypt because I was born here. The only reason you're American because you're born there. The only reason they are killed because they were born there. That's a bad luck, and that's a bad interrogation for things. This is not. This is even for what about? Let's go for
Iman, let me ask you a question real quick, if you don't mind. Just to clean this up a little bit, right? Here's my question to you: October 7th, right? October 7th. Do you condemn the attacks of Hamas, or do you support it as resistance?
I condemn Hamas. I condemn Israel. I condemn every single person who can kill a human.
But do you understand why Israel is doing what they're doing?
There's no reason. There is no reason. You know what?
Okay, just a second. I want to ask you a question because you are from Egypt. What will happen if the Hamas is going to go to Egypt, because basically you are sharing a border with them that were never opened for them? What will happen with Sisi if the Hamas were going to Egypt and killing and raping and killing your children? What does Egypt do? Can you answer for this question?
Yes, I can answer this question. If this happens, there will be consequences that will never hurt civilians. You know what?
How does it make it make sense though? Break it down for us. Break it down for us. Let's understand what you're saying.
I will make it make sense. If Hamas comes to Egypt, they have their IDs, they have their names, they are known by the government. So whatever happens, they are under surveillance. There is nothing called it's not an open prison. It's a country that has their own policies. And if you know what it feels like to be under surveillance, you will watch out every single move you do.
Ma'am, that's not making that's not making
it's
no
hard. It's
sense to
harder
me,
for me.
ma'am. I'm not understanding what you're saying. You know what? Let me get somebody. You know what? Let's do it like this. If you agree with this lady right now, put a 1 in the chat real quick. If you're on Twitter, hit the chat feature bottom right corner of the space. Respond to the tweet of the space. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with this lady. Put a 0 in the chat if you think she's on some bullshit. 0 in the chat if you think she's on some bullshit. Drop it in.
Nelson, there's a lot of people on Twitter want to speak. What do we do?
I'm the best at this shit, bro. I do this shit, Yehuda. Okay, I do this. Trust me. Okay. Drop a 0 in the chat if you think it's bullshit, real quick. Let me see where we stand. So we got Sam. You know what? Let me ask Abhay. How you doing, my brother? What do you think about what she's saying?
Hello, brother. Shalom, salam, namaste, everyone. Thank you for having me, Nelson. You know, I think the lady who spoke is a good lady. And I think the one who spoke before that as well is a good lady, but I think their facts are so wrong. And I think they're so emotionally charged from their clan's perspective that they don't see the Judean perspective. Now, being from India, I understand that perspective deeply because we've had exactly the same barbarity imposed on us for 1,000 years, and then we're made to feel like the bad guys for fighting back. So I'm 100% with Judea, with Israel, with total clarity. At the same time, like any compassionate human being, I want my Palestinian brothers and sisters to be safe. And those people are not suffering because of Israel, they're suffering because of their own leadership. This is a fact that is irrefutable. A few points that were made earlier with reference to Judea and Samaria, wrongly called the West Bank, were that there are illegal settlements and you're taking land and stuff like that. Before 1948, not one piece of land, before 1947, not one piece of land on record was illegally taken by any Jewish person coming back to their homeland. They were mainly bought from locals who didn't know how to cultivate that land. It was wasteland and it was financial transactions. It is true that after 1948, Israel has been much more robust, but they still use broadly humane methods to safeguard their own security. And nobody sees the other side, that in the West Bank, Judea, Samaria, there are over 9,000 illegal Palestinian settlements in Area C. So if you don't see both sides of the argument and you just push one side, you're never going to achieve truth.
Can you play bullshit alert? Bullshit alert.
Nelson, assuming I
wait,
taken my
bro, let him finish, bro.
like mental things. Can I jump in?
You know, people who don't have anything better to say will only come out with stupid comments like that. It makes absolutely no difference.
I will teach Hindutva and RSS after
mute
you.
Out, bro, mute out. One mic on that brother, man. One mic on Abhay. Abhay, jump in, my brother.
Thank you, my brother. So I think two sides. If we want peace, if we want all human beings to just subsist with a degree of dignity and peace, we just need to understand facts and just get rid of the emotions here. And the basic facts are you cannot blame Israel for what's happening to Palestinians. That is a fact. You can go back to the Nakba. It's such a one-sided propagation of information there. The Nakba didn't just happen, because Israel decided to, throw everybody out. A lot of it, if you go back to the history of it, and you look at how Israelis and Jewish people were being targeted, and then they fought back. Of course, there was violence, and of course, then the Nakba happened, but it was exacerbated by Arab leaders telling their own people to leave. No one talks about that. The Arab leaders are the ones who actually told Palestinians to leave. That is on record by Palestinian broadcasters. There is so much disinformation. Dear Yassin, if you go back to that, and again, ignore the emotions here, it was a brutal incident. The Israelis have admitted that they cocked up in part of how they entered Deir Yassin, but it was just a brutal battle between two sides. The Israelis won. And there's so many where the Israelis have lost in that time as well. It is such a one-sided, propagation of information that if you continue like this, my sister who spoke earlier, you're not going to see the other side, and you're not going to get to any peace. So, where the West Bank has been completely devoid of any Israeli involvement before 1967. What happened then? Since 2005, 6, 7, Gaza has been free. What happened then? So I think you need to. I'll wrap up in a second. I think you just need to see both sides of the argument. That's all. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Throw that guy to the audience, whoever that was. That was somebody on Twitter, TW or something. Okay, he's down.
I'll take care of it.
All right, perfect. Free Assange, man. You were calling bullshit before my brother even landed. Okay.
Yeah, I am the only one who can interpret what he really said. What he said is that in India, we have Hindutva and RS. RSS philosophy, they went in 1925 to Italy to study India.
Can we be fair? Can we ask about how Hindus are treated in Pakistan, or Christians or Jews? Oh,
That
you
is
don't have
unfair,
any
man.
Jews. I'm asking.
Nelson really allows to put a statement and then you give a rebuttal of that.
Can you answer that?
Oh, yeah. Yehuda, Yehuda, let him land. Let him land. God damn. All right. Yehuda, jump in. Before we go back
Yeah,
down.
I'm gonna jump in just to give some balance. Free Assange, Afzal. You said a lot of kind of crazy talk for days. I mean, I feel like I like you, but I hate you, but I hate you. You basically called the other guy.
I love you, Yehuda. You are my brother, really.
I love you too, brother. But it's funny. It's like the pot calling the kettle black. You keep talking about India like it's some racist state, as if Pakistan is like the icon of virtue in the subcontinent. It's kind of weird. The ISI has done more to support the Taliban and terrorism than anybody. Abhai, do you want to respond to the accusations? Narendra Modi is a fascist, Mussolini, Hitler-loving terrorist. Abhai, let's talk about it.
I don't need to dignify a word of what this person has just said, nor will I. What I will say is that Muslim voters for Mr. Modi have increased in number from below about 4 or 5 million to his party before he came to office in 2014 to around 20 million. The number of Muslims who are employed.
How many legislators are in right now in Indian Parliament?
When you were talking nonsense, I didn't say a word, so just please keep quiet.
Yeah,
and
you got
don't talk. Every word of what you said was absolute nonsense. Every single word. Every word was nonsense.
Abhai, we might need to give that boy a goddamn Xanax or something, man. I mean, that boy pressure is running high.
I don't want to dignify anything he said. What I will say is just some facts which everyone can just sort of research for themselves. So Muslims employed by the government of India since 2014 till now has doubled. There's a record level of scholarships for Muslim girls who were excluded from schools in Muslim areas. Mr. Modi has corrected that. There's a record number of Muslim boys now taken out of these extremist madrasas, given laptops and told
Tell
to
them
study.
what is love jihad. Love jihad is what is love jihad.
Bro, come on, you got to stop doing that, man. I mean, Lord have mercy.
So actually, it's a very good topic to talk about. It's the grooming of infidel kafir women, which is happening on an epic scale. It's been recorded.
What's infidel kafir women for the people in North America, Abhay?
So it's similar to the grooming gangs that we've had in Britain, where it's on record. A Labour MP resigned because their own party was covering it up. Some people say up to 1 million English girls and Hindu and Sikh girls have been groomed by Pakistani Muslim men, and we have a much bigger problem in India of exactly the same. So when we say that that's happening, we're told that we're the bad guys. When we say that Kashmir was 100% Hindu, and by the way, I'm one of the smallest minorities in India. I'm a Sikh. When Kashmir, we just say it was 100% Hindu. You've converted it forcefully, and we're now just protecting ourselves. We're civilizing it. We're opening cinemas. We're saying that you can, take part in sports. Girls can, have fashion shows there. All, gays are no longer excluded from society there. That somehow makes us fascist. Every word of what the gentleman gentleman is a word just to describe another human being. It is absolute nonsense. Okay, and I don't feel emotionally charged by it. I just feel sad. I feel sad that we can't just all work towards a higher truth. And just
Nelson, can we get Afzal with a response? Is he feeling sad?
What he just said is that a Muslim guy cannot marry a Hindu girl in India, and if he marries, he would be accused of making her Muslim and bringing into Islam and increasing the Muslim population. This is exactly what he said. It's becoming crime on earth for a Muslim guy to marry Indian girl in India. This is what he said. Number two, when he said he is a Sikh,
I have a legal collective and I'll sue you if you ascribe to me anything that I did not say. I didn't say that. So
okay.
Just watch your words.
And second thing, what he said is that he's a Sikh. He belongs to a community who killed 4 to 5 million Muslims when they were migrating in 1947. This is the guy who doesn't want to talk and doesn't want to tell that his community mass murdered people migrating from India to Pakistan when Pakistan was created.
All right, can we ask a serious question? Afzal and Abe, who's going to win a war, India or Pakistan? Go.
Obviously, India.
India will beat the fuck out of Pakistan.
We are 11 times smaller than India, and we are
can we
always
get
ready
back
to fight
to
with
Israel?
But
Sorry.
can I something here?
It's a problem there.
One mic on Ace.
There.
Ace, go ahead.
Just quickly, okay? This guy's talking about Sikhs as tiny little minority group in India. How the Israelis are the Jewish are a minority in the world. That's pretty much Sikhs. We're like 2% population in India. Somehow we managed to kill 4 million Muslims. Do you want to talk about how Sikhism was created to protect Hindus from forceful conversion? Because your ass gets saved, and then all of a sudden you want to throw fire on Sikhs. Number two, this other person with the British accent who was talking about that he's a Sikh and Sikhs were killed by
Tell us about Amritsar. People don't know that.
Yeah, they were bombed. Like the Amritsar, this is a temple that was bombed under false pretenses.
Is it the Golden Temple?
Yeah, ma'am, you're saying some very...
You do not bomb in war or any time. You do not bomb a religious place. Okay,
bombed by the Indian government. Bombed by Pakistan has nothing to do with that.
And it has nothing to do with Pakistan. India did that. So I never understand when someone comes on stage and starts to support the Indian government. What happened during the farmers' rights? Come on, man, wake the fuck up. You may have left India or you don't live there anymore, and now you're living in a Western world and your perception is completely askew. What happened?
I'm really glad you say that.
Nelson,
You made
Abe
some
really
really,
wants to jump in. Can Abe
you,
jump in, Nelson?
yeah,
Is
you've
Ace
made
done?
some really good points, ma'am. What's your name, by the way?
My name is Ace.
Ace, no, you've made some good points. I'll start with your first one. Why was Sikhi created? And again, I believe in doing this dispassionately. Humanity is at the core of whatever we're discussing, but we have to stick to facts. So Sikhi was created, Sikhism, Sikhi, whatever, was created specifically to fight Islamist terror in India. We are a warrior people, and we were having, according to Farishta Muhammad bin Qasim, he himself, in one of his records, said that in just about a 300-year period, over 300 million Hindus were massacred, piles of skulls, raped, etc. So we were the people who fought back. So that's our role in Indian history, and that's why we have the
Like the
martial unit.
quintessential bodyguard, no?
Exactly. So we are the people who have fought. We're warrior people, and the first rule of war fighting is you don't lose your cool, and you always come from a place of love and compassion, because you only fight when you have to. That's the first point. So that's the first answer to your question. The second answer, ma'am, is, madam, if I'm a Sikh and my people were butchered, I will still seek the truth. It is completely true that it was at that time the government of India who did that, but it was a Congress government. And the Congress government hated us Sikhs. And I'm not going to hate India for what a political party did. They were a nasty bunch of people. But the people who saved us were the Hindus. They're the ones who saved us. It's got nothing to do with India, nothing to do with Hindus. It was to do with the Congress party. Okay? So what happened was awful. What happened was tragic. I know family members who were killed. I know family members who cut their hair and never put a turban on again because they were scared. I know exactly what it's like. But it doesn't mean that I will not see the truth. It's nothing to do with India. The Hindus came for our, they supported us and helped us. And it's nothing to do with this government. This government is the first one in many, many decades which has actually prosecuted and put those people behind bars and dignify the Sikhs more than any other government has. Not that I care. I don't need anyone to give me any special favors. I want everyone to be treated equally. So that's my answer to your second question. And the farmers' protest, ma'am, it's been really badly explained by the government of India, and there's been a lot of propaganda around it. The facts are very simple. If you look at the details of that law, of the entire farmers' laws that the government had proposed, and then he actually retracted it because he said there are too many people who are against it. I'm going to let you just have it your way. What he basically wanted to do was cut out the middlemen and pay directly the minimum prices or whatever the prices would be due to the farmers, not through the middlemen. So this was a fight actually between the middlemen who took vast amounts of money from the farmers and the Mr. Modi, who was basically saying, I want these guys out, because the middlemen are actually politicians and they control millions of our farmers that way. So there's a political element to it as well. He lost that fight in terms of the semantics and everything else. I don't think everyone says Mr. Modi's a great communicator. He is at home, but he's very bad at explaining simple things abroad. He doesn't even care about it. He just gets on with what he's got to do. But the farmers, the farm laws, the reforms were actually beautifully good for the farming community. And it's just really sad that they didn't go ahead. So, ma'am, I think that's just been completely misrepresented. Those are my three answers to your three
All
questions.
right. Thanks so much, Nelson. Does Ace want to
Absolutely.
reply to such? Go ahead.
All right. Oh shit. Oh, my bad.
You're on both, bro.
I had both phones off. Appreciate you for that. I definitely want to take this back to the topic though, guys. So let me circle this round two. If you're on Clubhouse and you want to speak, just type your name in the chat real quick. Type your name in the chat if you're on Clubhouse and you want to speak. Drop your name in the chat for me. But let me go to TOC. TOC. Let's talk about it, man. Let's get down to business, brother. Let's go. All right, go to the goo. Go to the goo. You're not ready. Go to the goo. Go.
Can you hear me?
You're lucky as hell, bro. All right, go ahead.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah. So basically, I mean, look, we're talking a lot of points, and we're going around in circles. But like you said, sticking to the topic. Two things can be true, right? War crimes can be committed on both sides, and I think we've seen kind of independent international organizations that have seen evidence of war crimes in both sides. At this point, reports will come out. We've had this before. There's been reports that come out from the ICC on past conflicts, what the Israelis have done. Hamas committed war crimes, definitely, but what the Israelis are doing could also constitute war crimes, right? And you also have to agree that they have someone in power right now, Netanyahu, who doesn't have a great history when, talking about the Palestinian cause, when dealing with Palestinians in terms of things like illegal settlements, when things like illegal blockades, on Gaza. So it's not a direct military occupation. It's called more of an indirect occupation, essentially, because you control kind of most of the things that go in and out. So these are the kind of things that we need to kind of move on from, because there'll never be peace. Otherwise, there'll always be this cycle. Okay, if you keep building illegal settlements, if there's violence against Palestinians, if there's laws of apartheid, for example, that again have been found by reports of international organizations like Amnesty International and the ICC, the reports as close as last year. They will always be violent. It'll always be this. Hamas might be eradicated now, right? You can diminish their capabilities. There'll be something new. There'll be something else that comes. I think Tal said it earlier, where if when Hamas is gone, you guys will see exactly the truth and what will come out. That Palestinians are going to come out and say, "Oh, everything is great now." Do you know what I mean? Almost kind of in that sense, but there is Palestinians who already living in Israel, for example, and they live under laws of oppression. And this doesn't just come. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of international organizations who have found apartheid laws. Someone like Desmond Tutu from South Africa went there. He said, "This is worse apartheid than I had, than I face in South Africa." So I think that there is those. You have to kind of admit to those kind of things before you can move on and resolve this conflict. And the other thing we're not talking about is proportionality.
But
Right?
before you go on, can we address what you just said? A lot of stuff that a lot of people don't agree with. Do you mind? May I have your time, TOC?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. So, speaking from the other side, a lot of what I heard was a lot of bunk. Okay. Um, the fact that you said that I feel there's a big argument of obfuscation. I think that you basically said the Palestinians are entitled to do what they do in terms of Hamas. You said things about apartheid.
No,
We've
no, no,
had
no. Sorry, no, sorry. I condemn what they do. I don't agree with what they do. Like I'm not making a justification of what they do.
Okay. What about apartheid? You said that. You said a bunch. A lot of people like to throw this around. The international organizations say, look, the Israelis don't really care what the United Nations says, first of all. We've had, especially even in our space, we've had many Israeli Arabs who live in Israel, who are Israeli Muslim Arabs. Amir is one of them. You can go check him out. And he'll laugh at you. He'll say, I'm an Israeli Arab Muslim. It's not perfect in Israel, but it's 100 times better. And you're telling Muslims in Israel that they are persecuted and live in an apartheid state, they laugh at you. And I want to do this to advance the cause of peace. So how on earth could
This
you?
is not me telling them, Yehuda. Just so you get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. This is in international organizations like the
Right,
ICC and
right.
Amnesty
Well, the
International.
ICC, I'm not sure what the ICC has to do with it because Israel's not a signatory. So it's like saying the Martian organization of shoemakers say something, right? So let's be honest. So I'd love to bring Amir up on another time, at another time. Amir is an Arab Israeli Muslim who's always said what he feels. He said it's not perfect in Israel, but it's way better than anywhere else in the world. So what I'd like to get. I don't want to convince you. I don't want to change your mind. But what I'd like you to do is recognize that there are 2 million Arab Israeli Muslims who absolutely disagree with you. They don't agree with you. They love living. They have Israeli citizenship. They work in Israel. They're Israeli. They live in Israel. They work in Israeli companies. They travel on Israeli passports. So it's like you can be mad about it all you want. You can have a camaraderie with Muslims. You can say you want to pray to, Al-Aqsa Mosque, and that's great. But you can't speak for Israeli Arab Muslims, of which 2 million of them vehemently disagree with you. Is that can we agree to disagree on that talk?
Man, you shut that boy up. That's crazy.
Sorry, my mic. No, look. Again, I think I'd rather hear an independent organization on this, their thoughts, than coming from kind of the Israeli side, if that makes
No,
sense.
no. What about
That's all I'm
Israeli
saying.
Arab
Like
Muslims?
because
No, wait,
they're
hold
not
on.
on
How
either.
could you hold on. I'm willing to listen to a Gazan Muslim tell me about their experience. Why aren't you willing to listen to an Israeli Arab Muslim? Why do you need an organization?
Because they look at things objectively. They look at things like laws objectively. So they look at the legal system, how Israelis are, tried under different legal systems to Palestinians.
All right.
They look at
Send me
possession
a message.
laws.
Send me a talk. Send me a message. There's a lot of
Agree to, the 1948 mandate regarding the partition plan.
You want to know the truth?
You got
blackjack, and you thought if I made $50, I can make 100, right?
No, Nelson's not a piker. He don't play that shit. $50. Come on, Yehuda.
Oh,
right
I'm
about
too poor.
that.
Sorry, I'm not Lever Nelson.
No,
Sorry,
I
I don't got lots
gamble.
of money.
I don't gamble, brother. I don't gamble. But go ahead.
I don't gamble.
I'm
I
sorry, I'm going
gamble
to
with my
cut in
life,
really
Nelson.
quickly because I've been listening to you guys for a
But
while.
hold
And
on, before you cut in really quickly,
No, especially
let
Yehuda,
me
because
say
no,
this.
No,
hold on a
hold it.
second,
Let
hold
it
on a second,
spice
hold on a
it.
second, because
Spice
I really want to dispute everything that you're saying, because right now what you're
Spice
saying
it
is a
up.
bunch of
Let's go.
absolute shit, right? Me,
Is it
myself,
bunk?
and I actually visited Palestine in 2017. I actually visited the
OMG.
nation.
I've
Can you,
never
okay,
been there.
hold on, can you
What is
stop?
it?
Because I've
Yehuda,
literally, I've heard
what
you
my
speak,
first lady?
Yehuda,
Let's hear it.
and now it's my time, okay? So you're going to listen, you're going to stop talking, I'm going to speak, and you're going to listen, and that's what's going to happen for the next 5 or 10 minutes or so, okay? Actually,
Well, not 10,
okay,
like
can
3.
you, all right, can you stop? Can you show some respect? I didn't
Let's talk
interrupt
about
you,
it.
so now you're going to listen to me, okay? All right? And I'm not going to listen. It's a disgrace. It is a disgrace. Okay, like I said, those 2 million Israeli Arabs that you so mentioned, right? I'm sorry, right? If they have any compassion for human beings on a level of human beings, regardless of your part of the right, I'm going to put it first and foremost, I'm an atheist as well, right? Ghetto, right? You're all familiar with World War II. You all know what ghettos are, right? They control leave those, they will shoot them down like they are dogs, right? They control what food goes in, how much electricity they go in. Sometimes you could be there and then out of nowhere, no reception, no Wi-Fi, no communication, nothing. You're cut off. You're cut off. You don't have internet. You don't know. Thin. These people are trapped. This is a illegal military siege occupation
Go ahead, man. Let's talk about it.
This is the truth. This is the truth.
Answer to her.
If
Let's
you
go
want to address
more.
me, then DM. I've dropped
Well, I
my
can't
piece. I
DM
said
you
my
because you're
Okay,
piece,
on
so
right?
block.
Thought you
Open it
said you
up.
were leaving. What happened, man? You shit, you forgot.
Wait, not to mention her DMs are closed. So
Just
she ran
DM me when
away
you're
and
in
her
the
DMs are
woods.
closed.
Pro-Palestinian, pro-Israeli. I hate a fucking attitude. Mine, I'm rolling out like 2-3 months. Download that shit, okay? But calm
It's
down.
called Nelson House.
It's called Let's Talk About It. All right. Let me go to Liberate.
I want to answer to her because
Okay,
everybody
let's
hear
do it.
whatever she said, and it's 5 years old, and I still remember when I was young how we are the people of Netanya used to go to Tulkarem to fix our cars, to go to the market because the vegetable and the fruit was so good. I used to take my grandfather with my mom to the dentist, and we had a wonderful life with the people of Tulkarem. And then suddenly, Yasser Arafat came and he said, I want to have a Palestinian state. And then Tulkarem become to be a ghetto. So who is this fault? Yasser Arafat. Now they say no, we want to have one state solution that everybody is going to live together. Seriously? Seriously?
Talk about it. Okay. I need a name. Name on Clubhouse. Who wants to jump in? Let's talk about it. Let's go.
Hey,
This
hey,
this is
Nelson,
Richard.
this
Let me
Dre.
go to that first guy. First guy.
Nelson, this Dre, man.
Let's talk about it.
Hey, y'all know who I am. I come in here regularly. I'm a veteran. I've actually been overseas, been to the Middle East. I've listened to a lot of people on here disrespect a lot of people, veterans, people over at the national countries and all that stuff like that. And I honestly want to say, terror to I actually signed up, to go to the army uh, and went to Afghanistan. And when I went to Afghanistan and what I seen in Afghanistan was totally different from what the American media was showing me. So my perspective is when I was in Afghanistan and they put me on that 50 cal and I was going through these Afghani people's neighborhoods with my 50 cal, I actually seen what they were doing to these people. You had uh you know, the Taliban actually did were hurting people, you know. But at the same time, when you're going through people's neighborhoods with a gun and these kids from the national land, you know, we're looking at you scared, throwing rocks at you because they're nervous that you're going to kill them, regardless of what your country tells you to do. They say if these kids throw rocks at you, disregard them. But if these kids got a gun at you, you shoot them. That's what my sergeant was telling me. He said, Andre, if these kids got a gun, a bomb, whatever, shoot them. I don't give a fuck. We ain't gonna tell nobody. And it changed my perspective on what America was doing in Afghanistan. Now,
All right, Andre, I got to ask you a question. I'm going to step up here. 20
I'm
years in the
done.
military. I never heard someone in the military said, when I joined the army, they give me a 50
I
cal.
give a
What
fuck.
on earth are you saying, son?
I'm telling you, if you actually have not gone to war and
Yeah,
pulled a
I just said to you, 20 years in the
awesome,
military. What
I
are you saying?
I was a fucking sapper and seen people over there
You
dying.
were a sapper. So wait a second. You
Can't-
just said you were infantry. You had a 50 cal. Sappers don't
I
walk
was,
around with 50 cals.
dumbass, I was an engineer. I was getting blown up over there. If you don't
And so
know,
your sergeant gave
you
you,
be
for
quiet.
some reason, a 50
I
caliber TAC Macmillan TAC?
what?
Dude, what you're saying doesn't pan out. As someone from the military, you just said you joined up and you had a 50 cal and you walked through a town. What are you saying? Engineers don't walk around with 50 caliber
Yeah.
machine guns.
Okay, first of all, I'm telling you what I did. You can't tell me what I did over in
I'm
Afghanistan.
asking you.
Listen, I'm telling you, when I went through goddamn Afghani neighborhoods in my MRAP, loaded up my 50 cal, I felt like a terrorist going through these Afghani neighborhoods and these kids looking at me like I'm going to kill them. Okay? Now
So you
listen.
were in an MRAP and your sergeant told you if someone throws a rock at your MRAP, don't shoot them because you needed to know that?
Yehuda, can you let him talk and let us hear him
Please,
out, please?
Afsal, for
N-
20
n-
years in the
I
military,
know, man, you are
I
deep.
get the question. Hey, 20 years in the military, I get the question
Nobody. Let
nonsense.
him land his plane, man. The
Hey,
fuck?
Fair enough.
hey, Nelson, mute that monkey. So first of all, when I
Only monkey.
Ladies
I
and
hope it's
gentlemen,
not. I hope it's not because I'm half black. That's not
let's
right.
talk about it, man.
nigga, I don't give a fuck if you have purple, nigga. I seen these.
All right, let's get one mic on Andre.
What?
Andre, N-word, bro. We don't do that in that, man, bro. Respectfully.
Okay,
But go ahead.
let me apologize. So first of all, in all the name of blessed be Allah, I'm gonna tell people what I've seen in war. I don't care if you're Air Force, your Navy, your Army, or Marine. I've seen it with my own eyes. You can't call people terrorists and you walking through their neighborhoods and you got guns just like them, ready to kill them. You got to think about what you're doing and how you're doing it. If somebody came in your neighborhood walking through with 240s, M4s, rolling through your neighborhood with 50 cal guns, ready to shoot your ass up,
I'm getting the fuck out of there and running.
exactly. So I'm telling you from my point of view, I left Afghanistan, even though they offered me to stay. You wanna know why? I got blown up 3 fucking times. I got a TBI, traumatic brain injury. I got hit up to my left, my left side on the side of the road. I'm telling you what I've seen. Y'all got to have respect for people. You got to have respect for people. Disregarding what you see on the news. You can't hurt people and justify it because of what somebody else did in the past. You got to have respect for people, even on Clubhouse. If you aren't a veteran and seen what happens over there in those foreign lands, you have no right to tell those people how they should feel. I'm
Thank you
done.
for your service. Thank you
So,
for your service.
let me ask you this question, Mark. By the way, thank you for your service, man. I really appreciate that. How long you been following me for, bro? How long you been following MM? How long you been coming here?
I want to say about a week or now.
A week? So you're new.
Yeah.
Long time.
Okay, well, welcome to the show, my brother. Let me ask you this question real quick, right? So, in So you gave the story about Afghanistan, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand how you're correlating it to what's going on in Israel and Palestine right now. Right? I'm trying to understand like your stance. So what is your stance?
So my thing is, when you have American support going over hurting people, you can't say that the same people that are terrorists, like people are saying that Hamas is terrorists, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
Sure, they're terrorists.
So
Absolutely.
when you have when you have people coming through your neighborhood killing off your children, would you think that they're still terrorists or not, regardless of what they say?
If they have a
Yes.
gun.
Okay, see, now the thing about it is, if you, okay, I'm gonna put it this simple because a lot of people can't understand this. If you're a father of two boys, right, and you see your boys keep fighting day in and day out, you're gonna want to know what's the cause of this fight. And they keep fighting, disregarding what you say. You got to find out the root problem and solve it, or it's not going to end. And the reason we pulled out Afghanistan.
So what's the root problem in this situation? What's the root problem? I'm just trying to get to the point fast.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Right.
I've never been over there, so I don't know their root problem.
So you don't have a stance.
You just said you were over there.
No. He's talking about. I'm talking about Palestine.
I've been to Afghanistan.
Yeah. So you basically you don't have a stance in the whole Israel, Palestine stuff.
I'm not calling anybody a terrorist because I haven't been over there.
Oh, you're not calling Hamas a terrorist?
No, I'm not calling any of them because from what I see on both angles, both people are attacking each other, and it's not going in until everybody's damn near dead.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. So the actions on October 7th, you don't believe that those are terrorist actions?
It was completely wrong. Yes.
Yeah, but were those acts of terrorism? October 7th.
It was. And
okay, but you're talking out of two sides of your mouth right now. First of all, you're saying they were acts of terrorism, but you're not calling Hamas terrorists.
No. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'm getting a little bit too mad. Okay. So
it's all good. Calm down. It's Nelson. Calm down.
So anybody can say anybody's a terrorist because they strike fear in that group. Okay. Both people were wrong, but it's not going to get solved by hurting people.
I'm with that. I'm with it.
Wait, but when he says both people are wrong, does he mean the people at the music festival got chopped up and shot in the face? They're wrong too? I don't get it.
Israel, Hamas, but both groups are wrong. That's what he's saying.
So it's going to be an end. And I guarantee you right now, us talking about this right here is not going to solve anything. We just going to be arguing. The governments are not going to stop because that war is making the governments money. They're making money for hurting these people. Both sides are making money. You can look this up. That's why they keep doing it. They need the West Bank because of the resources that it has.
All right, how much money do the Jews get for all of this, Andre?
I don't know. I'm not looking into what they do.
Right.
But I guarantee.
Is it a lot of money though?
It's all good, Andre. Let's land it though. Let's land it, man. We definitely appreciate you jumping in.
I can already land. My thing is, my point is,
right.
It's not going to end.
For sure.
It's not going to end until damn near everybody's dead.
100%.
Or somebody pulls out like they don't want child support.
Right.
That's what we did in Vietnam.
Right.
That's what we did in Afghanistan. That's what we did in Iraq. They said there were mass bombs of war over there. I ain't see one mass bomb.
So let me get this straight. Do you regret serving the United States military?
I'll tell you this. I don't regret it, but I did it for myself. I didn't do it for this country.
You didn't do it for the country.
No.
Okay, I appreciate you, man. It's all good.
I went to Afghanistan because I'm like, okay, I want to see what they're talking about.
No, 100%, my brother. 100%. It's all good, man. Listen, man, bro. Thank you for your service, my brother. Appreciate you being, jumping into the Million Marathon recently. You're gonna have a great goddamn time. I can tell you that.
By the way, would you do it again?
John.
Hey, would you do it again?
I volunteered to go back to Afghanistan twice. They told me, no, Mr. Harmon, your ass too fucked up. You got hit by 3 bombs. You need to go home. I said, cool, give me my 100%. I'm here sitting here.
For sure. No, I appreciate you, bro.
Richard, please.
No, I'll circle back. Let me go to Abhay.
May I please answer to him? Like, I appreciate his service. I just want to mention about what he said. He said about kids that using gun and basically all these terrorist organization. They are using these kids. They are using old people, and this is the problem. And this is why it's so hard for the Israelis to fight against Hamas, because they don't have any they don't have a heart. Like, they are using their children, and they are using every single person as a human shield, and this is the result. And this is why it's so hard for us to explain the action that we are taking.
You
And
did
this is
not hear him out. You did not hear him out. You are just twisting the whole narrative upside down, really. I don't know what you were listening.
Oh yeah, so let's talk
Mr.
about the Afghanis that you are kicking right now, and you said that they are terrorists. Now they didn't even had any terrorist attacks against you. All they did it a little bit what they just tried to have some bread, so they steal bread from the store. This is why you're kicking them out.
No,
Really,
Oh
I know
yeah,
this is really
yeah.
so twisted.
Listen, guys, let me get one mic. Let me get one mic in the building. One mic on Nelson. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Hey, let's talk about it, man. Jump in.
Thank you. So the gentleman who spoke earlier, he's obviously a good man. He's worried about what he's seen. I would say that if you see a state like Afghanistan, you see what's happening over there, it makes you sad, or you see what's happening in Gaza, it makes you sad. But you then have to figure out what the real reasons are. And if you're looking for somebody to blame, in the case of Gaza, you need to find the right people, and it's not Israel. I also think it's wrong to conflate an American, to superimpose an American paradigm onto Israel and Palestine, because I don't agree with American foreign policy. It does complicate the argument, but that's got nothing to do with what Israel is facing within Palestine. With reference to all the things that have been said about two sides to a story, there are not two sides to a story. This is basically a genocidal ideology which wants to wipe out the Jews, as they've wanted to for 1400 years. Same with lots of other infidels. It's part of their supremacist culture to do so, and that's the basic fundamental problem. And there's nothing more than that. The only other side that's important is that the Palestinian people, the decent people who are caught up in all of this, they need to be protected from their own leaders. If they really cared, if their leaders really cared, all of that aid, the highest per capita aid in history that has gone to Gaza, would have made at least bomb shelters. There's not a single bomb shelter for the people there. There are terror tunnels instead. What about new hospitals? Why is the biggest, if you look at the detail of where these guys operate, their biggest command and control center is where? It's in a hospital. These guys don't give a damn about the
Nelson, your
Palestinian
bullshit
people.
button is broken, man. Your bullshit button is broken.
They don't give a damn about the Palestinian people. And that's obviously clear. And if you look at my, not my timeline, but lots of other beautiful Muslim people from the Middle East who are calling out these genocidal maniacs and saying that these guys are the ones who are running down the Palestinians, you'll see video after video that they are now translating.
These people? Can you name one of these individuals, please? Which Muslims are you talking about that are condemning going on?
Okay, so I'll continue speaking, and you don't please interrupt me. Okay, so don't interrupt.
Just
me,
answer
please.
the question, bro. You're gonna make statements like that. We need answers.
Damn.
One second, my brother. Let me have one mic on the app. Hey, when he's done, you guys know the rules, man. When he's done, you can jump in and do your madness. Appreciate it.
I'm not answerable to anyone, so don't ask me these questions. Go and ask your own leaders or the people who you support why they're doing it to their own people. That's all you need to do if you really care for the people of Palestine. So there are countless people. There are voices from Saudi Arabia, there are voices from Egypt, there are voices from obviously the Israeli Arab community. There are people from Palestine as well who are saying what we all need to hear, but we're not, either we don't want to hear them. Some people don't want to hear their voices, or they're being, drowned out. But those people are telling you the truth over and over again, that the root of this problem is this irrepressible, relentless desire to wipe out Israelis and Jews. That's the problem here. Get rid of that problem and there will be peace.
But isn't that the giant Zionist agenda? That's literally what's written in the Talmud. Eliminate all Gentiles, all non-Jews, right? Am I wrong? No other religious book
You
says
are
this.
wrong. I'd
The
love for
Torah
you to
doesn't say
read
this.
from
The
the
Bible
Talmud
doesn't
to
say this.
us.
The Quran doesn't say this.
I have a question for them, Yusuf. As a Jew, do you invite people into your religion?
No.
No, they don't, bro. I tried.
No,
Why not?
this is not true. This is not true. No, no, no. I used to
Oh, okay,
teach people who
okay.
wants to
No,
convert.
Maria. Yes,
He used
right,
to
but we don't
convert to
Maria, we
Judaism.
don't invite people. We don't invite people. We don't
Sorry, sorry, sorry.
proselytize.
Hold
No,
on,
That's
but
the
hold on, hold
just a
on,
question.
hold on,
second. No,
hold
I
on,
want to
hold
make it
on.
clear. I want to make it clear because I am an Orthodox Jew, and my service, yeah, I didn't went to the military. I went to a national service, and I used to teach people who came from the whole world because they want to convert to Judaism. So we do have a special process that takes time only for people that seriously wants to become to
So
be a
sorry.
Jew.
Listen, Morash,
How many
Nia.
times do you have to be rejected? 3 times, right? Before you get accepted.
No, I don't know about
I'll
it.
tell you about it.
Tell me, please.
Please. Okay. So in Orthodox Judaism, in the Jewish religion, you absolutely can convert to Judaism. One of the biggest lies in the, unfortunately, the KKK world and the Islamic fascist world, they say Jews don't accept converts because they think they're better than people. That's not true. That's a dumb lie spoken by dumb people. Jews accept converts if they so choose to be Jewish. Why? Why the delay? So being Jewish requires an acceptance of 613 mitzvot, or religious commandments that are incumbent upon all Jews. If you're not going to follow the rules, Jews say don't be Jewish because it's better to be whatever you are. Because unlike other religions, whether it be Islam or Christianity, Judaism doesn't say if you don't follow our religion, you're going to hell. Judaism says if you're a good person of any faith, you have a place in the world to come. Makom be'olam haba. And the difference is that because of that, there's no obligation on Jews to quote unquote invite you to our religion. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You imagine meeting someone and say, I invite you to my religion. You should be my religion. What are you, 5? What is
So
this?
you're calling all
So,
of our
Be quiet. It's like saying, I'm 5 years old. I want you to be like me or else I don't have any friends. No, no one cares. In Judaism, you could be a good person as a Muslim, as a Christian, or as a Jew. And so that's the reason why we don't actively seek converts. But if you do so choose to become Jewish, there is a process. It requires learning, it requires study. But if you don't want to be Jewish, there's no problem. We have no problem as Jews, we have no problem with Nelson being a Christian, with Yusuf being unwell, with the other guy being Muslim. We don't have a problem with that. You can be
oh, okay, okay,
you
okay. We
can
get it. We
be
get it. All
whatever
right.
you want.
Now let me
Just
ask
be
you a
a good
question.
person. That's all we
All
ask.
right,
Thank you.
Zionists. Thank you very
In
much.
these,
You're
in
very
these,
welcome, Turkey.
Real quick, one second. Yehuda,
in these
don't hit the
600.
mute
Oh,
all
sorry.
button. Yeah, 1 second, Will. 1 second. It affects my simulcast,
Sorry
my
about that.
second
Yo, yo,
account.
My bad.
yo, okay.
It seems like the Zionists are fucking up your phone signal right now.
Got everyone on this stage to pretend they're with me on a platform off the earth together.
Bro, mute your
Look at
goddamn mic, man. Mute your goddamn mic with that bullshit, man. Who the fuck is that?
I've been asking to
I
speak
mean,
5
what the fuck,
times.
bro? Coming in here sounding like Yoda from Star Wars, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about imagining a better world.
Bro, Richard,
That's
come
all
on,
I'm
man.
talking
The
about.
fuck. I go
World
ahead.
good like I like.
Lightsabers and shit. All right, go ahead, Richard. Go ahead. Let's talk about it. Jump in. Did my moderators move him down? Did you guys bring him back up? Bring him back up on stage.
Back now.
I have a question,
I'm
Nelson.
talking about imagining a better world. Imagine if all of us were together and we were from outer space and we were looking at this planet. Right now, the leading country has a defense industry with 1 million employees and hundreds of billions of dollars a year in budget. It is a defense industry. It is an industry that needs to be having a war every 40 years of major proportions. And Israel is one of its major allies. Put it on your head and think about what we're looking at. There always has to be a war. My position is that these wars are pointless, that we as a species would be smarter to have a video game every 20 years, like the Olympics, where every one of the countries fights each other remotely on electronic devices on the dark side of the moon. We are not in. We are a species emerging into a new age, and we're not getting it. We are doing stupid shit like killing each other's children over the borders of countries that are in our imagination. That's my point. Think about our situation and be. That's my point. I'll leave it at that.
It's all good. My brother John Legend just came on Twitter, man. I'm pretty sure he wants to cuss somebody out, probably Yehuda. John, what's
Don't
going
do it.
on?
Don't do it. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Man, that's JL. That's Big Bro, man. Big Bro can cuss anybody out, man. It's all good. John, you want to jump in? What's the word, man? What's going on? John. Mike
He's
button
connecting. He's connecting.
left corner.
He's got
he's still
Russian
connected.
Wi-Fi. It's not working. Give it a second.
It's all good. Let's go to Yusuf. Yusuf, what's the word, man? What's the word? Let's talk
My
about
brother,
it.
I got so many DMs, bro. People begging me to speak because Yehuda was saying some wild shit, some wild propaganda shit.
His ass up. Light his ass
Man,
up,
I
bro.
didn't
Go
even
ahead.
hear what he said. That's why I'm here, bro. I'm here to listen and just chime in and give my biased perspective, just like you guys have your own biased perspective. So I got nothing to say right now, but I want to hear from John Legend.
I got a question.
Who's John Legend? I'm going to bring him up again.
Hilarious. Let's go to Liberate. Liberate, let's talk about it, man. Go ahead. You just jumped on stage. Let's hear you out.
Hi, everyone. So I just want to say that I know there is a lot of pro-Israelis here, and that's okay. We all defend what we like or what we love, and that's completely normal. But I want to say that I was once in a genocide. I was held in concentration camps. 30 years after, the other side is still saying they didn't do genocide. So yeah, I want you just, all of you here, to think how it is for a kid to be bombed all the time, to sleep in the woods for some time and being 3, 4, 5 years old. I want you to think of sleeping in the basement, right, under the ground without no windows. Your mother giving you maybe the last piece of bread, because until I grew up, I didn't know that we didn't have bread, right? So I want you to think about those kids, what's going to be with them when they grow up. For me, to be honest, now I'm 35 years old and I do not remember that much of the war, but I do have that PTSD, as they call. When I hear like planes, immediately my brain starts to think that it's war outside. When the tire breaks, from the car, I think it's a bomb, but that's only in a second, which happens in my mind. So I just want you to think, all of you here, pro-Israelis, pro-Palestinians, I want you to think what kind of generation you are all making. because there is no good and bad side here. The difference between evil and good, I mean evil and good in a way that we are trying to say Israel is guilty, Palestine is guilty, whoever the fuck is guilty, no one cares anymore. But you have to think that the difference between Israel and Palestine right now is just the numbers of killed people. And that's what made Nazis even, right? Nazis were killed during the war. My own grandfather was with partisans fighting together with Jews in those wars. So, that's what I want to say to you. Even Nazis were killed, but no one gives a fuck about them that they were killed. But the difference, if let's say partisans and Jews resistance that was in that time, if they killed more Nazis, probably we would be the one who are genocidal in that time. So the difference is only the numbers. There is no good and bad side. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Beautifully said. That was amazing. I actually loved it. That was very well said.
Use it for some context though. What war was she a part of?
Bosnian War.
Bosnia? Oh man,
Yugoslavia,
that's crazy.
the Balkan genocide, Srebrenica, Serbians versus Bosnia Herzegovina.
Damn, that's crazy.
And can you imagine, Yehuda, that until now they're still saying that those mass graves that we dig out, me being in the concentration camp, they're saying that those pictures that they're on internet, actually the people are behind the fence, not inside of the fence.
Habibti,
So
I wouldn't have believed you until the 8th of October when the Hamas GoPro videos people said didn't exist. Everyone will deny genocide for, unfortunately, the most horrible reasons. May we all chastise them, and may we all recognize the loss of so many innocent civilians. Thanks so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And also, Yehuda, just so you know, the Jews are safe in Bosnia. No one is touching
Oh, I
them.
know. I have a friend from Sarajevo. In fact, the former chief of defense staff of the state of Israel was a Bosnian Jew from Sarajevo. Lots of love to Bosnia.
Yeah. We
Absolutely.
don't touch alternate religions.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate you jumping on the stage, man. Appreciate you. Let's go to TOC. TOC, man. Let's go ahead and talk about it, man. You've been spewing bullshit all day, man. I wouldn't be surprised if you got some more.
I'm ready for that bullshit, man. So yeah, as I was saying, I mean, we've been talking about
alert. Bullshitter alert.
I said you
Nelson, I can't take it seriously.
Can I just touch on a couple of things?
I had to set the stage up, my brother. But go ahead. Let's talk about it.
Sorry, man. But yeah, just a couple of things. We mentioned kind of some kind of military things over there in terms of military combatants, and I'm actually, I've been.
You know what? One more.
Bullshit! Bullshit! Bullshit!
I gotta get you going, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm ready, man. Let me talk about it, man. But yeah, listen. I've been through war as well. I'm actually from Kosovo myself, so we were the last kind of nation that they tried to ethnically cleanse in Europe. That was the Serbian atrocities, and there's no winners in war. Like, people die, civilians die. The only way we should look forward is for solutions, because it is absolutely horrible. The one thing I would like to say though is, in terms of we're not talking about proportionality here. In terms of how many people are being killed, right? In terms of, look, the military objectives, I get it. They want to destroy Hamas, completely valid, but it comes down to proportionality. How many people are you willing to kill in terms of civilians, children, and mothers, who would not combatants, right? As well, but I've listened to Breaking the Silence Israel, and it's a group of ex-IDF soldiers. It's actually an organization who talk about the atrocities they commit. So I think there needs to be some kind of acceptance that they've also committed atrocities and war crimes in the past, and they come from their own voices. They talk about just the training, how they're trained to terrorize like civilians, not even during war, but just even in times of peace. And these guys, I think the other thing we need to listen to, I think someone else
done, please. May I jump in?
Yeah, of course. But yeah, the only other thing is, I'll make this other point really quickly, is that, we're talking about the voices of people who are not being heard right now, but the other overwhelmingly, huge voice is listening to other Jewish people, listening to Holocaust survivors, listening to the children of Holocaust survivors who are calling for a ceasefire, who are saying, to stop this and to try and find a different solution to this, which I still think can be found, right? Instead of, killing civilians and continuing this kind of level of bombardment. So there's loads of Jewish people across the world protesting as well, on the side of humanity, really, and including Holocaust survivors, including you can just look them up. Someone like Marion England,
Please don't
he's
speak on
87
behalf of
years
my
old.
people because you're way wrong. Please, with respect,
I'm not. I'm listening to. I'm listening to these people talk.
you're
I'm not
listening to a
speaking on behalf
handful
of
of
them.
people.
He's the only Jew. He's the only Jew in the world, though. Yehuda's the only Jew in the world, so you got to listen
Like
to him.
I'm listening to Yehuda. Is it not valid for me to listen to these people talk?
All I'm
To
saying
listen to
is
them make
I
statements?
can tell you 50 Muslims on my hand that don't believe in the Quran, who are complete apostates, murtads, munafiqs, and they disagree
How
with
are they
you
Muslim if they don't believe in the Quran, brother? That doesn't make
because
any
they were
sense.
born Muslim and they rejected it.
What?
They're
That
Arab,
doesn't
They were
bro.
make
They're
born
any
not Muslim.
sense,
Muslims.
bro.
They might
They're
be
not
brown.
Muslim.
Well, because they reject the theology. Does that
They're
make them
Arab,
less
bro. They're
Muslim?
not Muslims.
They reject the theology.
So don't call them Muslims, bro.
They were born
They're not
Ex-Muslims.
Mus.
Muslims.
They're
They
not
call
Muslim.
themselves
Muslim is not an ethnicity.
They
It's
call
not an ethnicity.
themselves. They call themselves cultural Muslims.
No, that's not.
That's
That's
a
not even
mental
a thing,
illness,
bro.
bro.
That's not even a
So,
thing.
so,
That's
so
made up.
you're the judge. You're the
Anyway,
judge.
just a second. I have a question for the gentleman here.
Yeah, sure.
Do you really? Do you? Okay. Does Hamas really care about his people, about the
No, Hamas
numbers?
doesn't care about the people. Hamas. Like, I'm not defending Hamas here. Look, the atrocities that happen. I'm not here to justify what
Okay, so
happened.
why we are fighting right now? Why the Israelis army are fighting right now?
Hold on,
What
TOC,
I'm trying to
TOC.
say is there's a different way to do this right
Okay,
now
do you
instead of
understand that
killing
we
all these
have
civilians.
just a second, maybe you forgot, but we do
Long
have
live Puff.
our people inside Gaza. We have 240 hostages inside, baby, 9 months, that now we have
Yes,
10 months already because it's been already a month that our children are still there. Do you
I
understand that we
get
are
it.
fighting to bring our people back home? Do you
I get
understand
it,
that
but
we are
there's a
fighting?
bit of a
They will
contradiction
tell
to that.
us. They
No,
will.
maybe you don't understand. We are fighting because we don't want that to happen again. And the Arab countries, our neighbors, are with us.
But there's
They
some
are
people who
supporting
disagree that the
us.
tactics you're using, that they are actually creating more extremism as we speak. Some people
Okay,
would
do you
would
understand?
actually
Just a
say that,
second. Do you
like you'll
understand that the
eradicate Hamas and
Israelis,
then there'll be
So,
something else.
the
TOC, if it
Israelis
was your
army,
children that were held
the
hostage under a
Israelis,
tunnel, is
just a
there
second.
anything you wouldn't do to
One
get him back?
second,
So
everybody, real quick, beat up.
Yehuda, the first thing I wouldn't do is, there's been.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Somebody move that MJ guy to the audience on Clubhouse. Throw him down to the goo. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. And please keep an eye out for that type of bullshit. Appreciate you. Thank you. Back to Twitter. So TOC, you've got a point there, right? The last thing you said, definitely have a point, and I need to highlight it. Okay. Yesterday I tweeted out the Elon Musk Lex Friedman podcast. I tweeted out like a 5-minute segment, and Elon said something very interesting. Okay. How do you know that you aren't creating more Hamas soldiers with every innocent civilian that dies in Gaza? I absolutely agree with the gentleman. Okay. Because it's very simple. Very, very simple. If you bomb, and by the way, keep in mind that over 4,000 children have died in Gaza. If you bomb, so let's say you've got Tyler. Let's call him Tyler. Okay. Tyler has a daughter. Okay. And a wife. One of your bombs came in, you killed your Hamas target, but Tyler's wife and Tyler's daughter died. Tyler is more than likely want to go kill some Jews in revenge. Tyler, who's an innocent civilian, might just say, fuck it. Join Hamas, grab a goddamn AK-47, and go Jew hunting. Right? Same thing if you kill, let's say Tyler's daughter had a brother, right? Her brother is 14 years old. Okay. Her brother just watched his mom and his sister die. That boy is most likely going to grow up hating fucking Jews. And he's most likely going to go grab an AK-47 one day and want to go Jew hunt. Right? So TLC's definitely got a point there, right? With every innocent civilian that's dying in Gaza, you are more than likely creating new Hamas members. Elon said it, and I absolutely agree with Elon, and I absolutely agree with TLC. Just wanted to throw that in there.
But Nelson, but then you could say that you could.
One sec.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just wanted to throw that in there from an unbiased standpoint. Just trying to keep it real, right? TLC, back to you, brother. Let's go.
Yeah, so thanks, I appreciate that. But yeah, definitely, it definitely great, because that's why we're in this cycle, right? This cycle never ends. Like I said, Hamas will end. They'll diminish their capability, militarily, completely, because Israel has the capability to do that. But something else will come from that. There'll be a new type of extremism, a new organization, which we've seen for years, like come out. It's definitely this same cycle. Has to be done. There has to be a different way of having an international peacekeeping force there, demilitarizing Hamas completely, getting rid of them, and start.
Somebody mistakenly muted. Continue.
Yo,
Someone muted everyone.
Yo, Lena.
That was my bad. That was my bad. I'm so sorry. My finger slipped.
Yeah, you guys can't do that.
No,
I'm
that was my
simulcast.
bad. My finger slipped. I'm so sorry.
Don't play with that. Mute everyone.
I promise you, that was
Okay?
my bad. That was my mistake.
I've literally got another room right now with 400 plus people. Like I can't.
My
You know what I'm
apologies,
saying?
man. I'm so sorry. I was holding my phone
So-
wrong.
It's all good. TLC. Who is speaking right now? Is it TLC? TLC.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'll continue with the bullshit. So hold on one second. So yeah, I'm not sure how much you heard when I was muted, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. That there has to be a way, maybe an international peacekeeping force, a ceasefire for Hamas to be demilitarized, get the hostages back, for them to release them. The other thing I don't understand about this hostage situation is you're bombing literally the places where they could be keeping them. So I don't understand this whole concept of, you need to get them back, but you could be killing them as you're bombing, Gaza in terms of civilian buildings, even in Hamas tunnels where they're actually reportedly kept, the hostages. That's what kind of the reports are.
All right,
So
TLC,
that's
can I
kind of my
jump
thing.
in?
It's a weird strategy.
TLC.
Okay, it used to be a ceasefire before October 7, and you see what is the situation. Basically, it was a ceasefire, right?
Listen.
So they want a ceasefire, and a ceasefire, you know why? Because they want to become stronger, they want to get weapons, then they want to do
How
their
will
own
they get stronger?
bullshit.
How? They have no electricity, no fuel, no water, no
They
food.
have everything.
That's exactly
How?
why we are not going
How
to
will they
give
They're
them
get
a
going. They're
stronger?
going to
ceasefire.
planet. They're going to
That's
Planet Fitness,
exactly.
bro. They got the black card.
Look, children, Khabre, Rabotai. You guys have never fought in an army in your life. I can hear it in your voice. You've never been in war. You never served. Honestly, sit down for a second and get educated. The Israelis are on the verge of I know, giggle all you want, Yusuf. It's funny. Where you live. Chicago, you're happy. It's
I
good.
live in a $2
Bitcoin,
million mansion at 25. I got married at 21, brother. My life is good, bro.
Amazing.
I'm
Mabruk
good, bro.
alaik, Habibi. Mabruk
Habibi, bro. I
alaik.
love you, bro.
Mabruk alaik. Listen, for those who didn't put the time
But
in.
just real quick, just want to clean that up. There aren't any $2 million mansions, by the way. Just putting it out there.
Yusuf got called out. Yusuf, $2 million.
I'm post a whole
Where
video
you
of my
living?
crib right now. 3-floor crib, bro.
Nah, I mean, dude, it cost me $2 million to actually construct shit. Right?
Hey, it's Canadian, so maybe the Canadian currency.
He lives in Detroit. It's a Detroit mansion, Nelson.
Bro,
Detroit mansion.
I mean, it cost Cindy fucking $5-6 million, $10 million to construct. No, you don't have $2 million mansions. I don't give a fuck where you are, unless you're not even.
Brother, I'm gonna send you a video of my crib, bro. You tell me if it's a mansion
bro.
or not.
Ain't nothing you send me, my brother. I'm just keeping it real with you, dog. But
Yusuf, where do you live? Mississauga, Brampton? Where
I
you
live in
at
Oakville,
$2.5
Canada.
million?
You want my address?
Oakville, Canada, $2.5 million mansion. Yusuf, send me a DM and I'm gonna sort you out.
I got
Wait a
you,
second. Monitor, what do you say?
Nelson, in Canada, a 2.5 million house, that's like nothing. Houses are more expensive in Canada than they're in the States. If you want to have a mansion, maybe it's a mansion to him. I don't know what he had before, but you cannot buy
Yeah.
a mansion
No,
for
but have you
$2.5
seen
million.
Zoolander? It could be a mansion for ants.
So you want to spend $2 million over here in Bethesda, you get a fucking townhome.
Nelson,
I mean,
Nelson, can I also answer? Nelson, can I answer your question?
I mean, I'm just trying to keep it real, bro. Like,
Nelson, can I answer your question when you asked about war?
Yeah.
We went through a war that Saddam Hussein, Iraq, they invaded Iran. We went through a war for 8 years with these people, and I was I was young. And when that happened, right after that, we didn't go on a killing spree for Arabs. We didn't hunt Arabs to kill them. No, war finished. They made a mistake. They did it, and it ended. That's it. That doesn't. Or I'm really sorry that I'm going to use this line with your presence over here. Black people went through slavery in America and around the world, but it never pushed them to resort for terrorism. They fought through peaceful protest. Martin Luther King, he marched. They did none of that until they got their rights. So just because somebody invades your country, you don't
Hold
have
up,
to
hold up, hold
become
up. You never watched
terrorists.
Django? Django Revolted. So was he
Come
a
on.
terrorist?
It's
Come on,
Django, not
please.
Django.
Is it? Yehuda, you know it all, bro. I'm gonna
Please.
come to
I'm
you
kind of a
for all
polymath
advice in
there,
life,
Will.
bro. I'm gonna come to you for all advice in life.
Call
What
me
stock should I be
Guru
invested in right
Yehuda.
now?
Guru Yehuda. That's my name.
What
The black Africans, honestly, it was the most successful civil movements of the entire fucking world. And these
Moonlighter, was
people
it
did
though?
it.
May I ask you a question?
Not in
I have
Haiti,
a question
not
for
in
you.
Jamaica, not in Haiti,
she
and not
said
Nat Turner
Africans.
with the
God damn it! I
Burnham.
mean, listen, you act like you didn't go to school. Is Haiti in Africa, motherfucker? Shit. Okay.
She act like
Haiti,
Haiti,
bro, Haiti,
they
that
were
was the
One
only
Nat
second,
Turner with
everybody.
place
the
in the
Burnham.
Western Hemisphere where the slaves
Ladies and
actually won.
What don't you
mute your
understand
mics,
about
mute your mics, mute your
African
mics, mute your
Americans?
mics. Mute. Order. Stop fucking muting all for
I
fuck.
was doing it. You told me to mute the mics there.
God damn.
God damn
Yehuda,
it. Blame it on the Jew.
it's literally like 10 people on the Twitter stage. I have at least 50 on Clubhouse. Like, I mean, it can't be that hard, bro.
I'm not the smartest guy in the world, even though I'm a guru.
Y'all
Go
good, man.
ahead.
I
Sorry,
still
Nelson.
love you, bro. I still love you. We're good.
Listen,
Nelson,
but I
can I
don't think
make
Ladies,
Moonlighter.
damn. I mean, yo, shit. Okay.
Nelson, I wasn't finished. Please, one more point.
All right, let's talk about it.
Okay, so when they say Muslims, like some Muslims don't believe in Quran and all of that. I was born in a Muslim family, and you have no choice. Once you're born in a Muslim family, you're a Muslim until you become older. For girls, it's like 9 years old. For boys, it's a little bit older in order to, claim it pretty much, right? But if you decide, even if you don't claim it and all of that when you're 9, if you decide to leave Islam, the punishment for leaving it's death penalty. So they will kill you if you leave that religion.
That's not true. Who
Number
told you
one,
that?
that is what do you mean that's not true?
In which country?
Who told you
In
that?
what?
Which
In
country?
what?
What kind of sorceress
That's
bullshit are you
crazy.
What do you
talking
mean
about?
what kind of source? Shut up. In most
Man, you just triggered all the Muslims, man. I'm not
That's
saving you.
crazy.
Nelson,
You
she
leave
lies every
Islam,
time she
bro.
comes.
Who
Every
said
time
that
she
shit?
comes
You
to
leave
Canada.
Islam when you don't pray on time. You realize
You
that, and you
have to
don't go
bring
to
a
the
reference
mosque.
today.
bitch.
All right.
Muslim, you have to bring a reference today. You cannot.
One mic. Okay.
I'm
Shit.
not done. I'm not done.
Munir, I ain't saying
You are spewing lies right now, Munir.
I'm not
She's
saying to you
done.
right now, man.
Mute your mic, lady.
Hey,
All right.
is this the nurse that made that video that's going viral right now? The one lying, the one that was acting like she was Arabic. Is
I
it?
will love to hear what she say. Can we, please?
Yes.
You do. Who show you
Nelson,
do?
All right,
Nelson, they're
everybody
not
mute out.
allowing me
Everybody
to
mute out.
speak.
Everybody mute out real quick. Mute out real quick. Munir, I need you to land. I need you to land.
Okay,
Let's
they're
go.
not allowing me to
Yes,
speak.
she landed.
Apostasy in Islam is death penalty.
That's your
And just
parents.
Google
That's your
it.
crazy ass parents. That's not the religion,
Yo,
fam.
shut the fuck up
Don't
with the
tell me to shut
accent.
up,
That's
bitch.
not what it is.
Oh.
Damn.
Don't tell me to
So
shut up
get
when you spewing lies. All right? You spewing
Some
lies.
shit
You a
he
liar.
said.
You a liar.
Yusuf,
All right.
Some
respect the
shit he
All
women.
right.
said.
Respect the
One
women.
mic.
Nelson will
On
tell
me.
you, respect the women.
enough of that lady,
Everybody
bro.
mute out. Everybody mute out.
Let's get ready to rumble.
All right. God damn it. Okay, everybody, woo shot. Listen, take a deep breath. Breathe in and breathe out, motherfuckers. God damn it, woo shot.
Fuck
Okay.
that lady. To hell with
Shut your African ass up. All right, cool.
Fuck you too.
With your dumb ass. All right, Monitor. Listen, man, you about to get me in trouble, okay? You're literally about to get me in trouble. I need you to land before motherfuckers start calling me a Zionist, okay?
No
Please.
problem. Well, that's what it is. Apostasy in Islam, it's death penalty. If you want to disagree with me, no problem. But it is what
Who
it
is
is, man.
killing you?
That's
Who is coming to kill you? Who?
the
How is
fucking
she alive? How is
your
she alive
fucking
right now?
How
government.
are you alive if you have
They're not
left
I
Islam?
wrote,
Then
they're
why
not
are you
letting me
alive?
speak.
How are you alive?
done. Okay, cool. All right, Yusuf, you got the microphone.
Nelson,
Please.
Thank you, brother.
Don't,
Thank you,
But
bro.
they didn't let me finish.
She's
hell
so
no,
mad. She
Moody.
doesn't want me to speak, bro. She's afraid.
You try to get me in trouble, man. Moody is going to get me killed.
Look,
All right, Yusuf, jump in.
I'm gonna tell you one thing, okay, Munir. I have respect for you. You're speaking your opinion. Everyone listening, there's thousands of people listening to you. I have
It's
respect
not
for you,
my
all right.
opinion. It's
But do
fact.
not say lies about a religion that
It's
2
not a
billion people
lie.
follow.
It's
2 billion people are
legit.
not coming to kill you if you renounce your loyalty to God. Nobody
I
cares.
didn't say
You
I
understand?
didn't say people.
Nobody
It's the
cares.
government.
The world
It's
doesn't
the
revolve
government.
around you,
How
love.
they kill gay people and
Who?
also they kill
Who?
apostates.
Who?
Muslims, you dumbass. Why are you
Why
pretending
are
like
you
you don't
putting
know?
killers in the same category as religious like people? It's not the same. Someone who kills is not someone who believes in
It's
God. That's not the
death
same.
penalty, dude. Have you
What
read
Listen,
death
it's not
penalty?
Surah?
Under Sharia
I wrote.
law. Under Sharia
All right,
law, it says kill people who leave Islam. No, it doesn't.
one mic, everybody. One mic, everybody.
Doesn't say
One
kill
mic.
people.
Okay.
There's nowhere that says kill
You said,
people. There's
God damn. Ladies and gentlemen, okay? Time to reset. Welcome to the Nelson Epega Show. Million Marathon if you're on Clubhouse. Once again, okay? We got 1,000+ people in here right now, okay? I need everybody to have one microphone on whoever is speaking. Whoever we pick to speak, one mic on them till they're done, okay? Now, please, when you do have the microphone, try not to call somebody's name or go after somebody directly because it's going to force them to respond and you both start talking over each other. Trust me, I've been doing this for a long ass time. That happens 9 out of 10 times, okay? So when you have the microphone, just shut the fuck up, please. Whoever the fuck that is, shut up. So when I toss you the microphone, just hit the point, get to the point, land, and let's move it around, okay? Yusuf, let's talk about it.
My brother, there is nobody in Islam that is mentally right in the head that is going to even threaten, let alone actually take the action, but threaten to kill someone who leaves the religion. I don't care, bro. I don't care what you guys think about Islam. There's not a single Muslim that is mentally inapt and actually functioning in society, right? And is not in risk of going to jail or being a criminal. A real citizen that believes in God and follows the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is not going to come and kill you because you denounce Islam. Nobody in the world cares about you and your religious perspective, right? Only the fanatics and mentally ill people, maybe in your family, maybe people who are stalking you or attached to you or obsessed with you, maybe, sure. My dad was like that. That's why when my dad birthed me into Islam, I renounced Islam when I was young. When I was 18, 19, I said, I'm not a Muslim, I'm agnostic. And then I found Islam again. How? By reading the Quran. So when you say Muslims are Muslims, but they don't read Quran, that's also bullshit. That's 2 lies that you said. So that's why I'm
Yusuf,
beating up.
I'm gonna help you out as a Jewish guy. I
Help
like
me,
I
you.
bro.
never
Help me.
said
This
Oh,
that.
is
hold
I
on, hold
never
on.
crazy,
said
Stop,
bro.
stop, 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 stop. Stop. Muniner, stop. I like you, but I don't like you. So Muniner is right. There are Muslims in the world that will or say they will kill you for apostasy. It actually is in the Quran. You shouldn't, you to your religion
Where
to
is
my
it in the
religion.
Quran? Which
What do you
chapter,
mean?
which verse?
Name the
I'll
ayah. Name the
Which
ayah.
I'll
chapter and
Show
send
which
it
it to
to me.
verse?
you. I will send it to you. I'm not going to get in a religious debate in front of all these non-Muslims and
Yeah, but
non-Jews.
you're talking to
But
practicing
one
Muslims.
second,
You can't say that.
one second. In many Muslim countries, there are crimes about apostasy. Iran is one of them. Some Gulf states. but it doesn't mean you get to besmirch or attack all of the Muslim world for these laws, right? So, in other words, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So, Yusuf, I do like you. You're in Oakville. I might come and visit you at your $3 million,
Come, brother. You're more than welcome, bro.
palace.
Wallah, you're
But
more than welcome.
you're wrong about one thing. So what I'm saying to you, with love, with respect and love, I'm probably 20 years older than you. I grew up with Muslims at Scarborough UFD campus. I grew up with them in high school. I grew up with them. Look, there are people that have very negative thoughts about people who don't believe in the deen, in the haqq. Okay? I don't know if you speak Arabic. I do.
Come
So
on,
there
بحكي
are
عربي,
people
bro.
that have a problem with it, but to pretend it doesn't exist, you don't do yourself any favors. It's a lie. It means that we need to educate. We need to help people, right? And monitor, if you look at the Farsi people, the Iranians, they come from a different tradition than you, perhaps. And they come from a tradition where they feel their entire culture was hijacked by Shia Islam.
But this is a mental health conversation.
No, don't be rude. It's not a mental health conversation. There
It
are
is.
hundreds of thousands. There are millions of Iranian Muslims who have left the deen, who don't want to be religious, and they want to move on. You have no right. I have no right to judge them. I think it's fair to say, to you your religion, and to me mine. So let them live in happiness and peace, and let it go. She has a particular position that you don't agree with, but you're lying to yourself and you're lying to the audience when you say there's no one in the
No,
Muslim
this is
world
the
that would
truth, brother.
chastise
This
you.
is the truth. I'm not
It's
lying.
not the truth.
It
I
is the
put it up
truth.
there just.
One
I
second,
put it
everybody.
up
Let me get one mic. Let me get one mic. AJ, Clubhouse, talk about it. Let's go. AJ, going once, going twice.
Okay, yeah. I'm here.
Hurry the F up, man. Well, what happened? ICE came to your house trying to deport your ass?
No. They came to your house.
All right, let's talk about it.
One thing this lady mentioned about and then they get killed. I mean, if that's happening, we'll see a lot of people dying on a daily basis because there's so many people that doesn't even want to practice the religion or they don't believe in the religion anymore. So you don't come on the stage and speak about a certain religion in a very, very bad manner. To think of it, who don't even understand what the religion is. I don't know why. And I've noticed this trend on the stage that it's mostly from people from Iran or Iranian that are doing this recently. And I understand what you're going through with your government. There are so many people who are so radical with the religion, and this could be from your own side, your own culture, or whatever they're practicing over there. But I don't see this in other parts of the world. So you have to blame your government. You have to blame the people who brought you up, who gave back to you in the religion, and showed you the other way of the religion. But that's not how we were brought up. That's not how they show us the religion. I know a lot of
Sir, it's up there. Just read it.
Please.
It's
It's
not. It's
right
not
up
in the
there.
Quran. Bring a verse from the Quran. I guarantee you will not.
Will, you keep talking over Moniker.
Hello.
You know what? Stop being a jerk. Even Yusuf has
What
respect for
they
her.
guys? Let AJ finish. AJ,
fuck you.
second, Will, 1 second. AJ, go ahead.
So I don't see the problem as the religion. I see it as the culture of some certain people. Please don't say those kind of ridiculous things on the stage.
There we go. Absolutely. Guys,
Can I have a 10 seconds?
Okay, boom. 10 seconds, go.
Now, Nelson, last time, remember you 3 days ago, you said that if anybody makes such kind of claim, they must bring a reference or receipt.
Facts.
Now,
I
Moni,
did.
last
It's
time,
up
Moni,
there.
hold on, Moni, do
It's
not
up
interrupt me.
there.
Do not interrupt. You interrupt everybody. You do not let anybody talk. I'm only asking for 10 seconds. Last time she came, it's a syndrome with ex-Muslims.
10 seconds is up, my brother. 10 seconds is up.
Ex-Muslims have this problem. They
10
have a problem with the
seconds is
religion.
up, man. You should ask for 100 seconds.
Okay, then let me have 40 seconds. Ex-Muslims have this problem. They just want to get even with the religion. They bring false kind of narratives, and they fool people. It's not fair. Bring a reference. Last time you claimed Islam says, Quran says 9-year-old girl you can marry. I challenge you. You were supposed to bring a reference this time. Post Quran's verses which say that you can marry a 9-year-old girl. First,
Those are
bring that
hadith.
reference.
That's
Then,
Sahih Bukhari.
then a
You know
woman
that.
came who said, hold on, Yehuda, do not interrupt. I have
That's
only
not
40
the
seconds.
Quran.
Hold on, I have only 40 seconds. Hold on. And another woman came, Nelson. She said that Islam says mandatory female genital mutilation. I asked her Quranic reference. She never returned. I messaged you also. She never sent you the message. There is no reference. These people come over here. They throw some statements. They mislead people. They spread hate against any religion or any race. That is wrong. And if we do not shut these people down, Moni is a troll. The person
You
without
can't shut
references would
me
be
down. It's
considered.
called freedom of
She
speech.
is a hateful person who has agenda against Islam. You can open your
Okay.
own space and do
Thanks.
that, but
Hey, that's
you should
more
not
than
be
that's 400
destroying somebody
seconds.
else's
Let him
space.
finish. Let him finish.
That is
Yo,
immoral.
Nelson, let me address this, Nelson. Let me
I
address this.
jump in. Jump in.
Wait, I
Go
have my
ahead.
hand up. Can I say something?
Nah, chill.
Okay.
Fall back. Fall back.
Will, I got you. Go ahead, Will. Go ahead.
All right. So first of all, Sahih Bukhari and hadiths, that's not the Quran. Number one, right? The Quran is straight from Allah. Find me one verse in the Quran that says that somebody is going to get killed if they leave Islam. In the Quran, Allah says that religion isn't compulsory. Like you're not supposed to force anyone to enter a religion, right? So at the end of the day, I have an issue with this Jewish man talking about my religion just because he speaks Arabic and he may know some things
Do
or
you
whatever.
speak Arabic?
Bro, I pray in Arabic. Is that a problem with you?
Do you speak Arabic?
I speak a little bit. And I speak
Oh, good for
Spanish and
you,
I speak English.
Khalas.
So what? So what?
So learn your religion so you can
Learn my
understand your
religion.
deen and your
I did learn
hadith.
my religion. Bring me the verse, bro. Bring me the verse. Since you're a
Learn your
bullshit
language
artist,
so I can
bring
teach
me
you
the
your
verse.
deen.
Yeah, Yehuda, just to keep this thing balanced, y'all got to bring the verse though.
Bring the
Facts.
verse.
Chapter
Shut the
number,
fuck up.
verse number.
Got to bring the facts.
Bring
Got
it.
to bring the
Bring it,
facts.
bro.
Bring the
Bring
facts.
facts.
I'll
to
send it to
back
Will. I'm
that.
going to send Will a message.
Nah.
Hey, pin it up top. Pin it up top. Pin it up top.
But you
Y'all
won't
don't
find a
let me
verse.
speak. If y'all don't let
One
me
second,
speak,
ladies. Woosah. Man, Yehuda, we might need to get a goddamn Xanax from Monitor. We might need 2, 3. I mean, goddamn. Oh shit.
Maybe.
Man, dude, I had an Iranian girlfriend back in the day when I was going to school in England. She wasn't half as spicy as Munida, man. Munida go crazy. She go fucking viral.
I had a girlfriend like Will. Very
Lord
spicy.
have mercy. Will, go ahead, bro. Get back to it.
Yo, so at the end of the day, it's like, if you guys are going to make claims like that and you're not going to bring verses, I don't want to see no Google shit. I don't want to hear nothing but the Quran. If you don't find it in the Quran, I
You don't even
give a
speak
damn.
Arabic. How could I give it to you?
Bro, what are you talking about? You don't need to speak Arabic to read the
up
Quran, bro.
there. It's up there. Fucking
Is the
look
verse?
at it.
You brought the verse? What's the verse? Read it out
Look
loud for
at
everybody.
it. It's up fucking there, bro.
Read it out loud for everybody.
I will.
Where is
Everybody
it?
mute
What's
out.
the verse chapter?
One second. I'm going to pull it up right now. I need everybody muted. Everybody muted. I'm going to pull this thing up right now. Give me chapter 2, ChatGPT. Shout out to ChatGPT, by the way, man. Most brilliant technology. 218 in the Quran. All right. I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to read it. All right. Boom. Okay. Pulling up right now. So it says, indeed, those who have believed and those who have emigrated and fought in the cause of Allah, those hope for the mercy of Allah, and Allah is forgiving and merciful. Mona, that doesn't validate.
That's the chapter
You
and
read the wrong.
verse
You
that
read the
she's
wrong.
using
You
to
read the
prove
wrong
her
link.
point.
One.
You read the wrong link, bro.
Yehuda, please.
One second, everybody.
You
One
want me
second.
to read it or you got it?
So
That's not Quran. That's not Quran.
one second. Let me get
What
one.
you guys
Let me
have
get
up
one
there
mic.
is not the Quran.
One second. Let me get one. Everybody shut the fuck up. Okay. Let me get one mic. So what you have up there is chapter 2, verse 218. Correct? Mona,
No.
I'm asking you.
No.
So
it's
what
a
is
different link? It's a different
No,
link, bro.
it's a different link.
So what is Q2? Isn't that chapter 2?
No, you're not reading the right link in the nest, bro.
What you mean the right link? The one that's up top right now? Look up top.
It says
Q2 218, right? And Q3 86 and 97.
No, you know what? I see what you're doing because it's the same thing for me. When I click on it, it goes to a different link. But what it does say is it says Sunan Nisai, the book.
I need the chapter. I need chapter and a verse.
Okay, I'm gonna find it for you.
It's crazy that they made these
bro, we're
claims
gonna be
without.
All right, let me read this. Give I'm going to read this as well. That's the Allah guide a people who disbelieved after their belief and after they bore witness that the messenger is true and after clear proofs had come unto them. And Allah guideth not wrongdoing folk. 87. As for such, their reward is that on them rests the curse of Allah and of angels and of men combined. Verse 88. They will abide therein. Their doom will not be lightened, neither will they be reprieved. Verse 89. Save those who afterward repent and do right. Lo, Allah is forgiving, merciful. Verse 90. Lo, those who disbelieve after their profession of belief and afterward grow violent in disbelief, their repentance will not be accepted, and such are those who are astray. Verse 91, lo, those who disbelieve and die in disbelief, the whole earth full of gold would not be accepted from such an one if it were offered as a ransom for a soul. Theirs will be a painful doom, and they will have no helpers. Verse 92, ye will not attain unto piety until ye spend of that which ye love. And whatsoever ye spend, Allah is aware thereof. Verse 93, all food was lawful unto the children of Israel, save that which Israel forbade himself before the Torah, in days before the Torah was revealed. Say, produce the Torah and read it unto us if ye are truthful. Damn. Verse 94, and whoever shall invent a falsehood after that concerning Allah, such will be wrongdoers. Verse 95, say, Allah speaketh truth. So follow the religion of Abraham, the upright. He was not of the idolaters. Verse 96, lo, the first sanctuary appointed for mankind was that at Baca, a blessed place, a guidance to the peoples. 97, wherein are plain memorials of Allah's guidance, the place where Abraham stood up to pray, and whosoever entered it is safe. And pilgrimage to the house is a duty unto Allah for mankind, for him who can find a way thither. As for him who disbelieveth, let him know that, lo, Allah is independent of all creatures.
MashaAllah. Takbir, bro. This is amazing, bro.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu
It's
Akbar.
amazing, bro. Thank you for
Allah.
reading the Quran, Nelson, for real.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Beautiful words.
That was
Beautiful
it.
words.
So
Allah is the
may
most
I
gracious,
just
the most merciful.
Okay, so just to get back to where we're at before, nothing we said earlier was in these verses.
It's
Nothing.
right there. So do you gonna let me read it? Or are you gonna let me read it?
Let her read. Let
no,
her
we
read
heard
it.
it.
From
Are
the
you
We
gonna
same
let
already
me
Let
read
her
heard
it?
read
it.
it.
All
Let her
right.
read it.
Shut this call down
What do you
now.
mean let her read it? Nelson
Shut
just read.
this call down. She has
Surash
We
no credibility. This
Indeed.
is a
Can
troll.
we?
one second, guys. One second. I mean, guys, we got to be able to we got to be able to call shit
Monitor
what it
wants to
is.
read the Quran.
It's right there. Indeed. The penalty for those who wage war against Allah and his
Give the
messengers
reference.
and
Give the
spread.
reference. Give the
It's
reference.
right fucking
Give
there.
the
Open
reference.
your
Chapter
fucking
number
eyes and
and
see
verse
it.
number. Do not make up
She's
your own stuff.
doing it, Afzal. Calm down. She's
The
doing
verse.
it, man. Take a
Verse.
Xanax.
It's right. up there. It's
No,
right
no,
up
no. You
there.
sound like you're trying to push an agenda.
Everybody, 1 second. So she's showing chapter 5, verse 33. All right, I'm gonna pull it up right now. Quran, chapter 5, verse 33. Hold up.
No,
Verse
so by the
33.
time you pull it up, okay, so they didn't let me finish.
I got it.
Yes, this
Hold
exists
on.
in
Hold on.
Islam, but do they practice
One second.
it? Do they
1
practice
second.
it? Not necessarily.
Okay, so Quran chapter 5, verse 33. Indeed, Allah chose Adam, Noah, and family. No, I
Hey,
mean,
Nelson, really?
oh, John, what's going on, brother?
Well, listen, this is hard because I want to remind the speakers there are tons and tons of us who still hanging on for dear life are trying to understand the Quran, trying to understand the religious issues between the parties. You know, and we know they're there, but at times like this, you deep dive into scripture and we can't get it. So, but hanging on, listening to everything they just said, the only passages that captured my brain, as you were just going to do, were about if they cast evil, if they attacked. But it didn't really capture if a person just decided they didn't believe, they weren't hostile, they weren't angry, they just wanted to move on. I didn't hear that.
Facts.
So
I
just
didn't hear it either. Facts. You know,
Hey, Nelson, this is Ramon
again,
with
for
Fresh
me,
Prince.
it's listen. Religion is a very touchy topic. You know, now I've got quite a sizable audience where with multiple religions, I can't have somebody say something on stage that isn't correct, you know, and just let it flow. That's going to affect me at the end of the day. So we got to be able to bring out the proof.
But Nelson, you have seen repeatedly
You
this
know,
woman doing
correct.
this non-stop.
Hey, this
One
Ramon,
second.
can I jump in?
One second, everybody. So, real quick. So she posted another thing up there, but I mean, it's not coming up in you know, I mean, the Quran that I found. So maybe this is something
That
different.
has something to do with war. It has nothing to do with abandoning Islam. It has.
We gave you, please just read it out.
What
That's all.
do you say, brother?
Read the Quran 5:33 she gave you that you wanted to read. Read out the scripture.
Okay, I mean, it says, indeed, Allah chose Adam and Noah and the family of Abraham and the family of Imran over the worlds. Oh, that's 333. Oh shit, my bad. Hold up. I did that wrong.
I put it up there with the Arabic text right there.
1 second. So it's 533. All right, cool. Let me pull it up. All right, coming out right now. Indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against Allah and his messenger and strive upon earth to cause corruption is none but that they be killed or crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off from opposite sides, or that they be exiled from the land. That is for them a disgrace in this world, and for them in the hereafter is a great punishment. I mean, again, it doesn't correlate with what was said earlier.
Nelson, this is
Has
Ramon.
nothing to do with
Well,
living
what-
Islam.
Are you starting
It
a
is
war?
about
Are you starting
war.
a
It is
civil
about
war?
creating civil war in society. That is what it is addressing. Has nothing to do with leaving or quitting your faith. This woman is liar over and over and over again.
Don't call her a liar. She's just
I mean,
misinformed,
I
bro.
wouldn't call her a liar. I'll just say she just misunderstood it. But
I'm not misunderstood. Y'all are not getting y'all are not getting it. In
no,
Islam, if
We
in
are all
Muslim
stupid.
countries,
She is only the genius
dude,
one, right?
shut
Facts. We're
up.
all
Let me
stupid, and she's smart.
speak.
all right, let's get one mic on her real quick. Let's hear a point.
Just shut up. Let me speak. None of you let me speak. Guys, if you walk in an Islamic country and just yell out, you know what? Fuck Allah, okay? If you do that, they will kill you because you're an
Astaghfirullah.
Now she has
apostate.
changed. Now she is
Because
going
you're
on
an
a blasphemy law.
apostate.
Now she is talking about blasphemy. She has moved on
Jesus
from.
1
Christ.
second, bro. You got to mute
If you
up.
go to North Korea and say fuck Kim Jong Un, you're gonna get shot.
Yusuf, listen, okay? I need one mic on this lady. When she's done, we'll respond. Let her finish, though.
Nelson,
I'll
okay.
monitor.
Nelson, okay, so these people are not letting me speak. Okay, so apostasy in many Arab countries and also non-Arab country like Iran, if that shit is actually proved, the judge can rule to actually give you the death penalty. So this is a fact. And just to let you know, there are people who have been killed because they don't believe that Yunus actually
Name
was
one
in.
person who has been killed.
Yusuf, you
I
gotta
will
stop that, bro.
send
Come
you.
on,
You're
man.
not letting me. I
Fuck
will
you,
send
bro. You
you
gotta stop that.
links. I will send you links of people, and I will send you links of people who got executed because of apostasy. One of them was just 2 years ago in Iran. This problem is happening. If you want your religion to be a religion that everybody can make peace with you, you need to dive deep and find the issues and have it reformed, guys. That's all you got to do. But if you're going to shut everybody down because your God said kill them, whoever wages war against Allah, go kill them, cut their hands off. That's what exactly ISIS is doing.
Okay,
Okay, may I respond to that?
Wrong,
May
wrong
I
claim.
respond to
meet
that?
out,
Wrong claim.
meet out,
The
meet out. Okay, so Monitor, definitely appreciate your perspective, but that was not what I read, me personally, right? And the way I see this, with Iran or whatever country or whatever group, handling things the way they do, that's man interpreting the Quran in a certain way.
She's talking about culture.
One second, bro. That's not the religion itself. That's literally a man interpreting the Quran and adding whatever he freaking translated from that shit into their goddamn constitution. That's his interpretation. That is those people's interpretation, right? You can go to a bunch of places and literally say fuck Allah and you're not going to get killed, right?
Astaghfirullah.
Not saying it's a good thing, but you can literally do that and not get killed, right? So me reading this is how I'm reading this, right? Those who wage war against Allah and his messenger, literally a group of people or a country trying to genocide Muslims, right? That's how I read it. That's how I interpret this. Somebody could interpret it much differently, right? So I think this particular verse, it's based on the man that interprets it and how they interpret it. That's it. That's the way I see it. This is not a religion thing. This is a man thing. This is a country thing, how they run shit there based on how they interpret this particular verse. Right. So I think.
So wait, so all of those Muslim countries, are they not real Muslims?
One second,
May
Sally.
I?
Overall, we all need to be very, very careful when it comes to talking shit about somebody's religion. Just overall, just keep putting it out there, right? I'm Christian. If somebody were to say some crazy shit right now about Christians or Jesus, I'll lose my fucking mind. So I completely understand why, Yusuf, Will, and, Free Sandra on stage are getting angry. I completely understand that. I'll lose my motherfucking mind. So again, overall, let's be very careful as to how we talk about other people's religion, especially in public spaces. You know what I'm saying? Amen. So just want to throw that out there. Respect everybody's religion. Let's keep shit pushing, keep shit fucking moving. You understand? Okay, Lena.
Can I jump in real quick?
One second. Let me get one mic on Lena. Lena, jump in.
Nelson, my brother, thank you. So, Monitor, you have a point, right? I absolutely see your point. But here's the thing, just like Nelson said, you will never find verses that come straight from the Quran that have been in the same Quran for thousands of years that say these kinds of things. As Nelson just read it, and he has probably maybe never read these verses in his life before and has interpreted them in their own way. And as people, and these are men like you and I, that take these verses and they perverse them and they put them into laws to suit their own agendas and their own needs, should be held at the same contempt as those who follow those laws. Okay? So this is the things that you were affected by, right? Because you were in Iran and you were seeing these things and people are getting killed for apostasies or whatever. Whether this happened or not, corruption is happening all over the world, not just in Muslim countries, right? So we have to understand, just like Nelson said, that these are men that are perversing these religions, and it's not the religion yourself. You said that first, and then you said, oh, it's because your God is saying to do this. No, it's men who are perversing the religion to make it say this. That's all.
Big facts.
Nah, for sure, for sure. Let's keep this thing rocking and rolling, man. Again, just a simple misunderstanding. It's not a big deal, man. It is what it is. Right? Let's keep it rocking and rolling, though. Will, let's talk about it.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for letting me talk, man. And I got a lot of respect for you, Nelson. A lot of people been hitting me up about you, man, and they're like, man, Will, what do you think about Nelson Spaces? You know, what do you think about Mario Spaces? And I
Nelson's
got
our guy, yo. That's our brother, man. I'm gonna
yeah,
never
yeah, yeah,
stand
yeah,
against
bro.
Nelson.
Like one thing that I gotta say, man, because Nelson, you need your props, bro. You need your props. You need your
Facts.
flowers. You allow everybody to speak their mind, whether they're pro-Palestinian, pro-Israeli, whatever religion, whatever creed, whatever color. And I got a lot of respect for you, my brother. We need more of this. I
Appreciate you, bro.
know firsthand, you know, going on to Mario Spaces, it's only a select few of people that will be chosen to speak, and these people are sent an agenda and all kinds of stuff before they even go on there. And for the most part, man, you let people speak their mind, bro. I got too much love and respect for you, mi hermano. Okay,
I
now
appreciate
in terms of this, all of this, right? You know, like you guys are about to hear the human side of me, right? Because I'm an entertainer, guys, and a lot of things that I say off emotions, whatever. I'm gonna put all that aside really quick, okay? I was born in the Dominican Republic, right? And you know, my family, they're Roman Catholics, right? And you know, when I was a kid, I went to foster care, right? Me and my brothers were put into foster care for a certain amount of time. And when I was in foster care, it was a Jewish family that took me in, right? And I got to tell you that my biggest mentors in this world are Jewish people, right? Now, I'm letting all of you guys know, because at the end of the day, one thing that I do not want is for people to disrespect each other's religion, and you know, especially speak about certain topics when you really don't know about them, you know. And at the end of the day, I got nothing but love and respect for everyone who is a God-fearing person, and that's, you know, from the bottom of my heart. Now, in terms of the situation, to get back to the situation, right? We just need to come together as a people. I live in the United States of America. I can tell you that a lot of Americans, when George started a huge war, there are military men who have came out and spoke. Leaders, we can. There's nothing here in
And we
America.
are.
We are mad. We want all of this shenanigans to end. At the end of the day, we need to understand that these are soldiers. All right. So I heard a brother earlier come on, and he said that he was in the military and he doesn't want to condemn, you know, anyone or call anyone terrorists. That's how I feel. I don't want to call any of these soldiers terrorists. I want to call the person, whoever's idea it was, to do whatever they did in October, to do whatever has happened with Israel, going over to Palestine, taking. Obviously, there are people giving commands. Those are the people that I have issues with. Those are the people that I would call terrorists. But in terms of all of these soldiers, especially these Hamas soldiers who grew up in a country that's been bombed to smithereens, right? Have all their families wiped out, and all of these men could do was pick up guns and go and fight for their country. I am not going to condemn these soldiers. I am
Well,
not going.
then you're not being realistic, and you do your
I
adopted
am
family
being
a
realistic. I
disservice.
am being realistic, Jahud. I am being realistic, because I can go to a lot of Iraq veterans and they will tell me that George W. Bush is a terrorist, that
I don't
George
care
W.
about
Bush
Iraq.
is a liar.
I
So
don't
at the
care
end
about
of the day,
Iraq or your country. You're
okay,
talking
well,
to a Jew. You're talking to a Jew who, when you were picking your nose, was fighting for the Jewish people in Israel, risking my life for Jewish people.
well, that's
So
great.
don't.
Good for
No,
you.
no, no.
Good
It's
for
not
you.
great for
I
you.
didn't say
No,
anything. I didn't say anything
bro,
about you.
bro,
I
bro,
didn't
bro,
say
bro,
anything about
bro.
you. This isn't even about you. I can give
Not
a fuck
about
if you
me. It's
went
about
to
the
war
mil.
or not. I don't
It's
give a
about
fuck
the
if you
Middle
went to
East.
war or not.
Listen.
Go ahead, bro. Go
Drogo from
ahead.
Game of Thrones. Listen to me. There are people who have spent their lives fighting for freedom. I'm not talking about your friggin' Marines in Iraq and Fallujah. That's not your country. I come from the Middle East. I come from the land that you bullshit about and say that Jews don't come from. And you know what? We have suffered at the hands of your adoptive religion. And I have no problem with anybody. I got more Muslim friends than you know. Okay? I've got more Muslim friends than Muslim people you know. I don't hold them accountable. I
You
say live
better.
in.
They're not, bro. You're not the victim. They are. You
I'm
guys
not the
went to
victim.
their
Really?
land. You
Really?
went to their land.
Really?
You went to their land. You weren't here
Are
during the time of
you?
Jesus.
Listen,
You weren't here
listen,
during
listen,
the time
listen,
of Moses, bro.
listen,
I don't even know who you are, bro. But you
You
weren't
don't
born
need to. You know what? You
before
don't need to know.
1948.
I just said to you, I come from that land. I don't need you to tell me about people I met. You're from Puerto Rico. Why are you talking shit?
I'm
You're
from the
not
Dominican
from.
Republic. I'm not from Puerto Rico. I'm from the
Sorry,
Dominican
my
Republic.
apologies. You're from the
A place,
DR. You're
a
from.
place,
You're
yeah,
from.
a
Guys,
place
let's keep it cordial for real.
a place built with Jews because we were sent out. In 1942, Queen Isabella sent all of the Jews out of the Dominican
14. Yeah, 14.
1492. She said, "You're either going to convert to Catholicism or you guys are going to be
It
exiled or
was
die."
King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. Get it right.
Yes, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I said,
Yeah.
Queen Isabella. So at the end of the day, you're talking to a Jew yourself. I am a Jew just like you. So
You're
at the
not
end
a
of the
Jew just like me, bro. You're not.
yes. Well, I'm
No, you're not.
Sephardic. I don't know about you, but I'm Sephardic, right?
You're not
Just like
Sephardic. You're a
You
Catholic.
are a Roman Catholic
You
Muslim. You
just
are
said you're
not a
Roman
Jew.
Catholic.
my
You
last
just said
name
you
Correct.
converted.
it speaks for itself. My
You know
last
what?
name
You know
speaks
what?
They
You know
are
today.
mutually exclusive. They are mutually
Yeah.
exclusive. Believing that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior or
Does not
taking up
make you a Jew.
Islam as your religion is mutually exclusive with being Jewish. I'm sorry, that's how it works.
Jew. I am ethnically Jew, and you can't take that
No,
away
you're
from
not
me and my
ethnically
family.
Jew. You said
Yes,
you know
I am. Yes, I am.
I'm ethnically Prophet Muhammad's grandson. How's that? I identify as that. Please do me a favor. Don't disrespect.
You don't even
Don't
know what the hell you're
disrespect.
talking about, bro. You
You
don't know what the hell
listen.
you're
You don't know
talking about.
Arabic. You
Don't
don't know
sit
your
here
own
and try to
deen.
sit.
You don't know your
Don't
own
try to sit here
religion.
and act like a victim. You ain't a fucking victim. You're a fucking terrorist.
Yo,
And
let's
I'm a
chill with the
that's
words,
all you
brother.
are. That's all you are, bro, is a terrorist. And you think
thanks.
that you're
All
smarter
right.
than people, but you're not. You're a fucking
One
I'm
second,
dumbass.
not.
one
I'm
second, guys.
alaikum
One
wa
second.
You
Calm
rahmatullahi
down.
wa
live in Israel, no.
Calm down, guys. Calm down. Let me get one mic. Calm down. Everybody, calm down.
Yo.
Man, you motherfuckers are crazy. Oh, I swear to God.
Nelson, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the goddamn show. You see, my job is usually it's Jonathan doing the triggering. Shout out to Yehuda, man. Yehuda is the perfect Jonathan replacement when he's busy. I said, Yehuda doing the triggering, and I
I'm
gotta,
way better looking.
my job is to bring it back, throw in some goddamn entertainment, get you guys to laugh a little bit, and calm the goddamn nerves. You can call me Xanax, and you can call Yehuda a goddamn Percocet. You know what I'm saying? You dig?
Hey, bring Lean up here.
But
You are gonna get me in so much
quick.
trouble, Nelson.
Real quick. Give me 1 second. Listen, man, guys, this is it's been a great conversation, man. We've been rocking out. Again, I appreciate the support from you guys on Twitter. Listen, we came on Twitter, so I've always been, doing my Clubhouse thing for like 3 years now. And, God willing, thank God, blew it up. Crazy audience. Shout out to the audience on Clubhouse, by the way. Throw an MM in the chat. Throw an MM in the chat for yourselves one time on Clubhouse. Throw an MM in the chat right now. That's the loyal audience right there. But we came on Twitter back in January, myself, Jonathan Grant, and we were here for like 45 days. Bunch of you guys followed us, and we dipped out because the technology on Spaces is trash. Still is trash today, by the way. And we just came back probably 4 weeks ago, and all of a sudden you guys are showing love. There's been new people. I just hit 50,000 followers today. Shout out to that. I just noticed that. Shout out to you guys for following me, getting me to that level, especially being gone for so goddamn long. And just really appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it.
100K is coming soon, Nelson. I just want to say that, bro.
Appreciate you, bro.
You're gonna be the fastest growing Twitter space, clubhouse space host.
Listen,
Bro.
Yusuf, stop. Yusuf
telling
is
you.
going to come to my house in
Appreciate
Toronto.
I've known you for 2.5 years, Nelson.
My brother.
For real.
But I mean, listen, man, guys, it's never personal over here. At the end of the day, I always want to make sure we all leave as friends, whether we're on either side, whatever the case may be. It's infotainment, man. Don't take it personal.
The biggest space of the free world.
My brother.
Listen, even though I can't stand Afzal, he's my Pakistani uncle now. That's how I feel, Nelson.
But that being said, guys, I definitely need to land a plane once again. Appreciate you guys. Want to encourage you guys in the audience, by the way. Definitely follow the guys that you have up here on this stage, man. Give them a follow. Amuda, this crazy ass. Tally, of course. Yusuf. Will's crazy ass. Freaking Mariah's crazy. All these crazy motherfuckers. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Give them a follow, and also definitely give me a follow. Turn the notifications on. We do these spaces on a daily basis. Don't want you guys to miss these shows. And, let's keep rocking and rolling, man. Twitter spaces, let's talk about it.
Nelson, are you wrapping it up?
I thought he was wrapping it up, too. I was getting sad, bro.
Without a doubt, I got to wrap it up, man. I got to get out.
Nelson, can I give a plug to my space? Can you give me that honor?
100%, my brother. Talk about it.
Brother, we got Maria Report. That's MRIYA report.org. We've been talking about Russian disinformation for almost 2 years. A bunch of volunteers, crazy people, losers, weirdos. That's us. We're here talking about the truth, and now it's expanded to the Middle East. We're volunteers. We're really just trying to speak truth to power. I came into Nelson's space by accident. I loved what he said. I loved his style, his vibe, his energy. I don't even know the guy, and I'm proud to call him a friend. I'm going to recommend all of our 100,000 followers follow Nelson, and I think he's a great guy. I think you know what? Honestly, Nelson, when I first came in, I thought this guy is whack, but I realized you got a thing going on, and your one mic policy, I like it. I hate it, but I like it. And that makes you a very special man. It makes you more patient than Job. That's from the Bible, Job. Check it out. No Quran here. Sorry about that. It's more patient than Job. Nelson is a gentleman and a scholar, and I do appreciate him. So to my listeners and to the people listening, I know a lot of people came in. They said, why aren't you in your space? I said, well, I like Nelson. Do visit and follow Nelson. Follow him. Check him out. Love, blessings, and success and happiness to you, Nelson. If you want to come over to mariareport.org, we have a space. It's 24/7. We got nothing to do. Come on over and follow us if you can. Nelson, lots of love. Thank you, brother.
My brother, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to say something to you now.
Oh, hell. Let me shut down Twitter real quick. I'll shut down Twitter. I'll come back on Clubhouse. 1 second. Okay. So appreciate you guys on Twitter, man. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Let's talk about it.